Welcome back, DNA Strand crew, to the newest episode of Stardom Situm Saturday. More specifically, Week 11 Stardom Situm Saturday. I'm your host, TJ Blake. You can follow me over on Twitter at FFTJBlakeDNA. And tonight for Stardom Situm Saturday, we have basically the From Whistle to Whistle special, I like to call it, because we're joined by the Dynasty DNA propaganda minister who's having trouble with his internet. But it's okay. He's here live with us now. It's Justin Tessier. You can follow him over on Twitter at Teixeira91. Teixeira, Mike said, don't start it right now because we were laughing about your internet so bad. We just got all those laughs in right before we started it. But I know you got a bone to pick with the Wisconsin internet services there.
Yeah, I mean, they just do their thing and they don't care about us little guys, and it's annoying as hell.
But he's up and rolling. So the other side of Stardom Situm Saturday night, we're joined by our fellow From Whistle to Whistle host, the one and only, the host of the Face of the Franchise, Four Corners Radio, Mike Shanuti. You can follow him over on Twitter at Shanu471. Mike, you ready to rock and talk start sits tonight? We're happy to have you on for the first time this year.
I'm excited because usually I'm in that Discord asking people, should I start Woody Marks or should I not start Woody Marks? Because I can't figure this guy out. So I'm excited to give people my advice on other people. So, and also drink up, kids. It's a Saturday night. Enjoy it.
That's right. We're here. We're having a good time. It's a celebration of football. And, we're only a couple weeks away from the playoffs. So just so everyone knows, the chat will be open. As soon as we get some questions, we'll pop it up on the screen. We'll answer every question. But before we get some questions coming in while we wait, Teixeira, we're going to start with you as we always do for Stardom Situm Saturday, Week 11. What QB are you going to play for us in Week 11?
This QB has been doing a little bit better. He had a little bit of a slump before the bye week, took a week off, and last week he did respectively well against the Patriots defense. And I think with that porous Bills pass defense, I think you can confidently roll out Baker Mayfield. Having Emeka Egbuka as a top weapon, Cade Otton has been a solid floor play these last couple of weeks for tight end after I threw him out the dirt for the Wolves to eat. But no, I think this is a good game. The over-under is pretty high, and I want points in it. And if the Bucs are going to be able to keep up with Josh Allen and that high-flying scoring spree of a Bills offense, they're going to need Baker Mayfield at his finest and his toughest and his grittiest to get it done. I think he has a ceiling of 26 points this week and a floor of 20. And I think he'll have a really good week overall as your QB1 in a super flex league. And absolute smash for any QB1 leagues you have. I would rock him over the majority of the options there. I think he'll finish as a top 7 quarterback this week.
Baker, money maker. So I see Mike's excited about the play. You like Baker Mayfield this week, Mike?
He said a QB1, and as a guy who had Drake May, who kind of had a okay performance, his other quarterback is Baker Mayfield. I'm excited. Hopefully him and Egbuka find their way because I have Egbuka in a lot of places as well. I love this Bucs offense. I'm even thinking about starting Tej Johnson in a couple of leagues where I have Marvin Harrison Jr. who won't be there. So Baker finds his way in a shootout with Josh Allen. Look, Teixeira never misses. I said that in the Discord. So if you want to be the fool that doesn't listen, bench Baker Mayfield, see what happens.
Yeah, and we know Teixeira does very well on quarterbacks. Last week called the Matt Stafford huge game, and it worked out in his favor. And look, I like Baker Mayfield as well. I definitely am excited to see what he can continue to do. And, like we talked about, like Jalen McMillan's a piece I can't wait to eventually hopefully get back in this fold. I think he's a great guy to buy low from a dynasty standpoint. Great lottery ticket to play. First question coming in here is from Patrick. Y'all see Coleman going to be a healthy scratch this week? No, I did not see that, Patrick, but man, oh man. So that's something we could talk about right now. What's our concerns with Coleman, Mike? I mean, I can't believe this. I know a lot of people were really hoping early in the season that we were going to see something more prevalent from him. He was just a guy I never seriously believed in. But, man, this Buffalo Bills offense is so hit or miss at times. What's your thoughts on Coleman being a healthy scratch?
Look, I have a lot of Bills fans from the upper New York area who went to school with me, and I asked them about Coleman. They're just frustrated. They're just frustrated. They drafted this guy to be what they thought Xavier Worthy could be or Rashid Rice could be for Mahomes, and he just hasn't panned out. He seems like he has no discipline in his route running. There is no discipline in trying to get separation. There's nothing. So I think this is a move to be like, young man, like, this is the second year. We need you to have that leap. We need it, especially now with Kincaid out, with Shakir, like, hit or miss with injuries, stuff like that. They don't have a really big play wide receiver. And Coleman being a healthy scratch is just hopefully a thing that probably snaps him back, hopefully. But, like, this is very concerning if I'm a Bills fan, because you put draft stock in him. He hasn't turned out well. And it's just like, how many chances can you give a guy? That's just the biggest thing. So,
yeah, and that's just it. And we talk about Khalil Shakir. That's a piece that just like, it's, if there's any reliability on the Bills, it's him. Like, I'm not saying he's wonderful, but super reliable, super consistent, a guy you can count on 9 times out of 10. Tashara, what do you think about Keon Coleman being a healthy scratch here?
I think this is a testament of trying to hold this Bears front office accountable and admit that they swung and missed on that draft pick. And I think I want him off my rosters, and I'm fading him as much as possible because he's just, I'm calling it what it is. I like to use the saying, a duck's a duck. It sounds like a duck, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. And I think Coleman's a bust. He looks like a bust, sounds like a bust, and the team is treating him by putting him on a healthy scratch as a bust. So I don't think you can afford him this late in the season. Like, if before the trade deadline, I'd recommend you get whatever you can out of him and just move on, because I don't think he's going to be a player in this build. They're going to move into the 2026 season with full confidence with. I could totally see them this offseason seriously pushing and pursuing a veteran wide receiver, more of a number one type, to go pair with Josh Allen. And then in the draft, I can see him for a round or two investing in wide receiver, because they brought in Josh Palmer from the Chargers. Hasn't really worked out. He's been hurt, and he's not shown really many flashes, even with his one-trick pony deep ball thing that he likes to do. Hasn't really worked with Josh Allen. And then as far as, Shakir's that rock steady guy. He's like that Adam Thielen type in that offense, where he's just all reliable. He gets the targets, the catches, but he's not the big flashy receiver like Diggs was or Mike Evans was for them. He wasn't that perennial like alpha that the Bills so desperately need. And I think that for the Bills to take the next step in that wide receiver room is to really address this Keon Coleman situation going to rest the season and 2026 and move on from it. I think it's unfortunate, but he's not it. He's not him.
Yeah, I have to agree. And look, if you have him, maybe trade him for Jalen McMillan, right? Because you can't get much.
Yeah.
I think that's a good move, a good gamble to take. I don't think you're losing much with Coleman either way. We have ice cold OG Jones. I love the name.
Love the name. Oh,
some moment of silence for the J.K. Dobbins owners who are drafting like I am. Definitely, my friend. Hate to hear that. Like I said, it was devastating news today, but it's just come to be expected with J.K. Dobbins. It's unfortunate. The sands of the hourglass are really, starting to run out for him for his NFL career. But he does ask Beatty or McLaughlin to pick up. So if you had to pick up one of them guys in the wake of the J.K. Dobbins news, Tashara, who are you picking up out of them two? Who are you relying on more?
I'm going with Tyler Beatty. He's been elevated from the practice squad numerous times already this season. Peyton has showed some little in him that he has, and I think he's going to be the number 2 in that rotation of running backs for Denver this weekend. They're going to have to use them a lot against this Chiefs run defense. They're a very stout, stingy run defense, so they're going to have to keep those bodies fresh and keep them rotated in. McLaughlin's been a healthy scratch most of this season, and that's alarming. The fact that Batty has at least been able to stay on the practice squad and get reps in with the first team offense and practices and play shows that Peyton's got a little bit more confidence and a little bit more trust in him going forward rest of season. And I think McLaughlin is probably going to be like your Jarrett McKinnon, your Jeremy McNichols. You're pass catching, scat back for third downs and just changing on drives. I don't think he has really a ceiling this week or rest of season where I can see Batty the next man up if anything were to happen, knock on wood, to RJ Harvey, that he'd be the next guy in that rotation to be up. I think just McLaughlin's got his role and it's very, very limited, and Batty's still unknown and remain to be seen with the workload, but I'd rather put my trust and faith in the unknown in that situation than in McLaughlin, because we've seen it from him. It's not really anything that's been super upsidey. It's just been like a flex at best.
Yeah, I have to agree. Do you agree with Teixeira as well? Going Tyler Beatty here for ice cold OG Jones, Mike? Is that who you're going to go with? Do you think that McLaughlin would be the better move?
No, I think it's Beatty for me too. I think when we watched kind of what they were trying to figure out with this backfield, he was in that rotation. So you want the guy that has the coaching staff's trust, quote unquote. And we don't know. I mean, look, a lot of these coaches say, hey, we're going to give RJ Harvey the ball, but we end up seeing somebody else get the ball, And I think that Beatty, who's been there last year, who's done some stuff with Sean Payton already, might get a little bit more carry work in the game than we think. And I'm not trying to say Harvey's not going to be a league winner or anything. I hope so. I'm just saying if RJ Harvey goes down, I think they feel like he brings something that McLaughlin can't. And it's kind of crazy because I think a lot of people used him last year when that time came. So,
yeah, I have to agree. So that's a clean sweep for Beatty there, OG Jones. Hopefully it works out for you. Not a problem. We appreciate you. Thank you for the question, and we're really happy to have you with us here tonight. Really helps and means a lot. We have Bob asking, pick 2, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, or Jared Goff. So if you had to pick 2 out of that group, Mike, who are you going to go with this week between Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, or Jared Goff? Pick 2.
Ooh, this is a tough one because all of them have really good matchups in the sense of, like, I can see them all being shootouts. And one is playing a really hard defense, but the one who's playing the hardest defense is my lock. So Mahomes is in no matter what. I think Mahomes is on a tear. You can't bench him. You got to put him in there, and you hope that he continues on with what he's doing. I know the Denver Broncos are a good defense, but, I mean, there is no Patrick Surtain. I think they lost 2 of their linebackers as well. So you can see a lot of bit more middle routes that are going to come into this. Now it's between the other 2, and I think I'm going to go Justin Herbert. I think I like Herbert, what he's doing. I personally, the whole thing on Sunday night with Goff and the Eagles and the Lions, I think really it's going to be tighter than what people think. I think Goff is going to be maybe a decent play more than he is it's going to be a shootout, let's play him. I think Herbert against the Jacksonville Jaguars wants to prove something more, and I think that's why I'm going to go with him. So I'm going to go Mahomes and Herbert for those reasons. So,
all right, Mike's going with the AFC West connection. Teixeira, who are you going with here for Bob? Mahomes, Herbert, Goff. You have to pick 2.
I'm going to go with Mahomes as my lock as well. And I'm going to lean into Goff as my second one because what I saw of Dan Campbell and calling plays last week and putting out the amount of yards that they did against, be it a weak, porous Commanders defense, that be it the case, but I have my faith and my trust in Dan Campbell to have that passing attack ready to go as needed against this Eagles team on the road in Philly. I think they're going to need to get that going in order to put the nail in the coffin in the Birds is like as much as you want to rely on Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery to work this game out. I think Goff's arm is going to be pivotal in order to get them over the edge. And I think that he and Mahomes have the safer floor play, whereas I see Herbert against the Jags is the ceiling play here. And depending on how the matchup's looking or you're projected to be, I think safer to roll out Goff and Mahomes where their passing attacks are going to be necessary and heavily leaned upon in their matchups. And I like all 3, but those are the 2 I'd go with.
So very strangely enough, we're all different here because I'm going to go with Goff and I'm going to go with Herbert. The matchups are just too good for me. But if you look historically, Patrick Mahomes has not done very well against the Denver Broncos.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what that is. And look, I mean, that's one of them things that, is it going to be something that lasts forever? Is it going to be something that just happens? It's an anomaly. I don't know. But like, if you look at the history, I'm talking like 17, 16, 15, 18 points, kind of a ceiling. So
wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, I went back and looked through the history a little bit. So I'm going to go with Goff and I'm going to go with Herbert here. But we have another question coming in from Andrew, full PPR. It's a tight end question here. It's a good one. Dalton Schultz, Cade Otton, or Theo Johnson? Who are you going to go here with this week, Teixeira? If you had to pick one of them guys, who are you going to roll with?
Oh, I'm going with the doctor. I think Davis Mills is going to have not as high of a ceiling this week as he did last week, but I think that he'll be necessarily involved in that offense, being the safety blanket for Davis Mills. That'd be my first one, my lock. And then I'm feeling spicy. Let's go Theo Johnson. I think Winston's going to chuck that ball all over the place and play with fun and reckless abandon. And I think Theo Johnson with Jack and Dart has shown that he's been a reliable pass catching option with high upside. I think he's done fairly well. I don't have him in any of my leagues, unfortunately, so I don't know precisely how well he's been doing. But I know that the Buffalo Bills, as much as they got worked by the Dolphins, one thing they're good at in their defense is shutting down opposing tight ends. So I think as Otton will be utilized by, I think he'll be severely handicapped and there'll be a lower odds of a ceiling game. I can see about 6 to 10 for Otton, probably 10 to 14 for Schultz, and then a 10 to 16 with Theo. Because I think if Winston, if the Packers stay broken and Winston's able to do what he can on the road, we just know that he's able to string together fantasy performances that are high ceilings for players and assets on teams. It's either big boom or sadly huge bust, and I'll take the chance with Theo in my lineups.
Okay, so you're going to go Schultz as your first one, though. That's who you're picking? Schultz? Yep. Okay, so Teixeira's going to go with Schultz. How about you, Mike? We have Schultz, Otton, or Theo Johnson. You have to pick one. Who are you going to go with out of that group?
Wow, what a list. Honestly, what a list. We couldn't pick a better list for guys who have Tyler Warren, like myself, and I had to pick one. So I'm going to go with Teixeira. You said all this thing about Baker Mayfield. We got to pick the guy who's necessary for the offense. So give me Otton. I need Otton. Otton's in my lineup. I think with Otton, really, he's just necessary in that offense, right? You have Ibuka going downfield. You have Tez Johnson with his abilities at the red zone, those big play things. Who's the third guy? Otton, I feel like. And with this running game being what it is with White and with Sean Tucker, we don't know what's going on. So they're going to throw the ball all over the field. Yes, I believe that their strength is to stop the tight end, but I feel like in this scheme that they do in Tampa Bay, Otton gets open. I feel like Otton in a full PPR will get you necessary receptions to get you that one. So, again, no wrong answer here because
but I like it though, Mike, because that's the bold move. That's the way to do it and approach it. If fight fire with fire and attack it. If they can be exploited, I think Baker will do with the tight end because I think Otton has gotten 9-10 receptions the last 3 or 4 games, so he's been a target.
And you hope with Theo Johnson with Winston, right? Winston's just going to chuck it, but I think he chucks it more downfield than he does in the middle.
Okay.
You're I think the play for him is Robinson than he is Johnson. So it's Wan'Dale Robinson with no Slayton. He might be the play over that. And with Schultz, it's whatever Mills wants to do. And Otton is the 9 reception, 8 reception guy. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So let me say this. We're all going to be different again because give me Theo.
There it is.
I knew TJ's going Theo.
TJ was going to go Theo.
Yes, I mean, there was a couple questions about Theo last week. It was close to some other guys. I went with him went with some other ways. Look, it's kind of the same. The thing with the Giants is what Mike's describing with Tampa Bay. I mean, outside of Wan'Dale Robinson, where the ball is going to go, and you look at it, reception total, Theo's been getting 7, 8, 9, definitely, chances at catching the ball a game. I mean, we're kind of targets what we're seeing. So he's getting the looks, he's getting the targets. I think with Schultz, and I do love Schultz, the doctor's going to make a house call, right? If he don't visit the paint, then we're in trouble, right? That's the thing with Schultz. And, we look at this thing with Cade Otton. Mike described it beautifully, but he can disappear at times, but so could Theo Johnson. I just feel a little bit better about Theo Johnson. Why? Because you go back to Jameis Winston. I remember this with David Njoku. Weeks 13 and 14 and 16, he was tight end 2, and tight end 5 with Jameis Winston. So Jameis Winston really loves to target the tight end. So I'm going to bank on the fact that we're going to have the guy that says, F it, we're just going to throw it everywhere. Fuck it, we'll throw it wherever we want. That's what's going on with Jameis Winston. He likes to target the tight end. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Theo Johnson here. So we had a 3-way split for Andrew. Man, it's a good problem to have, though, because I look at these guys as all of like them really good tier 2-y type of guys for tight ends. Like if you need a streamer, all these guys I think you can be a little bit happy with, recently. But, very good list there for Andrew. Good luck, whatever decision you decide to make, whoever you decide to go with. But very good luck. I started Travion Henderson. There you go, man. You can't beat that. This is from Kells here. So I started Travion Henderson. My running back 2 is CMC in a super flex. My quarterbacks are Hurts and Love. Would you take a risk and start Jaylen Warren over Love? So here you go. We have seen the struggles with Jordan Love this year, for Kells here. And would you take the risk and put Warren over Love this week, just based off those struggles? Would you be that bold in a good matchup against Cincinnati? What's your thoughts?
I would not be that bold because the Giants are equally as sad on defense. And I think after that pimp slapping that they got from the Eagles last week at home Monday night, I think Matt LaFleur will put and have the game plan ready to be like, okay, Jordan Love, what have I been saying since the beginning of the year, guys? Let Jordan cook. Break Josh Jacobs out there when necessary. But for God's sakes, throw the ball around because they become way too predictable. Teams just know, stack the boxes, because they're not going to let Jordan Love throw the ball. They're going to keep Jordan Love's passes close to the line of scrimmage because he lost his safety blanket in Tucker Kraft, and his other wide receivers are just not creating separation to get down the field. I think as Jaylen Warren will have a great game here, I just think in Superflex, I can't pivot off a quarterback, and I think that Jordan Love is going to have a good enough game where he can get you that 15 to 20 points with a ceiling of probably 24. Whereas Jaylen Warren, I think he can get you that 15 to 18 for sure, but I think his ceiling is probably that 18, maybe 20. So I'm going to still stick with the quarterback and think that they figure it out against them. I'm not scared by the Giants at all.
Yeah, and I don't think I am either. For the same reasons you said, I'm going to stick with Jordan Love. Look, I mean, this offense is looking pretty bad for the Steelers. I know Jaylen Warren's kind of looked like the best player in that offense, but other defenses are going to realize that, try to take them away. I just would rather play the quarterback. I don't know how you feel, Mike. And then we have Patrick, who I accidentally skipped. We'll get to him next. But what's your thoughts on that, Mike? Would you play Jaylen Warren over Jordan Love? Would you take the risk, or are you going to stick with, your guy Jordan Love here?
Well, I don't get the Twitter name Michael Angry Time all the time Schnuty for a Steelers fan. But I told you to start Jaylen Warren. But all unbiased aside, you guys are right. Like when it comes to Superflex, give me even the mid quarterbacks over a running back who have kind of like a nice floor, kind of nice ceiling kind of thing. Because those quarterbacks will always give you that better floor, in my opinion, especially Love, right? Even though the wide receivers are banged up, there's no Kraft. Teixeira alluded to it. The Giants are nobody to be scared of. If he was playing like the Houston Texans or something, this would be more of a conversation, But I would love to see Love get back to where he was against this Giants team. And I think, like you guys are saying, they have something to prove. They're still in the running for the 1 seed. Detroit beat the Eagles and the Packers win. They're right back in it. So I think they're going to pull out all the stops, and I think they're going to just chuck the football. Actually, a deep sleeper that I'm starting, free vice, is Christian Watson for that reason. I think they're going to just try to bomb away against this depleted Giants secondary. So Love all the way. So
there you go, Kels. It's a Love sweep for us, but a very good question. And sometimes you have to talk and, try to sort that stuff out. But Patrick asks, don't know if you guys answer redraft. Yes, we do. Happy to help any way we can. But it's a 12-team, 1-flex PPR. He's 5-5. Trade away DeMarcado, Swift, and Gadsden, and receive Tyler Warren and Amari Hampton. My running backs are Kyron, Henderson, Swift, DeMarcado, Corum, Mason, and Tootin. So there you go, Teixeira. It is a redraft here for Patrick. He's asking, would you trade away DeMarcado, DeAndre Swift, and Aronde Gadsden for Tyler Warren and Amari Hampton? What would you do in a redraft league? What side you taking?
I'm taking the Tyler Warren Hampton side of that deal, absolutely smashing it, because I think the tier between Tyler Warren and Gadsden is still separated enough where I'd sacrifice having a running back sitting on the the IR for a couple more weeks or however long it takes to get that tier up at the tight end position and have that positional advantage. I know Gadsden's doing well. He's doing great, but I think that Tyler Warren is just that upgrade, that tier up at the tight position, that going into your fantasy playoffs, you're going to want to have. The Colts offense is just clicking and operating phenomenally at this point. And I'm willing to give up DeMercado. You got Trey Benson on the horizon there, so he's going to be a fade here in a week or two. My guy Kyle Monungai is threatening to split carries and split the share with DeAndre Swift, so that really kind of hinders his ceilings and his potential performances rest of the season if Monungai keeps this threat of pace and these stacking these performances and giving Ben Johnson a serious question to have to win, just hand these keys over to the rookie. And the running back room, I think, can hold water with Henderson and Kyron until Hampton gets back. And I think then you got a good depth piece going into your playoffs with a fully fresh Hampton despite some dust.
Yeah, and I have to agree. I think this is a massive move for you, Patrick, to make. Like, I mean, it is a gamble whether or not Hampton comes back fully healthy. We'll have to wait and see. But, boy, if it works out in your favor, like Tyler Warren and Gadsden, even if you want to call that even, that's fine, whatever you want to say. But, you know, Marion Hampton is a huge upgrade over DeMercado and Swift. And really losing DeMercado ain't nothing to me, like, significant. And as Teixeira said, maybe Monungai continues to cut into Swift. Swift's a guy that hasn't had the cleanest bill of health either. So we'll just have to wait and see. But, you know, I have to agree. You agree on a redraft to take the Tyler Warren, Amari Hampton side for Patrick as well, Mike?
I just want to say something. Today was the day that I heard Teixeira say a Bears player is his man, and I just couldn't stop laughing.
I will die on that hill of Kyle Monungai.
This might be the clip of the year because that was a crazy saying. But I 100% agree. Make this trade. It's one of those trades that when I get them, I'm like, do I click it super fast and make them think that it was that good, or do I wait and make them think otherwise? In my opinion, you guys are right. I think Benson is the running back in Arizona. I do think Monungai cuts into the carries. Rondé Gadsden is great. I do like him. But I think Tyler Warren is in a different tier than him in the sense of how he works in that offense, as well as Hampton. Hampton comes back. He was what he was. He's a league winner, right? We see all these rookie running backs now flourish. I think the second best behind Henderson or actually maybe the third best because we love Quentin Johnson on this program. But Quentin Junkin, sorry. That's my guy. And
I was going to say, Mike.
I can't get him off my mind. My real Q. But Junkins and Henderson, then Hampton. Hampton was getting to his own with this offense clicking. So I do believe that you should make this trade, Patrick.
Okay, so we're all on board, Patrick. I think it is a good move, and glad you asked. Any question you guys have, we'll be happy to answer. And again, like I said, we appreciate you all. Country Boy Jazz, 12-man PPR, 1 QB, 2 RB, 2 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex. QB, Purdy, Mahomes. Running back, CMC, Aaron Jones, Kenneth Walker, Trey Benson, Brian Robinson. Wide receiver, Chris Olave, Diggs. I played, which was really well. Pierce, Jennings, Ayuk, Terry, Godwin. Tight end, Njoku, Waller, D, Rams, Packers. So we're going to have to see what we can do. So we just started real quick here. 1 quarterback, Teixeira. Don't necessarily need a big explanation, but are you playing Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes? We'll start there.
I am fully out on the Brock Purdy experience, so I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes for all the points you alluded to earlier, because I just think that whatever Mahomes can muster, it's going to be better than Brock Purdy.
Yep, agreed. And then we talked about the Mahomes Denver struggles, but I still can't trust Brock Purdy coming back this early after that much time off. Give me Mahomes. Is it going to be Mahomes for the quarterback for you as well, Mike, for Country Boy Jazz?
Yes, I think I'm going with that as well. I think there is no debate on that one. I'm sorry. I think that one is just as simple. You just play. So
yeah, okay. So we're all going Mahomes. Running back, we need 2. So I'll start this one out here. I'm going to go CMC and I'm going to go with Aaron Jones here. Them are the 2 that I'm going to play. I feel the best about. Country Boy. I don't know how you feel, Teixeira, but them are the 2 I'm going to go with.
I'm going to go with my guy, Aaron Jones, and CMC.
Okay, so there's 2 for 2. Mike, You got to play 2 running backs there. Who are you going to play out of that group? Are you going to stick with me and Teixeira? Any difference?
No,
Don't get the buzzer.
No, oh wait, it's whistle again. No, I think you guys clean sweep CMC and Jones. I think they have great matchups. I wouldn't rock the boat. So
okay, so we're on a clean sweep there. So wide receiver, we got to play 2. Chris Olave, he already played Diggs, so we got to play 1. Chris Olave, Pierce, Jennings, Ayuk, Terry, Godwin. So, okay, if you have to play 1, I'm playing Chris Olave, slam dunk for me, Country Boy Jazz. I mean, he's just been too good. He gets massive volume there. It's like truckload of volume right now in that Saints offense. Teixeira, I don't think I could take out Olave. How about you?
Neither could I. I think he's the ceiling play there. You guys know me. I'm not a Jennings dude at all.
Okay, so there we go. Olave. Mike, is it going to be an Olave sweep?
I think we're a sweep on this guy's question. So let's do Olave, baby, the PPR machine.
Okay, so now we're moving into tight end. We have David Njoku. Waller's on IR, so we got to play Njoku. That's easy. So we're going Njoku there. And then defense, we have the Rams and the Packers. We talked about it. The Packers are playing the Giants with Jameis Winston. I mean, we know that could be a shootout, but we know Jameson likes to turn the ball over. And we also have, the Rams side of things here. So, Teixeira, are you going to go the Rams or are you going to go the Packers for defense?
No, I'm not going to overthink this. I'm going to do the Packers just because of the prospect of a lot of multiple turnovers from the Giants offense, whether it's Tracy or Singletary fumbling the ball or Winston throwing it to the other team. I just think the Rams Seahawks game at a high over under that it's going to create you a higher chance of getting negative points if they're not able to get any takeaways, because Sam Darnold has been respectively taking care of the football there, and those running backs have been utilized in close to goal situation, really holding on that ball well. And I don't think they're going to allow much for mistakes wise. So you have the higher ceiling play with the Packers than the Rams.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to go with the Packers for sure. Mike, I don't think you were going to be any different there.
Nah, I mean, we talked about Jameis chucking it, right? He's always 3 for 3. So he's always 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. And it's always an experience.
I love it.
Go with the guy who doesn't really take care of the football over the guy who's trying to. So definitely the Packers. So
okay, so there you go. Country Boy Jazz. We have Mahomes, we have CMC, we have Aaron Jones, Olave in that other receiver spot, David Njoku, and the Packers defense. We wish you luck. Hopefully you win your game. But we're going to go to the next question here on the list. We have JC Reyes asking which QB to start, Justin Herbert at Jacksonville or Jalen Hurts versus the Detroit Teixeira Lions. So, okay, here, tough choice for JC. Justin Herbert or Jalen Hurts? Who you going with here, Mike? We'll start with you this time.
I can't get off of Justin Herbert this week. So I think Justin Herbert in that matchup, I think he's going to do well. I'm not saying Jalen Hurts won't do well. I just think if I had to rank them, I think Justin Herbert might be in the top 6 for me this week, and Jalen Hurts is right under it. So I think with what's happening in Detroit this week and what's happening with AJ Brown, it could work. I mean, it could get better, but I'm going to go with the guy who has more options and who's trusting his weapons a little bit more. So,
okay, I like it. Justin Herbert for me as well, because look, I mean, it's just going to really depend on the ground game for the Eagles and what Jalen Hurts could do on the ground. Like, we know the passing is an issue. Can he get it going? It's been a little bit better. I just don't know how much better it could be. Detroit's still a team. This scares me a little bit. Teixeira, are you going to go with Jalen Hurts? You know your line's better than anybody. Or are you going to stick with me and Mike and go Justin Herbert here?
I want to stick with you and Mike and stick with Justin Herbert here because you see the ceiling with Herbert this week and being a top 5 back to finish the week off. Whereas Jalen Hurts, I'll just break it down and do a couple quick points. Of coordinator in that offensive system is broken right now. They only scored 10 points against the Green Bay Packers when they should have dominated that game based off the mistakes that other team was making. They're broken. You have quarrels going on in the locker room between AJ Brown and the quarterback, and it's just dysfunctional madness right now. The only way that they're going to beat the Lions is if the Lions beat themselves, because I don't see a ceiling for Hurts this game. Like, if you're only putting 10 points up against the Packers and just they look bad on Monday night. That was a really bad performance, and I don't know if that was just a bad week or what, but it just between them and him and Saquon Barkley, it's a mess, and I think that Herbert's just too high of a ceiling to pass up.
Yeah, I have to agree. So that's a clean sweep for Herbert for JC. Hope it works out for you. Good luck. We really hope you win your game. I think that's a solid play, right? I think that Herbert could really do well in this game for sure. Fighting solves everything. Our good friend, how you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I'm going to trade Woody, Monty, and Sutton and Franklin for Chase Brown and Adunze. Good move, or should I put Tet in place of Woody? So, okay, there you go, Teixeira. We'll start with you in this trade. He's going to trade Woody, Monty, Sutton, and Frankwood for Chase Brown, Rome Odunze. Would you do that trade as it sits there now? Would you change anything, put Ted McMillan in there, or do you think you go with, whatever side? What are you picking?
I absolutely love this trade, Brown and Odunze side of it. Their playoff schedule for fantasy going forward looks juicy, and it looks like they're going to have a lot of opportunities for good momentum going into their matchups. And I just think get off the Broncos offense ASAP. I'm done. I'm out. I might be crucified on the network for this, but I'm washing my hands clean of the Denver Broncos offense for redraft, for dynasty. I'm done. I'm exhausted. It's annoying trying to figure out what the hell is going on there with Sean Payton and those options. I'm not all about it. And to your point earlier this week with Whistle TJ, Troy Franklin is all fraud and no fact. Like, I think he's just getting propped up like he's Sutton Jr. He's just a younger version of Sutton Jr. If he doesn't have the touchdowns, what is he? I mean, and if Bo Nix is going to only play in the fourth quarter of games, it's not really safe to rely on those options if they're only going to play for a quarter. And yeah, I know it hurts to give up Monty, but I think long view of this is that Chase Brown is going to have a higher ceiling and more bigger performances in fantasy than Monty will, because Gibbs will continue to keep going and taking that extra level. And I think Odunze is a sneaky wide receiver the rest of the season if Caleb keeps picking up fire and picking up steam and this offense keeps clicking and he gets relied upon and utilized more. Good thing he got his goose out of the way a couple weeks ago and wheels up, it looks like, for Odunze.
Yeah.
And as far as it goes, like, I don't like him going against that Falcons defense. I know the Colts struggled in the passing game against them too much, and I think the shaky quarterback play with Bryce Young is what hindering me and having any confidence putting him in my lineup. So yes, he's a solid floor of like a 8 to 10 points guy, but I don't see any ceiling games coming out of him. So if you're going to flex him, cool, but I'm not confidently putting him in my wide receiver 1 or 2 spot rest of season. I'd rather start Woody in a good matchup against the Titans.
Right, and this is just like in a trade context, though. I mean, would you rather trade Woody or Tet? Would you put Tet in instead of Woody, is what he's asking?
No. I'm not a Woody guy, so yeah, send him packing. Give him the bus ticket.
Right. And now, look, I think I agree with the share. I think I would make the trade. Fighting solves everything. My only worry is you're giving up 2 for 1 on each. Like, that is very, like, you just got to be careful.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with depth, right? Like, you don't want to run yourself too thin because, God forbid, something would happen to Rome Odunze or Chase Brown. Then you lost an extra piece that you could start and is playable.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful.
I didn't think about that, TJ.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that you're getting the better players, but you really got to hope, really, that that they stay healthy. That's the big thing. Mike, any difference? Do you think you would take this deal as it sits?
Guys, I'm the opposite. I'm a big Woody guy. Like, I really like Woody Marks, and that's why I asked the question in the Discord.
Right.
I think we're done with this Nick Chubb experience. I think D'Amico Ryan said on a podcast or the radio show, he's like, rookies? They're not rookies anymore. They're playing great. Higgins, Noel, Woody, all great. I feel like Woody's going to have a good place in this offense moving forward. I'm not saying top 10 upside like the other rookies, but I feel like he has a role, and I feel he's the goal line guy now. I would move Tet in that trade. And like you said, Teixeira, I'm out on Cortland Sutton and Franklin and figuring all that out. I really love Chase Brown's outlook with whoever, Joe Burrow or Joe Flacco. I like Roma Dunze's upside as well. I would make that move ASAP. I'm different on. I think I really just. I'm a Woody guy. I love Toy Story. It's one of my favorite Pixar movies. So I'm gonna keep Woody. You know what I mean? So I just don't know. I think in a redraft, this is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a redraft question. Tet this year isn't what we're gonna expect too much of.
Right.
Here, when we see, hopefully, if Bryce Young is the guy and they have that chemistry, or somebody else, maybe next year this answer is different. But right now, give me Woody. So
right, and he knows his team too, right? Like, he knows his team. Like, if you are feeling like you're thinner at wide receiver, I don't mind putting Ted in there. If you feel like you're thinner at running back, whatever, vice versa, fighting solves everything. Whatever, you just know your team, know where you're deep at, know where you're weak at, because that's my only concern. I think you're upgrading, and it's always nice to upgrade, but you don't want to run your depth too thin, especially right before the playoffs. But definitely getting the better players. I do feel that. Now we got Kells 22 asking Ricky Pearsall or Sean Tucker in the flex. Already starting Devontae Adams and Emeka Ibuka. So, okay, he's starting Adams. Number 2 really nice players to have in your lineup for sure. But, okay, Mike, Ricky Pearsall in a return or Sean Tucker in the flex. Who are you playing?
Frick. That's just so hard. I'm gonna go Ricky Pearsall just because of the upside with Purdy. If Purdy wasn't playing, I think my answer would be Sean Tucker. But Purdy in that offense makes it a lot better. I think Ricky is gonna have a nice floor. Sean Tucker, man, God, that's just like you put him in and you hold your breath, because I still think like there is still some Rashard White to be used in that offense. So I'm gonna go with the guy who has minimal, I hate to say minimal because there's Jennings and Kittle, but freaking Ricky Pearsall. It's tough. That one was hard. I'm sorry, Kel. Kel 22. I'm so sorry.
Mike's going the Ricky, and honestly, I'm gonna have to go with him as well. Like, it's just based off volume chances, right? Like Sean Tucker's a guy that's just so. Like, I mean, like, I seen him play a couple plays last week, and I just wanted to vomit. Like, I literally wanted to stick my finger down my throat and throw up. That's how much I don't like Sean Tucker. And honestly, I think that yes, he's going to get maybe a fluke touchdown here and there in his career. It could happen, but I'm just going to go with a guy that has a bigger volume chance, a little bit better opportunities. What do you think, Tashara? Is it going to be Ricky Pearsall for you as well?
Yeah, that's a bitter pill to swallow because I got rid of all my Ricky Pearsall shares in fantasy this week before the trade deadline. So I like him a little bit better than I do Sean Tucker. So I'll go with, especially in a PPR league, I'll go Pearsall. Take the shot.
Okay, so that's a clean sweep. Kells 22, running back 1, Achane running back 2, Chase Brown to add to the question above. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I keep them guys in there. I keep Achane, I keep Chase Brown, Kells. And then I rock with Pearsall there in the flex. I think that's what you have to do. I think you're making the right move. I know these guys will agree with me on that. Fighting solves everything. I need to pick up a QB next week, but I want to get now. Do I go with Sammy D or Flacco? So who are you going to go with here if you had to pick one, Mike? Is it going to be Sammy D or Flacco for a QB pickup?
Oh, my God. I had to look see who they were playing next week. And Flacco's playing the Patriots. Sammy D, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a buzzsaw next week for the Bengals.
Yeah, Sammy D is playing the Titans, so we're gonna go to Titans. I really do like Sam Darnold in that matchup. Plus the new speedster on their team, Shaheed. I think he's only gonna get better in that offense with JSN. We're not bringing up the running backs, but that's why we're going to play Sammy D, is because they're going to probably do that. And Joe Flacco playing against Vrabel, I'm just not very confident. So I'm going to go Sam Darnold. Pick him up now. So
all right. Sammy D for Mike, Shanu D. So I'm going to have to go with Sam Darnold as well. Give me Sam Darnold there fighting. I think that's a, fairly easy choice for me. I know Flacco's has some good numbers, but yes, the matchup. I think you agree, Tashara.
Yeah, I'm going with Ghostbusters.
Slimer Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
There we go. Now we have Juan Pena Jr. asking, should I start Zach Charbonnet and Jordan Addison for Cortland Sutton? So, I mean, you're going to play them two guys over Cortland Sutton, Teixeira?
No, it's should I trade?
Should I trade those two for?
Oh, should I trade? Oh, okay. No. I'm going to keep, in that instance, I'm keeping Charbonnet and Addison easily. One, I'm not making that move. I think I don't even have to ask you guys. I think you agree with me on that.
Keep Charbonnet and Addison. Addison looks better.
This is my Sutton shares. Pew!
Pew! As much as JJ McCarthy looks lost, he has been targeting Addison a lot. And Charbonnet, he's one Kenneth Walker injury away from being a top 10, 12. So I just can't do the Sutton thing right now. So
I'm with you. And I got Travion, Josh Jacobs, and Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, so that's just telling his team. Yeah, easily won. We're going to keep Charbonnet and Addison in that one. Then he asked, who for my wide receiver 1, 2, and 3 in flex spots? So we got 4 options here. We got to pick 3 receivers. Let's just do that first. We'll start with you, Teixeira. Devontae Adams. We have Deebo Samuel, Quentin Johnston, Jacoby Myers, Jordan Addison, Parker Washington. We have Hollywood Brown, Tez Johnson. So you got to pick wide receivers 1, 2, or 3. Who are you going to pick out of those guys first and foremost?
My first 3 wide receivers are Devontae Adams as wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, Jordan Addison, wide receiver 3, Quentin Johnson, and that's how I would do that.
Okay, there you go, Mike. You got to pick 3 receivers out of that group. Who are you going to go with there? And are you going to stick with Teixeira? Any difference in opinion?
I'm 2 for Teixeira, and I have 1 difference. I'm with Adams. I'm with Johnson. I think you have to play Adams no matter what. Johnson in that matchup is going to be great. I'm picking a guy on the other side of Johnson. I'm picking Jacoby Myers. I think he was 1 holding call away from a touchdown. I think he's necessary, again, in that offense, even with BTJ maybe coming back. Give me Myers because I think he's going to continue finding his way into this offense. I think this is going to be the game he finds it. So.
Okay, so you're going to go Devontae Adams, you're going to go Jordan Addison, and you're going to go Jacoby Myers, right, Mike?
No. Jacoby Myers, Quentin Johnson, Devontae.
Oh, you're going Okay, so you're going QJ. Okay.
So he's not wearing the jacket this week, TJ.
Yeah, he I differ with Teixeira about Addison and Myers. I think that's where the difference is. So I'm Myers, he's Addison, but we're both Adams and Quentin Johnson. So
Okay. So I'm going to go with Devontae Adams. I'm going to go with Deebo Samuel, and I'm going to go with Quentin Johnson as well. Deebo Samuel, look, I know Washington doesn't look good, but like outside of Zach Ertz, that's all they have. You know, I said that last week. I think he scored a touchdown. Like, he is a guy that's going to be able to probably get you right around that 12-point mark just based off volume alone. That Parker Washington's in a little bit of a tough matchup. Tez Johnson, we talked about the boom bust. It's just tough to trust. So I'm going to go with Devontae Adams, Deebo Samuel, Quentin Johnson. But we got 2 of the 3 that we all match on, and that is Devontae Adams and Quentin Johnston. And then we also have for the flex spot for him, you know, we could play one of these other receivers, the guys we just talked about. And then we also have Zach Charbonnet available potentially for a flex as well. I don't know how you guys feel about that flex spot, Mike. You have one more player to pop in there. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Zach Charbonnet or one of them wideouts?
Now the wideouts. Charbonnet is 2 touchdown dependent. If he doesn't score a touchdown, he's worthless. So I'd rather give me the bigger floor, which would be either Addison or Myers. I think me and Teixeira both are okay with that. I don't know if Teixeira is okay with Myers, but I'm okay with either Myers or Addison over Charbonnet. So.
Okay, so he's going to say pretty much Addison because he already has Myers in his starting lineup, Mike does. What do you think here about that flex, Teixeira?
I think with that flex, I'm going to go Jacoby Myers over Parker Washington just because I'm going to trust the veteran hands over the rookie splash. I think that Jacoby Myers will get going this week, especially if Brian Thomas Jr. is not playing.
Okay, so for me, it's going to be Jordan Addison, right? So, like, my list goes Devontae Adams, Deebo Samuel, Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison. Like, that's who I'm playing. The only difference in opinion is you guys don't have Deebo. I do. Really, that's the only difference, right? You guys have Jacoby. I have Deebo. Really, that's the only. Yeah, that's really the only difference. So good luck on that one, Juan. That's a very good situation.
Good options to have.
Yeah, a lot of good options.
Great options, yeah.
So he also asked, who from my quarterback one, J.J. McCarthy, Jacoby Brissett, Jameis Winston, Tua, Geno Smith, or David General Mills? So if you had to pick one of them guys for a QB1, Mike's sitting there like, oh, baby, here we go.
I want to hear his first.
Who's it
You
going
want to hear it?
Let's hear it.
Jameis, it's the town Winston, baby. He's going to chuck it and throw it all over the field. In all honesty, I love Jameis because they're going to be down anyways. They're going to throw the ball crazily. And we all remember when he has his first start after being a backup, he somehow turns into Superman and people are like, oh, is Jameis Winston back? Then the next week he's throwing 4 interceptions. This is the week to start him. I know the Packers defense looks a little strong, but I think he's going to find his way in this. And I guess second, I would go with Geno Smith because of who he's playing, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But you guys can figure that out.
Okay, so Mike's going to go with famous Jameis Winston. I just see the meme of Jameis Winston, the SpongeBob meme, where it goes, you see me throw that interception? You want me to see you do it again? That's Jameis Winston. Right there.
They need to show the 3 touchdowns that come with the 3 interceptions.
I love that meme.
And he'll rush the ball because he's going crazy. I can't wait for this game. I might put that on the big TV downstairs in the basement for sure.
In the Shanuti Cave. Yes, I would love to see that. So Mike is going to go with famous Jameis here. Teixeira, who are you going to go with?
I'm just going to start with an aside here. You're never going to catch me in a dark alley with Tua and Geno Smith as my people walking next to me. I'm never going to get caught dead standing next to either one of those two in fantasy or in real life. That's too scary for me to even fathom playing or starting or even rostering those two guys. So I think I'm going to be different. I'm not going to go Jameis Winston, as juicy as that sounds. I think the Packers defense will be a little bit more stout. And I think the turnover to touchdown ratio for Winston is going to probably balance out. So I'm going to go David Mills. I think he's going to have himself a solid game with the full complementary of weapons, and maybe he gets a Woody Marks passing touchdown. The doctor gets in the end zone, and maybe Nico Collins has a wide receiver 1 week. I think that people are down on this matchup because they think that the Texans are going to be so far ahead and just stomp. But I don't think that's the case. I think this is going to be a lot closer, and I think you're going to get more of a closer to his ceiling game. Not like last week against the Jaguars, but I think it's going to be better what people are expecting because those divisional matchups, they tend to be closer, a lot more sluggier. And I think that they're going to be passing the ball more than people expect them to do. And I'm just out on Jacoby Brissett. I was earlier in the week, but with Marvin Harrison Jr. going down, I don't have any faith in Dortch or Michael Wilson to right the ship in the wide receiver room. And if he's only relying on Trey McBride, that just allows a already hampered, injured 49ers defense to just hyper focus on stopping Trey McBride offense than any of the others. So, and then JJ McCarthy in that Bears game, I don't know what that's going to be like. So I'd rather take the upside on Mills than gambling on McCarthy.
So give me Jacoby always have my back Brissett, because let me tell you right now, we always stack the odds against Jacoby, and Teixeira, you're right. It is a little worrisome there with no Marvin Harrison Jr., but this guy, what he's done, it's just like those backup quarterback commercials, right? It's like this. TJ's like this. Jacoby Brissett, you're in. Win me a fantasy game. And that's what he does. That's what he's been doing for me. I've had him in a couple leagues. So, yes, I want to go with Jacoby Brissett. Ever since he's come in, been a quarterback one every week. It is tough. I know the injuries are a little bit worrisome, but the matchup is good. San Francisco has their own injury problems. So I just say I'm going to lean Jacoby Brissett there. I think he can still get you around that 18-point mark, and that's what really attracts me the most to him, right? I'm not saying he has a huge ceiling, but I do know that he has probably the safest floor. So that's probably what I'm going to go that way. So, Juan, we have a Jameis, we have a Brissett, and we have a Davis Mills.
We're all split tonight.
Yeah, it's been very split. A lot of different
we were all on together. And then this one comes up and everybody has their own favorite dude. And it's just crazy.
That's right. The life of a backup quarterback. TJ tags in Jameis, win me a fantasy game. That's what Mike's hoping I said. But I said Jacoby Brissett. All right. So ice cold OG Jones asks Kareem Hunt or Khalil Shakir. If we had to pick one, who are we going with this week? Mike, if you had to go with Kareem Hunt or Khalil Shakir?
I'm going to go Shakir. And it's nothing against Hunt because I know he's going to get a lot of work with Pacheco out. I just think the Denver's defense's strength is stopping the run. And I don't see Hunt unless he falls into the end zone a couple of times, which could happen. I'm just not buying it. I like Shakir a little bit better in the matchup with the Bucs, and you can pass all over the Bucs, right? We've seen it a million times. We just said Coleman is out. We just said Kincaid is out. So I really do like Shakir in this matchup a lot. So
I have to agree with you, Mike. And, honestly, like this Denver-Kansas City game, like Kansas City, I think could be in for a dogfight here, right?
Yeah.
Like, they could be playing for really consequences about their whole season in a game like that. I think this could be like a 13-17 type of game, 17-20, and you're hoping for that 1-yard plunge with Kareem Hunt. Khalil Shakir is always, even an inconsistent Bills offense, always good for around 12 points. What's your thoughts on this one, Teixeira?
Oh, it's a smash Shakir. I'm not even thinking about Hunt in my lineups. If I have to choose between the two, I'm going to take the Shakir every time.
Shakira. So that was a clean sweep. We're all back on the same page.
All right, we're all in the same boat.
And now we have Coolio. What's up, Coolio? Glad to have you. And real quick, he says, where's Wiz? Pretty sure your guy Wiz, we traded deadbeat receivers a couple days ago. AJ for DK.
What a worthless trade, my man. What a worthless trade.
We're hoping for you, Coolio. We pull against Wiz here. That's what we do. We hope for you. That's how much I like Coolio. Like, Wiz can lose. He's won enough. So, Coolio, I hope that works out for you. You get the better end of the deal.
I love it.
So, Fighting Solves Everything asks Herbert Burrow, CMC, JT, Travion Henderson, QJ, Woody, Monty, B-Rob, Puka, T. Higgins, Tet McMillan, Cortland Sutton, Troy Franklin, Jaden Reed, Brock Bowers, Tyler Warren, 10 team. I have plenty of depth. I'm running. Oh, that was from the question earlier. Yeah, very good.
Okay. Yep.
Very good fighting. Very good. Yes. And I have confidence in making that trade. You build a very, very strong roster there.
I was thinking he was telling us, try to put everybody in his lineup. I was like, hold on, wait, who am I putting in where? No, that's a great
panic on his face. Oh,
I was
shit.
like, wait, hold on, let me pull up like a sleeper at thing to the side. Hold on, you're gonna put this quarterback here.
Yeah, just like it's putting them up on the board. But let me just say this: we do hope Coolio gets the better of Wiz, no doubt. Steven asks Debo, Trey Tucker, Dobbs, Tet, Rashad White, Wandale. We got to pick 3 here, fellas. Half PPR now. Got to remember, this is half PPR. Debo, Trey Tucker, Romeo Dobbs, Tet McMillan, Rashad White, Wandale Robinson. So here we go, Mike. If you have to pick 3.5 PPR, who are the 3 you're going with?
I can't keep saying chuck it Winston if I'm not picking the guy he's chucking it to. So give me Wandale for one of them. Give me Tet for the other. I do like Tet in this situation, and I'm having some doubts here and there, but sometimes the matchup gets you to where you need to be, and I do like it against the Saints. And then the next guy, oh God, it's gonna sound bad, but it's gonna sound real good on Monday night. Trey Tucker, hat trick once more. Give me Trey Tucker because that Dallas defense is terrible. So I have to go with the number 1 wide receiver for that offense. So
okay, so there you go. You got your 3. Who are you going to go with here to share a half PPR? You got to play 3. Who are you going with?
I'm going to go with my first one being Wandale Robinson as my lock. I will do Debo Samuel as my 2. And then I'm going to go Trey Tucker as my 3 just because of that Cowboys defense. And I think that it'll be a higher scoring game than we think, being half PPR.
Very interesting. So this is half PPR. We know that Bucky Irving's still out. That reason being, I think I'm going to go with Wandale, Debo, and Rashad White. Now, I don't blame what Teixeira did with Trey Tucker. And let me just put this into context for Steven. If you played like Travion Henderson, and believe me, rosters that done that. Like, if you need points, like I have no problem pulling any of them guys out and putting Trey Tucker in for a boom type of a game against the Cowboys defense, because you almost need a big time catcher upper. You know what I'm saying? Like a big time ceiling type play. So, like out of context, I think that matters, right? So, like if you are down, Steven, I have no problems doing that. If not, if you're kind of on level ground, I like the Debo, Rashad White, Wandale connection. That's where I'm going this week. But again, if you're down points, I don't mind you flirting with Trey Tucker, like Teixeira said, because that is a very good matchup. And Bob, in a deep flex, Pickens or Swift? So there we go. You're going to go George Pickens against the Oakland/Las Vegas Raiders, Mike, or the DeAndre Swift connection from the Chicago Bears? Who are you going with?
For my co-host who's sitting here, who's talked about Monungai all the time, we're going to go with Pickens for sure. Pickens is just too necessary. I do like him a lot. So we're going Pickens, big culture Bob. Let's do it.
I'm with you. Give me Georgie P. I'm with you on that. What do you think, Teixeira? Is it a clean sweep?
Yeah, I'm going Pickens too.
Okay, so there you go. It's a clean sweep for Bob. We have Dylan. What's up? Full PPR, 2 questions, 2 leagues. Happy to have you with us tonight. See the stream continues to go up. We appreciate that, guys. We're glad to have you with us. So we have one flex. We have Tracy versus Green Bay, Algier versus Carolina, Worthy versus Denver, JCM at Miami. So, okay, we got to flex one guy here. Who are we flexing, Teixeira, out of that group, first and foremost? Give me your one flex there.
Algier to the moon. I think he is the bane of Bijan's existence, and he's going to be the bane of fantasy owners this entire fantasy playoffs going forward. Not just this week against Carolina, but the Falcons' rest of season matchups look so green for running backs, and that just tells me that the ghost of Smith in Atlanta are still lingering, and they've already talked about on their radio show how the coaching staff thinks that Algier is a superstar. They're in love with him. And if I'm a Bijan Robinson manager, I am seriously concerned about my ceiling and his ability to hit high performances the rest of the season if you got that healthy man running the ball and splitting carries with. I'm fading Tracy against Green Bay because that rush defense is still legitimate. Tracy's prone to put the ball on the ground, and I just don't see a high ceiling coming out of him. And Worthy, I am unless if it's best ball, I am playing Worthy. I think it's the Rashee Rice show, and he's just living in it. And then I'm fading super hard, even though the matchup's okay against Miami. I just don't trust that JCM and that Commanders backfield going forward.
Yeah, it definitely don't look good. And let me just say this, like, this is a tough position to be in. And I give Bob credit. You know, Tyler Allgeier's a player I liked a long time as well. I can see why they like him. I got to play him here too, because it just seems like the Falcons cannot really find their feet throwing the football, which really benefits both of these running backs, right? I mean, like Bijan's going to have better days ahead, but you still always have that 5 inside the 5. Tyler Allgeier's there, man. I mean, definitely could fall in. I think that's definitely a good possibility. So I'm going with you, Teixeira. In that instance, I'm going to play Tyler Allgeier. What do you think about this one, Mike? Are you going to go with here out of the group of players for the first flex for Dylan?
Come on, man. It's gonna be the superstar. It's gonna be the superstar that their coach said Algier. So make it a clean sweep because nobody talks like that and not play that guy. So let's do Algier.
All right, so we're gonna go with Algier for the first one, Dylan. Then we got another one here. So this is the next flex. This is Dalton Schultz at Tennessee. We have Cade Otton at Buffalo, Amari DiMercado at San Francisco, and we got a defensive question too. But let's do the flex first. So we have Schultz, we have Otton, we have DiMercado for the flex. Who are you going with? Or I guess it's for 2 flex. So who are you flexing in them 2 spots, Teixeira?
I'm flexing Schultz and Otton. I'll take the tight ends. We've preached about it earlier this week on the shows that, like, for some odd reason, it's the year of the flex of the tight end. So I'm going to keep doing that strategy, even though DeMarcado is a pass catching running back. The upside of those tight ends this week in their matchups too juicy to pass up.
All right, so it's touchdown Taco Bell and tight ends for Teixeira. He's flexing both tight ends. Mike, what about you? You going to go with the double flex for the tight ends here, or are you going to play maybe DeMarcado?
I will say this. If Bam Knight doesn't play, I am playing DeMarcado over Dr. Schultz. But if Bam Knight is playing, then give me the 2 tight ends. I'm going to just preface it that way, just because DeMarcado by himself is a good play against this San Francisco defense that is depleted. So I want to make sure he's by himself first before I play him. So
I have to agree.
I love the context.
Yeah, very well put, Mike. So yes, that's the way we're going to approach it, Dylan. I think I have to agree. If Bam Knight is out and it's only DeMarcado, give us DeMarcado and Otten, right? If Bam Knight is playing, I'm kind of going on the side of Teixeira and Mike. I'll play both of those tight ends, but that's something to watch, right? That's something to watch. Then he has a defense, Chicago or the Falcons. We got to play one defense, Teixeira. Who are you going to pluck there and put in your lineup?
I love starting the Falcons defense this week. Like I said, they're very stingy against the tight ends, and Panthers still don't have one. Running game for the Falcons is a stout. That front four is very dangerous and very potent. I think they've stacked multiple sacks in the last 4 games now, and I just like the momentum they have. Panthers are a wounded animal, and I think the Falcons can take advantage of that and get you a good positive set of points. With the Bears-Vikings game, from what I know of these divisional games, they can go one of 2 ways. It could be a 3-0 game, or it could be a 42-35. And for that, I think the way the Bears are playing and the Vikings are putting up points, it's probably going to lean closer to that than the other hand, because their first matchup this year was 24-27, something like that. So touchdowns will be had and scored, where I think the Falcons will have an easier time shutting down the Panthers.
Okay, so going to go with the Falcons as well. Mike, is it going to be Atlanta for a sweep for you, or are you going to maybe play Chicago?
No, I'm with the Falcons. I think you go against the lesser 2 evils here, and I think Young is going to throw more. I will see more interceptions and fumbles from the Panthers than I would the Vikings, and I think they want to go back to making things simpler for J.J. McCarthy after that Ravens game. So I'll go with the Falcons for that.
Okay, so that's a sweep for Dylan. Dylan, good luck. We appreciate having you with us. We have Kels22 asking Jake Ferguson or Colston Loveland. Here you go. This is a tough one. Tough matchup for Jake Ferguson. Colston Loveland's been coming on just a little bit. Who are you going to start here, Teixeira?
I started Ferguson when he gave me the goose. I started Ferguson when he gave me the turd. And I'm going to stick with Jake Ferguson, even though he's playing the Raiders on Monday Night Football. I'm not flushing that one down yet. I'm going to let that one keep stewing, because I just think that Loveland had his cute little, nice little one performance for the year. And I think Ferga has the higher ceiling this week in a better matchup.
Yes, and I have to agree. And it's all snap share based too, right? We got to look at the snap share. It isn't pretty, really, when you look at the snap share projections. Like, I love Colston Loveland as a long-term dynasty project, right? Like, I think he's going to be just fine. But right now, I got to play Ferguson. He's going to be on the field more. He's Dak's guy. And I'm not going to get too scared by the Raiders in any circumstance. I don't know how you feel, Mike, but we're going Jake Ferguson.
Make it a clean sweep for this one, too. I'm with Jake Ferguson. I do like the offense a little bit better. So, look, in a pinch, I would do Loveland, but Jake Ferguson is in that tier above him where I trust him a little bit more with Dak. So,
okay, there you have it, Kels. It's a clean sweep. We have Cortland Sutton for Kels, Ricky Pearsall, or Parker Washington. Pick one. So there you go. You got to pick one, Mike. Who are you picking out of that group of players?
Jesus. Yeah, exactly, Teixeira. I'm gonna go with Ricky Pearsall. I'm gonna go with the guy with the bigger upside out of the 3, especially with Purdy back. They are playing against the Cardinals, so I mean, give me that. And I don't know. Parker Washington is a good story, and suddenly we see the drop. So I'm just going to go with the guy who has a bigger ceiling with their quarterback back. So I'm going to go with Ricky Pearsall, unfortunately.
And I have to agree, as tough as it is, like there's just so much more volume opportunity there in a better matchup. So yeah, Ricky Pearsall for me. What's your thoughts here, Teixeira?
Yep, I don't like it, but it's the logical decision. Go with Bulletproof.
There you go. Ricky Pearsall, clean sweep for Kels. We have Spartacus the Marine. Hey, Spartacus, nice to have you with us. I love it. So who has the better matchup, Genty or Chase Brown this week? So let me just preface by saying Chase Brown.
Oh, it's rest of season.
Oh, for the rest of the season. Okay.
Yeah, rest of season.
I missed that part.
Who would you rather have? Yeah.
Oh, so the rest of the season, I'd rather have Chase Brown. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, I know Jenny's got a tasty matchup this week, but we talk about the AFC West being very tough against running backs generally. Mm-hmm. This team really can't throw the ball. They're one-dimensional. Joe Flacco's helped unlock Chase Brown. If just by a chance Cincinnati's winning games and Joe Burrow comes back, that's even more of a bonus, right, for Chase Brown. So, yeah, Chase Brown. Teixeira, I think you agree.
Yeah, I'm lockstep with our buddy Bob here. I'm going to stick with the Chase Brown train, and I'm just not on that Genty hype. I'm just not. It's just, I'm not there. I'd rather take the risk of Chase Brown.
Yeah, I have to agree. Mike, Chase Brown for you as well?
Chase Brown, after this week against the Steelers, they play New England, which is not great, but then they got juicy matchups until the championship week. They have Baltimore, Buffalo, Baltimore again, Miami, and Arizona. When Genty has the gauntlet of the AFC West still to go, and Cleveland in there, and Houston in there, Philly. So not very good. So I'm going to go with Chase Brown.
Yep, I think that was a nice, fairly easy one. Good luck, Spartacus. I hope that you go with Chase Brown in that instance. We have Richard asking Loveland or Fannin. I'm leaning Loveland. So if you had to go with Fannin or Loveland, Mike, who's it going to be?
I'm going to go Loveland in this case. I do like that. I mean, I'm going to go with the quarterback who can kind of throw a little bit better. So I'm going to go with Loveland. And I do think the vulnerability of the Vikings is the linebacker position. That's what I look at the most when I'm looking at tight ends, because that's where they're in the middle of the field. So give me Loveland. Fannin is great, but I think Njoku last week showed he's still part of that offense, and it kind of scares me a little. So
right, and let me just preface by saying for Richard here, like this could be one of them times where you just get like 9 or 10 points out of each of them. Like I could very easily see that, but I know the Ravens love to get after rookie quarterbacks, especially Brown rookie quarterbacks, just like the Steelers do. I just don't really trust that. So yeah, I'm going to go with Loveland. Teixeira. Any difference there?
Nope. I'm starting Loveland in that situation. I don't like it, but
grit your teeth. It's just like in Austin Powers. Just grab a hold of something and we'll get through it, right? We're getting through it. So
just going to help me through this, DJ.
Great analogy, TJ. I like that.
Well, they're just saying to me, but you part of the show. No, I'm English. But we also have Kells 22 asking Jameson Williams or Troy Franklin. Ooh, you want to talk about a boom bust question here? I think I'm gonna have to go with Jameson Williams here. I think I have to. We're going boom bust. I always say, give me the king of boom bust. Look, it's always a touchdown or bust for Troy Franklin. I mean, Jameson is a little bit more reception worthy, I think, right? So I'm going to go with Jameson. Mike, I think you agree. I seen thumbs up.
Yep. In the matchup without Laporta now, Jameson Williams. So we're gonna see a lot of him and St. Brown, which is crazy because I didn't pick Goff in that one question, but I do feel like Goff is going to get the ball to these wide receivers at least. So
okay, so JMO for you, Teixeira, I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
Stick with my guy. It really washes the taste of that Bears pick that last one around. To go with my line. I like
that's
it.
A clean sweep for Kells. We've been clean sweeping for Kells. Kells asked Dobbs or JMO, so this one's a little bit more interesting. Teixeira, who's it going to be?
Straight out of Packerland here. Dobbs is still battling questionable, Mark, with a chest injury from the Monday night game, coming off a short week. I'm leaning from what I've been hearing is he's likely to be at the very least limited with a high possibility of missing this game altogether. So I'm going to go with the healthier option, the higher upside of JMO, because that chest injury with Dobbs, it's been lingering now for 2 weeks. He was able to play against the Eagles, but you could definitely see it limited him in his performance and what he was able to do when he was out on the field. And I like what we explained a little bit earlier about JMO, his potential, and I don't think Dobbs is going to come close to that if he plays.
What do you think, Mike? JMO or Dobbs?
Go JMO. I think that's not even close. And like Sherry said, we don't know the status of Dobbs, and it's a chest injury, and they don't want to mess with stuff like that. Even if he plays, I think it's going to be Watson City this week, especially with that defense. So I think it's JMO for me all the way.
So Dobbs is supposed to play. He's cleared from the injury report. So that
he's
is
cleared? Okay.
Yeah,
I've heard last night. It was late last night that I last heard the news.
Yeah, so he is cleared. Look, I think that Dobbs, it's a big gamble, but like Jameson Williams is the better player to me. So in that instance, I will play the better player. Green Bay's offense has just been so struggling right at this point. So I think I have to go with Jameson Williams, especially off the big game. In this game against Philadelphia, I could see him doing something like that. So we have Jax chime in, and he said Algier earlier in the question as well. We're glad to have you, Jax. Appreciate everyone's input. You might have a different opinion than us, and that's okay. We love to talk about it with everyone. And we have Keenan Dulick saying, would you trade Brian Robinson for Jacoby Myers? Yes, very easily. If I could do that. Keenan, yeah, 100%. Like I understand like the context of CNC, the handcuff, and that's even we put here. The guy is CMC, so he wants a handcuff.
Oh, okay.
Take it.
You fleeced that guy.
Yeah, take advantage of that, Keenan. Absolutely. Go get you Jacoby Myers. I think he could be solid as solid could be down the stretch with Trevor Lawrence. We know Travis Hunter's out. That just clears the way, right? Jacoby Myers is better than Parker Washington. He just is. And when Brian Thomas gets back, you're going to see a lot more Jacoby Myers.
For a reason.
That's right. And then we just don't hand those out like it's Halloween candy, leftover Halloween candy. I mean, we give them things out for reals, man. But we have Dustin asking, what's up, fellas? Which defense you recommend rest of the season, top 10? So top 10 defense, which defense would you recommend to share for the rest of the season here? You didn't give us any options, but is there a defense that you would recommend in the top 10 for the rest of the season off the top of your head?
Rest of the season, I got two for sure. I'm doing the Baltimore Ravens and the Atlanta Falcons. Their matchups are way too juicy to patch up on. And if you can, they are playing well, but they do have tougher matchups. And they're widely available still on a lot of leagues, waiver wires, is the Los Angeles Rams. They're an elite defense. They're playing really well. They're prone to turnovers, and they're really keeping the opposing teams down to, I think the average is 21 points that they've been allowing to opposing defenses. And I just, I like their rest of the season schedule too. I'm just going over the options that are most likely available if they were on waivers, not the obvious, like the Broncos and the Tech, like those, they're probably rostered or whatever. But if you can stream any of those three, even I think those ones are at the top of the list I can think of off the top of my head. I'd have to look again, but those two just come to mind.
So I do like the Falcons call, but let me tell you my personal favorite. I bring them up all the time. The Houston Texans, right? The Houston Texans are the number 2 overall defense right now. How would you like to have the Houston Texans for the playoffs, week 15, 16, and 17, playing the Arizona Cardinals, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Chargers would be week 17. So, I mean, I think that is very good and favorable for the Houston Texans, for the rest of the season. And I think that they could be a team that, that's what they're built on, man. And I think that's the defense I like personally. Mike, any difference in opinion? You like a lot of the same ones me and Teixeira shouted out there?
I like both your options. I'm just going to add one more team that might go under the radar because of the next 2 opponents. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They play the Buffalo Bills. But after that, they play Arizona, New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, and Miami. So, I mean, those are favorable matchups for them. And I, if you could stash them, why not? I really do like that. Obviously, you want to go Houston, New England, Denver. Those are the top
Yeah.
three. But like you said, Teixeira, a team that's out there because people are not going to pick them up against the Bills. They're not going to pick them against the Rams. But I promise you, they're going to go crazy and try to play them against Brissett and Tua and all those guys. So just keep an eye out for Tampa. That's what I would say.
Okay, I like that call out, Mike. Like I said, a little bit different. But we'll go over here now to the next question here on the list. We have, I think it is Bob Hope. Yes, we have Jennings, Swift, White, and my flex PPR. We've got to pick one. So Jawan Jennings, DeAndre Swift, Rashad White, flex PPR. You got to pick one, Mike. Who are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with White. And I think this is why I didn't want to pick Sean Tucker, because I feel like they're going to be passing on the Buffalo Bills, and White is the primary passing back. I do like his run a little bit more. I just can't trust Jennings with that Knicks bag now with Kittle and Ricky Pearsall back. I don't know where his offense is going to stand. And then Teixeira has been laying it out like candy today. Kyle Monangai and the Swift thing, I don't know. So I'm going to go with White for this week.
Rashad White for Mike. What are you going to go with, Teixeira?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going Rashad White. Like you guys all laid out all the points earlier, this is a scenario where I'd be confidently putting him in my flex spot.
Okay, so yes, clean sweep for Bob. Give me Rashad White as well for all the same reasons Mike laid out beautifully. And that's what's nice. You know, you guys do such a good job. I don't have to repeat it. Good job. So
yeah.
Give me Rashad White. So we have Coolio asking here, work league, 12-team draft, full PPR, pick one. Parker Washington, Ricky Pearsall, Keenan Allen, and he's 9-1 defending.
Who's the defending champ?
Bragg never let up, though, favored to win. Well, we hope you win, Coolio. We're always pulling for you, my friend. So it's a 12-team redraft, full PPR. You got to pick one. It's Parker Washington, Ricky Pearsall, Keenan Allen. Who are we picking here, Teixeira, as your one in the flex for Coolio?
I'm going to take a stop in the veteran wide receiver clubhouse. I'm going Keenan Allen. I'm going to hang out with him for a while. I'm going to fire him up in my lineup out of those three options.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's been disappointing for Keenan Allen a little bit, no doubt about it, but, you know, it's all snap share based. And Rondé Gadsden now still dealing with a little something, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been coming on. So I think I got to lean Keenan Allen here one more time in a good matchup, Coolio. Like Ricky Pearsall, it's the ultimate boom bust play. Sometimes you're forced into that. And Parker Washington, a tough matchup with Jacoby Brissett there. A new week under his feet with that offense. So, Mike, if you had to pick one out of that group, who are you picking?
We're going to pick Ricky Pearsall. And I hate to say it like that, but Ricky Pearsall, I mean, I'm going to stay in the Flames. I mean, the upside is too good. And you just mentioned it kind of, TJ, with a lot of those mouths to feed in Charger land. I just feel like Keenan Allen's now lost his way a little bit. In Washington, we don't know. So I'm going to go with Ricky Pearsall with Purdy back. So
okay, absolutely. Or answer the next question. Like I said, always appreciate the question. Guys, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe, like, anything you can. That really helps, and we love to have you, right? That's what it's all about. We'll answer every question. We've been here to the crack of dawn. The crack of doom.
I got my cortisone shot in tonight, TJ. I'm good.
Your back's ready to go, right? So we're ready to rock. So we have Jerome here, full PPR, rest of the season. Should I start Zay Flowers for Jaylen Warren? Okay, so I get full PPR. So would you start Zay Flowers for Jaylen Warren? Look, this we talked about the Ravens offense is starting to come on a little bit. That's a good thing, right? That's what we want to see. But it seems like it's tight end, Lamar driven, Derrick Henry driven. Jaylen Warren, like it or not, I mean, he could be the best player in this Steelers offense outside of DK Metcalf at times. So who are you going to go with, Teixeira, Jaylen Warren or Zay Flowers? I'm
going with Jaylen Warren. I cashed out on my Zay Flowers game at the week one when I had the player prop bet, and I haven't been starting him since. And I think that Jaylen Warren just getting way too much volume that would make me to want to put Flowers over Warren. Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I got to go with Warren as well. Rest of the season, right? Like, I just think it's going to be better
And I think it's all volume based. And we know what the Steelers want to do. They want to get it in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about the Ravens. It could go anywhere. Mike, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, you guys laid it out perfectly. I think the only thing working in that Steelers offense is Jalen Warren. So I think we're going to go with the better floor here, in my sense, is Warren. So go Warren rest of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a sweep for Jerome on that. His running backs are Barkley, Kyron. Receivers are Rice, Pickens, and T. Higgins. So that's a nice group. Very nice group. And you could get Warren in there. That would be a plus for Zay Flowers, Jerome, for the rest of the season. Fighting solves everything. Hurts or Purdy this week? Tyrone, Tracy, Bam, or JCM. So we got quarterbacks first. Look, I gotta go with Jalen Hurts here fighting. I mean, I understand the passing game hasn't looked great. I know Teixeira's Lions can be tough, but there's still ultimately a floor of 17-ish, 18 points.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts each and every week. It don't matter who he's playing. Brock Purdy, like, really, maybe that's your hope for a ceiling if you had to force play him this week coming back from injury. So give me Jalen Hurts. Any difference in opinion there from you, Mike?
No, give me Hurts. Like you said, TJ, the running ability gives him a nice floor. So give me the guy who can run the ball a little bit. We don't know what Purdy's going to look like after this injury. So I'm going to go with the guy who's going to be in a shootout with Teixeira's Lions. So.
Okay, so Teixeira, I think you agree on that?
Yep. I'll take the smoke with Hurts this week. I'll roll with that. I'm mostly outside of CMC and Kittle in that 49ers offense.
Okay, so that's a clean sweep for fighting. It's going to be Jalen Hurts. Then we have Tyrone, Tracy, Bam, Knight, or JCM. Let me just preface by saying this. Like, I almost have to play Tracy here. I'm not a huge fan. I know Teixeira laid that out. Bam, Knight, the DeMarcado situation, I don't love. JCM, it's just been bad, right? Like, that's why I hope everyone's listening. We said, look, sell him for a second, right? Sell him for a second. In a dynasty standpoint, we preached that. It was just something we didn't believe in. Tyrone, Tracy, I think I got to play him. I'll grit my teeth and do it. I don't know how you feel, Teixeira.
Yep. We'll get through this. Just pinch it off. Play Tracy.
That's right. Okay, Mike, any difference in opinion there for you?
No, Tracy. I mean, just toss it in there, buddy. I hope he works out for you. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep.
That's for his other leagues fighting. We love it. Anything you got, you send it over. We're always here to talk about it, and we love having you. So we have Kins 19. Trade Amon-Ra for Gibbs. I also have Montgomery. So, okay, here you go. This is a Teixeira question if I've ever seen one.
Teixeira.
So, Teixeira, here you go. If you have Montgomery, would you trade Amon-Ra for Gibbs, or do you think that you're clouding the waters too much in that running back room? Because it can be a little, dicey at times, right? Like, what would you do?
I think I would keep Gibbs and have Montgomery on my lineup. Like, Amon-Ra, yes, it's great, but I think the ceiling games for Gibbs are still to come, where we've seen Goff fade a couple times this year, and it's made Amon-Ra be less than a top 20 wide receiver or close to it. I just can't. I would try to move Montgomery if I could. Like, if I could find a trade partner and get like a wide receiver, like a Michael Pittman, or like just somebody else. I like, obviously, Amon-Ra over like a Pittman or somebody, but in this context, I can't come off of Gibbs. Like that's just my. I love Amon-Ra, St. Brown, but like I can't.
He's trading.
That would be my strategy.
He's trading Amon-Ra, so he would be trading Amon-Ra.
Oh shit, yeah. Sorry, I can't read today. Apparently, yeah, I would do that for Gibbs.
Okay, so Mike, how do you feel? Would you trade Amon-Ra for Gibbs, having Montgomery?
Actually, in a dynasty league, I do have Gibbs and Montgomery, and it's actually been working pretty well. So I don't mind it. I think this is also a preference thing. If you have other wide receivers and you need running backs, this trade is perfect for you, and I don't mind having both running backs. So if you have the collateral to do it, and Amon-Ra is not going to hurt your wide receiving core, do it. I'm okay with it. So.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I would too, right? Especially like you said, if I feel good about, that in my running back core. But let me just say before we move on to the next question, the subscribers, I mean, I asked you guys, started again, so we appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, the new people subscribing, that always helps. Thank you for doing that. We will answer every question
We
all the time. You
appreciate
guys are the best. Absolutely. Brad, cheers, boys. Coolio has Gadsden. I hope Gadsden goes off for you, Coolio. And that's Coolio said, pinch it off, right? Pinch it off. So and he made a good point too. You could trade Montgomery, right? Like if you maybe trade him for another receiver or something like that.
Is that like the tier? Was I too high on that? Like Pittman for Montgomery, or like does that get it done?
No, I mean it's probably a little high, but at the same token, like I don't mind trying that, right? Like I mean, you can at least ask. The worst thing that can happen
start
is,
high and work. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And I have no problems with that whatsoever, right? So I think that that's good. I mean, like Jordan Addison, I think would be ideal for Montgomery. Like a trade like that, right? I think that would be really good for running back receiver swap. We have Jerome. Last trade question. Keep them coming, Jerome. Anything you have, we'll be happy to answer. Would you give up Rashee Rice for Jalen Warren and Quentin Johnston? Yep. No, I couldn't. I couldn't give up Rashee Rice for Jalen Warren and Quentin Johnston. I mean, look, Rashee Rice could be a league winner this year. He is a monster. He's just been on a roll. The Chiefs, I mean, as bad as sometimes they looked, it is like Teixeira says, it's the Rashee Rice show, and we're all just living it, right? So, yeah, I got to keep Rashee Rice. I think you agree, Mike. You're going to keep Rashee Rice in that instance. Yeah. I think that's just a little too cheap for me.
Keep Rashee Rice. Sorry, I read it wrong. I thought you said giving up Warren and
me too. I got all excited.
Yeah, me and him both said yes, do it. It's like no, keep Rice. Rice is a league winner. He's a top 5 upside guy. So
been preaching it since the start of the season. Get you some Rice.
Absolutely. So we all say keep Rashee Rice there, Jerome, and good luck. I think that would be just the better situation to be in, right? I think he could maybe win you a league. Michael asks, my running backs, Henry, Chase Brown, Warren, Singletary, Isaiah Davis, Spears, wide receiver Pearsall, Flowers, Aya Manor, Harrison, Parker. Would you trade Spears for Shakir? Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100% times over, my friend. If you could trade Tajay Spears for Khalil Shakir, I don't care if it's redraft, dynasty. Like dynasty, that's a home run in my opinion. And redraft, that's just really upgrading and could help you, especially needing receiver help. I think you agree, Mike?
Yep, I like it. And you're getting a guy who's necessary for that offense. Like I said, what this Coleman thing is going to look like in Kincaid and Spears, that offense is doo-doo. And that's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So I know Teixeira agrees.
As Bob would say.
Teixeira says, go get you Khalil Shakir, especially if you could trade Tajay. Yep. So Teixeira, me and Mike all are in agreement. Get Khalil Shakir. Spartacus, I was offered Genty and Alec Pierce for my Judkins share. I'm leaning towards no. Thoughts. Well, let me ask you, Spartacus, just to preface, right? Like just to help us out, is this redraft or dynasty, right? Like if you could tell us, because that does matter to me in a way, right? I got just two for one deals too kind of scare me a little bit, but like, you can tell us. Go ahead and drop it in the chat and we will answer it directly. So we'll wait to get his response on that. And Mark says bench 1, BTJ, Jacoby Myers, Ertz, Kyle Pitts, half PPR. Thank you. No, thank you, Mark. Like I said, all the new people coming in, we appreciate having you. We'll answer any question. So we got a bench 1, Brian Thomas Jr., Jacoby Myers, Zach Ertz, Kyle Pitts. It's half PPR. Who are you benching there to share if you had to bench 1?
All right. This is going to be my impression of Bob's segment. Is Kyle Pitts playing Tampa Bay?
No.
No. So you don't start Kyle Pitts. Okay. So that's what's...
Okay, so he's going to bench Kyle Pitts. That's in honor of Bob. What do you think about that? It is a good matchup, though, against Carolina, Mike. Are you going to get sucked into Kyle Pitts? Or are you going to bench him like the Sheriff?
We'll get the wrath of Bob on you.
God, man. I just can't start the 2 wide receivers in the same booty offense. That's the problem. Like, I can't. So I have to bench one of them. And I think I'm going to bench Brian Thomas because I have to see it first. Is that bad to say?
Oh, I don't think it's bad. I mean, like I said,
it is
coming
to see it first from Kyle Pitts.
Like I it's not that I like Kyle Pitts. It's just I can't start both Brian Thomas Jr. and Myers. If that's the choice. And I'm gonna bench the guy that hasn't done it. Like like it's more of like I'm benching you to see what's going to happen. And yeah, so I'm going to do the BTJ bench, I guess.
The BTJ bench. Okay. So Mike, but let me just say this. It's like I've never seen anything like this for Kyle Pitts. All green from week 7 pretty much to week 18. And it just has been disappointing pretty much, right? I mean, he played Carolina week 3, 7 points, right? So, yeah, I think I got to agree with Teixeira. I'm going to sit down Kyle Pitts there, Mark, and just see what – and it is half PPR. So, like, really, I rely on receivers to get me more catches than tight ends. And I trust Zach Ertz to maybe get a dirty touchdown more than I do Kyle Pitts. So that's the route I'm going. But, Mike, I don't blame you because we haven't really seen it from BTJ. So we're hoping that we can see him rebound. And it is tough starting both Jacksonville guys. Yep. I understand that too. Tough position to be in for Mark, but I think that's the route I'm going to go. Spartacus says it's redraft. Okay, so going back to the trade there, offered Jenny and also Alec Pierce for Judkins in a redraft scenario. So let me just say this. I don't really mind it in a 2-for-1 scenario, but my only worry is that the Raiders are too one-dimensional, right? And Alec Pierce could be a little hit or miss for me. I think I got to lean towards the no here as well, Spartacus. I think I got to go that route. If it was Dynasty, I think you'd be starting to get a little bit closer, right? Because, I mean, Jenny, Judkins, like both teams are in a terrible situation. I think you could make a case, but I got to keep Judkins in this scenario and see what happens down the stretch. And I think he got some good matchups yet to come too. So that's who I'm going with. I don't know how you feel, Mike. Who are you going with here in this trade scenario?
We're all Judkins people here for a reason, right? And we just talked about Genty's like schedule is not really the best. And I do like Alec Pierce in the offense. I just don't think you could get a little bit more for Judkins if that's the case with Genty. So.
Okay, I think I know where Teixeira is going. I think he's going to go with Q as RB1 for you.
You guys opened Pandora's box with Bob talking about it. This idea of getting rid of Judkins is blasphemous. It's like RB1 for you, regardless of what the Cleveland situation isn't as bad as the Raiders situation. I'd rather put my money and my chip on Judkins when he can do than rely on T in that schedule. And then Alec Pierce, he's gotten a lot of touches. Yes, I will argue that, but he can also disappear in that offense too. It's Michael Pittman. It's still Tyler Warren. You see Josh Downs here and there, and then Jonathan Taylor's doing his. I'm going to keep rolling with Quinshon Judkins.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So, yes, that's a clean sweep. We're going to keep Quinshon Judkins, Spartacus, and I think it's the wise move, right? Don't really trust the Raiders, especially this year. It's god-awful, right? Jerome says full PPR, start one, flex. A. Flowers, Rashad White, already starting Otten, so I'm glad I love the context. Dobbs, Michael Wilson, or Jordan Mason, so you got to start one in the flex. Who are we starting here? And it's full PPR. Zay Flowers, Rashad White, Michael Wilson, Jordan Mason. Teixeira, go for it.
I'm going Rashad White, sorry.
All right, Rashad White. Mike?
Yeah, we're going to go clean sweep. I don't know if – sorry, TJ. I don't know if you're going to go White, but I'm going to go White. I said clean sweep like you said it already. But
are you going to go White, TJ?
Well, is the grass green? Is the sky blue? Of course I'm going to go Rashad White, man. Everyone knows how much I love Rashad White. Like, I understand starting Cade Otton, but this Tampa Bay offense is so explosive. Like, Baker can carry a couple pieces, right? Like, he's a guy that's capable of doing that. Flowers is just so dang hit or miss, and it's like it just scares me too much. Dobbs, we talked about with the injury. Wilson's going to kind of be in a double-ish type situation with no Marvin Harrison. Jordan Mason's been way too up and down. I got to go with Rashad White. He's going to get a ton of volume. He's a great pass catcher. So, yeah, I got to go with Rashad White here. And we have Coolio saying, if you had to pick one next year, are you okay with getting one back at random? Keeper league at work again, Gibbs or Bijan. So if you had to pick one next year, you're going to get one back. I guess he's asking, who would you rather take? For me, it's Jahmyr Gibbs. It's Jahmyr Gibbs fairly easily. This Atlanta offense is just, I mean, I love Bijan. I do, right? But like this Atlanta offense is just too sketchy for me, Coolio, under the Michael Penix era. So, yeah, I got to go with Gibbs. I think that's a clean sweep. I've seen both you guys nodding your head.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Gibbs. It's Gibbs for us, Coolio. We have Evan joining us. Thanks for joining us, Evan. We love to have
Evan.
you. Don't know if you're new or not, but we love having you. Flex help, half point PPR. Have a ton of options here, okay? Jerry Jeudy, Parker Washington, Trey Tucker, Michael Wilson, Kareem Hunt, or DeMarcado. So it's a half point PPR. We got to keep that in mind. It makes running backs a little bit more prevalent in these type situations. But if you had to pick one between Jeudy, Parker Washington, Trey Tucker, Michael Wilson, Kareem Hunt, or DeMarcado, who are you picking here, Teixeira?
If Bam Knight doesn't play, I'm going DeMarcado. If he does play, I am going Traker for the upside against the porous Cowboys pass defense.
Right. And I love how you said that. So, Evan, you really got to watch, right? If Bam Knight plays, I think that matters. But if he doesn't, I am going to go DeMarcado and half point PPR. I agree with Teixeira. Now, if Bam Knight does play, I think I will gamble with Trey Tucker, like he said, against a bad Dallas Cowboys defense. Mike, how do you feel?
Yeah, no, I'm with Teixeira's thinking as well. Bam Knight doesn't play. DeMarcado is smash against the 49ers. I do like Trey Tucker, so I might go Trey Tucker just because of the upside play against the Dallas Cowboys defense as well.
Okay, so there you have it. So got to keep an eye, Evan, if Bam Knight plays or he doesn't play. Then you have DeMarcado if he doesn't play, and you have Trey Tucker if he does play, right? So that's something to watch, and that's where we're going to go with this. But reach the end of the questions. We'll wait for more to come in. We'll jump back into some of our starts and sits. We'll kind of go quickly here. I'll go next. I know Teixeira went first on his quarterback start. I'm going to go again. I'm going to go with Justin Herbert this week, going up against that Jacksonville Jaguars defense. Look, I know that there's everyone talking about receivers getting killed for the Chargers. That don't really scare me much because they have so many of them. Someone's going to get open, right? I just sorely believe that Gadsden's a guy that has been a guy that's been creating some damage. I think Herbert's a guy that could have a 22-point-ish type ceiling / floor this week. I think he could be an over 20-point guy fairly easily. But Mike, you're the guest here for this episode. Who do you have for a quarterback start for us?
Quarterback start for me this week. Man. I want everybody to hold.
Did he steal your guy?
No, I just want you to hold your breath. Play him with all due respect, because in fourth quarters, this guy might show up. It's Mr. Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix is going to have a great time playing against the Kansas City Chiefs. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because in his games against the Kansas City Chiefs, he's actually done pretty well. And as well as I think what we saw on Thursday night was an anomaly than it is and what it's going to be for the rest of the season. They're going to play well against Kansas City. I think they're going to just show that Kansas City is, like you said, Teixeira, they have a chance to end their season, basically. So they can win. They're in the divisional hunt with the Chargers. They want to do something very well. And I've talked about it a million times on Whistle the Whistle. Sean Payton wants to prove this guy is Drew Brees somehow. Always. It's never
Good point.
It's never failed so far. Throwing balls all over the field. Now, does he have a good floor? No. But does he have a great ceiling? I can see him have a 30-point game. I'm not going to lie. I can see him have a 30-point game. So we'll see. This is a hold your breath situation. I'm playing him in a couple leagues because I had Jackson Dart and he got hurt and he would have been my start of the week. But this is the guy who's second. So
okay, so Mike is predicting for maybe a little bit of a bounce back here from Bo Nix. Yeah, oh yeah, he's definitely confident, man. He's definitely confident. Mike, believing in Bo Nix.
And
let's get over now to some running backs here. We need a running back start.
Bob will tell you.
That's right, yeah. That's right. Bo Nix the yo-yo, yeah. So we have a running back start here, Teixeira. Who are we going with this week?
This week, I like the matchup. I like the odds of it being, what does it say? It's a 48.5 over-under. Give me Jalen for the high volume, the best player on this offense for the Steelers. You guys laid, and I know that Bengals pass defense against running backs specifically is still getting a little bit trickier and trickier each week. They're getting them lost. And I think that Jaylen Warren can have himself a game. I got a ceiling of 20 points and a floor of 14. I think he gets in the end zone at least once, and I think that most of his damage is done through the air than on the ground.
The volume is real, no doubt about it, for Jaylen Warren, and that matters, right? We talk about it. The volume's great from a fantasy standpoint. They're always going to be right around double digits because of that, and that's always a nice thing. I think a long-term dynasty asset, like I said, he always worries me, but as far as a one-season deal, when he's got the reins like he does, as long as he's not hurt and he's healthy, he's a good option. I'm going to stick with this game here, Teixeira. Give me Chase Utley-Brown going up against the Steelers because, look, he did well the last game. I mean, we know that Joe Flacco has really rejuvenated Chase Brown as far as the other Bengals assets go, for that matter. So, I love him in this type of a game. I think this screams like him and Jaylen Warren, very comparable as far as a point total. Everything you said about ceiling and floor, I could see that ceiling of 20. I think there's a floor of around 12-ish type points for Chase Brown in this game. I really believe he's got a solid floor. So give me Chase Brown in this matchup. Mike, here we go. Running back start. Who do you have for week 11?
If I had like music, I'd play the "You Got a Friend in Me." You got a friend. And that friend is Woody Marks, baby. I think Woody Marks' breakout is
I love it,
boys. The way that D'Amico Ryans has been talking about this guy is really good. I really do think he has taken over that backfield from Nick Chubb, and they do play the Tennessee Titans. So I believe in playing against the Titans. You play the guy, you play it, and I think his floor is around like 12 to 13, but his ceiling is around 25 because he is a goal line back. He is getting those touchdowns. He's getting receiving work. I do believe in his talent. I do believe in this offense with even with General Mills in there. I think I'm playing I'm not saying as many Texans, but I do play Nico and him. Like if I have both of them and I can somehow fit both of them in there. So I do like Woody Marks this week, and I do believe against a bad Tennessee Titans offense or defense, he's going to break out. So
Mike says to infinity and beyond with Woody Marks. So that's who he's going with there. So Woody Marks for Mike. Will we have guessed anything else? He's going with his guy. We're going to the receivers here. Teixeira, you got a receiver start for me for week 11. Who is it?
I'm going to go with Watson. I like what Mike alluded to earlier about the big play and the big threat and the bounce back coming from Jordan Love and that Packers offense. So what better rest on deck than to have the New York Giants? I know it's on the stadium, kind of dangerous because we already know Christian Watson's leg situation up to this point in his career, and that stadium is an absolute turf monster, and if it ain't anything else. But I like the high upside. I like the fact that if Jameis Winston's being able to get through this defense and keep it close, that they're going to have to go back and forth, and I like the big playability of what Christian Watson can do. I think the ceiling for him is between 16 points. He's got a 4 of 10. So there's a big variance in there, and I think that variance, that 6 points variance, is whether or not he gets in the end zone for a touchdown. He might get 4 or 5 catches, get him up close to the century mark, but if he gets in the end zone, I think that he gets that 16-point ceiling pretty fairly good. I think you want to fire him up as your wide receiver 2 or 3, possibly for sure a flex spot, but you're not relying on numbers. Just a good start, good player to have that's healthy and the top options in that offense.
Yep. And then Chicolia says, Woody, he's reached for the sky. Laugh out loud. That's what we're talking about. So, yes, Teixeira, Christian Watson is a guy that Green Bay needs him, and they need him bad, right? Like they need something. I mean, they really believe in this guy. They go out of their way to try to always get him involved in this team. Like if you're going to do something, now's the time because this offense needs it. They're flatlining right now, and they need someone to break out and make a play. And I agree with you, just based off volume necessity, I think he's got to get it right around that 10, 12-point mark as well, just based off of what he's going to see as a floor. So I like that. And, I'm going to come back to me here. I'm going to be starting another Bengal here going up against the Steelers, and it's going to be T. Higgins here this week. Give me T going up against the Steelers because that last game, Jamar Chase just ate our lunch and just took our lunch money from us, right? So we have to card. I mean, they know it. I mean, if Jamar Chase comes out and gets 20 more catches, Mike Tomlin is going to get run out of town on a rail because everyone knows who they want to throw the ball to. If that happens, it's going to open up T. Higgins more. He's going to get more of the passing opportunities. I think this is another safe, flexy floor type of a guy. I think you got like 12-ish points almost in the bank, right? I love having that. Then there's always that potential of a ceiling. I think that the potential of a ceiling could be 18, 24 points. So, yes, give me T. Higgins and what I think will be a shootout type of a game here yet again. And who are we going for now, Mike, for a receiver start for you? Who are you picking on for a receiver start?
Teixeira is great with Watson, but I'm going to go the guy who has Jameis Winston as his quarterback. I'm going Wan'Dale Robinson. So kind of like a little bit outside of that realm of like top 25 receivers. You need a flex kind of this week with buys and everything. I think Wan'Dale Robinson is necessary in this offense. I think what Jameis Winston likes to do is throws the ball downfield. He's going to be there. We know Theo Johnson will get the kind of the middle short tier routes. I can see Wan'Dale Robinson's floor being around like a 10-pointer, but his playing around 20 to 22, depending on what format you're doing. Like, is it out of the realm of possibilities he gets like maybe 6 receptions, 70 yards, and a touchdown? No, but I can also see him only get like 5 receptions and 40 yards, and you'll be okay with that from a flex if you need a desperate flex. So I think he can run those routes that Jameis wants to hit, and I feel like if there's a guy that rolls with Jameis in practice, it's Wan'Dale Robinson somehow. I don't know why, but that's my gut feeling. So,
okay. So there you have it. Wan'Dale and Jameis, the giant connection. You know, Mike's sticking with the Jameis connection here. He's being loyal to his guy. He thinks he's going to come out, maybe eat a W. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But we're going into the tight ends. And Teixeira, we have a tight end start coming from you. Who is it going to be this week?
I'm going to kind of steal your thunder on it from earlier. I'm going to go Dr. Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz makes a house call and finds his way into the end zone this weekend against the Tennessee Titans. That sad defense. I think he's got a floor of 6 points, and he's got a ceiling of 12. I'll give it 13. I think he'll do well for himself, being his safety blanket option. And if they get in close and can't pound it in with Woody, I think Dalton Schultz can be a good red zone target for Davis Mills and get into the end zone that way.
Dr. D, Dalton Schultz. And, you know, honestly, I mean, he is a guy that if he does score, I mean, you're going to have a nice setup. And I think he's someone that definitely can do it. He's been really reliable for this Texans offense when there isn't been a lot of reliability. So I like the call out there from you to share. We're going to come over here to me. And, you know, I mentioned him earlier. You know, who we're going to go with? Theo Johnson of the New York Giants. I'm going to go with Mike here. Jameis is going to chuck it, and we're going to see what happens. And I love that. I love that from a fantasy standpoint. Give me Theo this week. I think he's going to have another game where he's going to be targeted 6, 7, 8 times. And he's athletic enough, man. You guys know what I like about these athletic tight ends. He could bust one for a touchdown. He's got that capability in a good matchup. So give me Theo Johnson. So, Mike, tight end start. Who do you have this week?
K. Dalton. My boy K. Dalton. I'm Ricky Bobby, and I got my guy next to me, K. Dalton. So I do love K. Dalton. Like I said, he is necessary. When it comes to people who are necessary, I feel like he is necessary to Baker Mayfield's success. Without Godwin, without Bucky, I feel like this guy does what he needs to do with a bouquet on the outside. So I feel like those tough yardage, they go to Otten as much as they can. And like I said, with these tight ends, you just hope for a good, decent game. And I think with him, his floor is around 6 or 7. His ceiling is around 15. And I know that sounds a lot, but like, is it out of the realm of possibilities? They look for him in the red zone. He catches a touchdown. No. But at the same time, I think 6 receptions, 40 yards can happen pretty easily. So I'm going to go with Cade. I do like what he does to this offense and who he's playing. So,
K. Dalton Jr., everybody. That's what Mike says. That's what he's going to go with. So, look, I think K. Dalton has to be off necessity, right? We talked about it. He hasn't done much, you know, through the first part of the season, but now with all these injuries piling up, it's a necessity for Tampa Bay to get him going. Coolio says, hate cheering for the Bengals. We got T and Chase Brown. Go shootout. Yeah, that's it. I know you want the win.
Yeah, TJ, you're on that orange Kool-Aid this week.
Well, I just know what's going to happen. I mean, me and Mike are realists. We're not really thrilled. Hopefully, you get the shootout and then Coolio can win. I'm definitely cheering for him there. But let's go over to the dreaded sit category for Week 11. Like I always say, I know Halloween's over, but we're going to play that button, and it's the dreaded sit category for Week 11. Quarterbacks to Shara. Quarterback that you are afraid to start here in Week 11. Who is it?
I'm going to go a little this week. I know it's starting to come into low-hanging fruit here, but we haven't touched any bit about it this show already, but those international games are kind of, not very desirable and really just bleh. And those bleh is Marcus Mariota. I just think that if you can avoid him, please do. Start Davis Mills, start Jacoby Brissett, start a lot of these other QB2 with upside plays and just avoid the whole Commander situation. I know he's got Ertz and Deebo Samuel there, but Miami is surprisingly playing well against opposing quarterbacks. They're really holding them in their own, and they did respectably well against Josh Allen last week. So if they can keep him in check, or maybe he had a bad week, I don't know, but that combination of it being international game and they're going into their bye next week, I think this is just a get through it and get into the bye and go from there kind of. And I don't see a real ceiling from Mariota. I think he's got probably a ceiling of 14 points and a floor of 8. I think it's for him. So if you can't avoid him.
Yeah, I think that you're right to share. That's something you got to be careful of. And I'm in agreement with you. And I don't really love these international games either. I mean, look, it was a lot of garbage time too last week, right? That was really what drove, Mariota as well. So you always got to be kind of skeptical and wary of that. My quarterback sit this week's going to be Trevor Lawrence going up against the Los Angeles Chargers. Look, the Chargers have been kind of cleaning up against quarterbacks. We've seen them kill the shell of Aaron Rodgers last week. I mean, he faced the Chargers defense. I mean, the third fewest fantasy points to the position they've been giving up for quarterbacks. So I can't play T-Law, the guy that's usually unreliable. This makes it even tougher this week going up against the Chargers. I got to sit down Trevor Lawrence. I don't have a good feeling about it. I mean, it'd be tough for him maybe be in the top 20. It really could be this week, even with a lot of the backup, that could be playing. Mike, here we go. Quarterback sit for you for Week 11. Who is it?
It's our boy Sammy D. I can't put him against the Rams. I think the Rams are they're going to come after him. They're going to try to get him off the spot. Let's not forget who made him look pedestrian in the playoff game. It was the Rams. So, and the Rams defense looks a lot better than last year, right? I just think they're going to make him throw a lot. They'll bracket JSN and then try to get him to throw that deep ball to Shaheed. And we don't know if he can hit that yet. I haven't seen it yet, but this is just purely like a divisional game. It always get wonky. And I'm just going to go with the guy who looked very bad, again, in that playoff game last year. So I could be wrong. I'm not very confident. So I'm going to say Sam Darnold this week.
Okay, and somewhere Slim's just cringing right now. It kills him, but, we've seen it. We've seen it. I mean, last week he did have struggles against, Arizona, and everyone thought he'd kill after that big game. Look, I really like what Sam Darnold's doing for the Seattle Seahawks. Don't get me wrong. If you're a Seahawk fan, you're happy like Slim is, you got things rolling, and it is definitely an upgrade over Geno Smith. But look, it's still going to be Sam Darnold sometimes at the end of the day. I mean, he can't play the hero all the time. He's not one of these super elite guys, but I'm happy for him. I'm happy the way he plays. But I have to agree with you. This is another division matchup. Could be a lot of low-scoring, sloppy with a lot of these 49er players coming back, Mike. So I could tend to agree with you. Let's go into some running back sits here now to share. Running back sit for Week 11. Who do you have?
Maybe this is a little bit. I think this is hot sauce here. I'm going to go RJ Harvey against the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think he's going to have a blow-up game against these Chiefs, even though he's at home in Denver. Are a very stout run defense, and they play respectively well against a lot of these running backs going into their matchups. And I just a full workload for RJ Harvey, really. I don't think Sean Payton's going to have that in store. I think he's going to get cycled out by these two other backs, and I think his ceiling is more 14 points and a floor of 10. I think he can find his way. His performance is going to be hinged on whether he can get in the end zone or not. If he can't get in the end zone, he's not going to be able to salvage his day. I mean, he could get a couple passes out of the back, maybe spring a big play, but I think the game plan for the Chiefs to start the game off is to keep the Broncos off balance, off pace, not let them establish the run, force Bo Nix to make plays with his legs or scramble drills. And if you have to play him, cool, but I would just tread with caution and pivot if you can.
Okay, so I have to agree with you here, and we'll see. Like, I mean, he's supposed to be the lead guy now, like you said, Teixeira. We'll see how he does with it. I just think he's that better change of pace, yin to a yang guy. Nothing wrong with that, right? But this could be a tough sledding here. And really, this is a tough rushing division. We talked about that with Jenny. Like, you can't really run the ball much in this division and do it effectively too often. So I agree with you. My running back sits, and I say sits because they both play for the same team. And it is Kenneth Walker the Turd and Zach Charbonnet going up against the Los Angeles Rams. Look, I keep saying it. If there's any way you can get rid of Kenneth Walker the Turd, get rid of him. It's terrible. If there's any believers still out there, take advantage of them, cash out, do it now. But man, oh man, it's been really sloppy, really bad for him. Charbonnet, I like Charbonnet. I think he's a little bit of the better of the situation, no doubt about it. But you're relying on that 1 yard plunge touchdown. And if you don't get it, it's the difference between getting 14 points and getting 5 points, right? We've seen it every week. It seems to be that way. So I have to agree as far as these Seattle running backs goes long-term with everyone on the network, what we've all said, just can't trust it. I think they need a home run hitting, bigger threat, bigger talented play guy back there in Seattle. Their team, I think, wants to run the ball deep down. They just can't do it. And that kind of sucks. I think this offense could have another dimension to it. But Mike, here we go. Running back sit for week 11.
So for me, it's like you said, a pair of running backs, or you can even say all three. The Washington Commanders. Like, are you going to play any of those guys? like some people are like, is it Jay? Is it Bill? Is it Chris Rodriguez? Is it what's his name?
McNichols.
You can't do any of those three like players at all. Plus, like, the Dolphins look pretty good against the run with James Cook, like a guy that we all believe is a top 10 running back, right? So I feel like they keep it rolling. They're gonna just make Mariota pass. So I'm just not gonna trust anybody in that Washington backfield. Quarterback, running back, don't matter. I'm just not gonna trust anybody back there. So.
Okay, so and I have to agree, and I'm glad you brought that up, Mike, because like there's people still considering JCM. We had him in some questions tonight. Like at this point, I just can't trust it. I mean, you got Jeremy St. McNicholas. Who knows what happens there, right? Keeping with the Christmas theme. Chris Rodriguez. I mean, it seems like they know what they have in Bill's just kind of an underwhelming change of pace guy. Like, I don't even think on the level of like a Jerick McKinnon. Like, I don't even think he's at that level. And that makes it rough, right? So I really don't like that whole situation. Ken Broken Bones, Zach No Chardonnay. No, Coolio, I love it, man. I love it. You keep that coming.
Hell yeah.
We'll be talking about it. That's been a terrible situation. And Coolio, glad to have him with us, man. He's one of our greatest. And always fun in the Discord. Always fun here. Playing a couple leagues with him. He's a great, great guy. And happy to see hockey's back. I don't know how the Canucks are doing, Coolio. You have to tell me. The Penguins are actually playing a little better.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that as well. But all right, so Mike is sitting down the Commanders' backfield. Let's go to receivers here. Teixeira, wide receivers sit for week 11. Who is it going to be?
I got a theme going here with my my levels of sits. I got mild, I got hot, and I think I'm going to go the next step. And I'm going to sit Xavier Worthy. I'm going to play off. You kind of talked me into it this week with the whole. This could be an easy 10-7 type game or a 13-10, like a really low scoring divisional matchup. Both teams can't get the ball moving. Both teams can't get the explosive plays working. A lot of 3 and out. And if I can avoid it, I'm going to want to sit Xavier Worthy. If I have to flex him, so be it. But I have no confidence starting him in a wide receiver 3 spot, wide receiver 2 spot, and certainly not a wide receiver 1. I think he's got a ceiling of 16 points if he hits his ceiling, but he's got a floor of 6. It's a huge variance in there. He could get a couple big catches and get the score and it pays off for you. But I'm going to lean what I'm predicting what the game. You kind of talked me into it of because the stats don't lie, numbers don't lie. And the way you broke it down, how Patrick Mahomes does against his Broncos team when they play each other, and if the passing isn't going and they're focused on Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice, it's just going to be the odd man out situation for Worthy. So again, tread lightly with him. Might be one of my hotter takes, but I'm going to stand behind it this week.
Okay. And, honestly, I love it. Like we talk about it, best bally type guy. Never been a fan. It was a sell for me before the season as well. Never seen the breakout coming. I knew this was Rashee Rice's offense, as many of us did on the network. We just weren't buying it, right? So, I love the sit to Shara. Now let's come over here to me. And, this one here is one that I'm not super confident with, but I will say that if you have other options, this is why I'm saying it. I'm going to go another route. I'm going to actually sit down Tet McMillan this week, right? Like Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable. Teixeira brought up the Atlanta Falcons defense. They have just been killing guys, man. I think this is going to be more of a run the ball. I think this could be a low scoring game, man. Like an under on this game, I'd like to be interested to see what it is. This could be a good under bet. So
I have it up right here. Panthers Falcons is 42.5 over under.
42.5. I go under on that. I really do. I think this will be an uglier type game. It'll be one in the trenches, whether it's Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier, Uncle Rico Dwaddle, Chuba Hubbard. That's what's going to matter in this game. That's who's going to win it. I'm not saying maybe Tech couldn't get you that 10-ish type points, but to me at this week, this is what your ceiling is, right? Like that's the ceiling. Like lots of weeks with him, that's the floor. But this week, I think that's the ceiling. So all I'm saying is, look, if you don't have anyone better, keep them in your lineup. I'm okay with that. But if you have a couple options there, and I know we went over some options with some people here tonight with Tet McMillan, I wouldn't mind sitting them out a week and just see what happens, right? Really tough matchup. The Falcons have just been really super stingy against wide receivers. And so we'll see what goes on. I like Tet McMillan as the player long-term, though. Been very, very solid, very good. I think there's a lot more growth and ceiling there. Mike, wide receiver sit. Who do you have for us for week 11?
I am the angry one. And I am benching DK Metcalf because I'm angry. So I am pissed off. How are you going to give this guy so much money and trade a second-round pick and do nothing with him, right? It's kind of like what you're saying with TJ. I got to bench him until we see what happens, He's burning too many lineups, So when we played the Cincinnati Bengals, he had that one play and everybody thought it was going to be a monster day. Then all of a sudden it was the tight end fest. Everybody got involved. So I don't see anything changing until we see it, right? So, we wanted a wide receiver too. We didn't get one. So now DK is getting the double coverage, triple coverage, the attention that everybody's seen. I don't know if you guys watch clips on Twitter from Players Podcast, but Joe Hayden and James Harrison even said it's like Derwin James in that Chargers game didn't even care about the other side of the field. He cared only about DK. He leaned over to that side. Aaron Rodgers still couldn't get him the football.
Yeah, that's it, Mike. You brought up the lack of a wide receiver too.
Roman Wilson scored though.
Yeah, he did score, but the lack of a wide receiver too right now is a big problem in the short term here with DK Metcalf. And we see it. Aaron Rodgers did not look good, right? Do not be surprised if we might see Will Howard down the stretch, because I've been hearing a lot of good things
have they been calling for a Will Howard sighting?
Well, I've heard a lot of good things about Will Howard the last couple of weeks.
I can't wait. I've been asking for Will Howard since we drafted him, so I want to see it. And that just goes to show. I don't want to get to the Steelers rant, but at the same time, we just need to see a younger guy, because I'm done with this older, throw it to the wall guys. And if Aaron Rodgers has lost it, what do we have to lose? So
I agree. We have
started Ohio State quarterback saves the Steelers.
I can't wait.
We definitely got to see what we have before the draft, right? I think that's something we got to at least explore, especially if we lose this game and ain't looking good. Kit Fisto says Caleb or Baker. Here we go. So we got Baker Mayfield and we have Caleb Williams this week. Who are you going to go with here, Mike? Caleb Williams or Baker Mayfield for Kit?
I'm going to go Baker Mayfield. I'm going to go with the better quarterback. Also the one that's going to be in the shootout. I feel like we've talked about it all day today. I think Baker and Abuke has found their way. Otten's my start of the week, so give me that. So,
okay, so he's going to go with Baker. Teixeira, is it going to be Baker or is it going to be Caleb?
I'm impressed. We got a new high score here. We took 2 hours before we even got to a Caleb Williams question or talking about Caleb Williams, and I appreciate that so much. I'm going Baker Mayfield here. I like the shootout potential. I like the over. I think the divisional matchup between the Vikings and the Bears could be a little bit of a trap game for both these quarterbacks, projecting to be a little more closer dealing plays. I think Baker could get you that 24 to 26 point range where Caleb could get you between that 20 as a ceiling. And I like the odds going with the shootout like Michael laid it out for with the Baker Mayfield side of it. And unless if Caleb makes up for it with his legs, which he's been doing the last couple of weeks, it's extremely possible. I'm just more confident in the veteran than I am with the second year guy.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Captain Comeback, Caleb Williams.
Jesus Christ.
Because let me just say, 24 points. So we lost to Cherub, but it'll be okay. 24 points the last time he played the Minnesota Vikings. Finished his quarterback 9. Give me Captain Comeback Caleb here. Look, I love Baker Mayfield, but I will say these are two very close.
EJ going on Caleb.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. See, I hit the cricket button there for you, Teixeira. You got me all knocking stuff over. But let me just say, I love the fact that Caleb this is big for his confidence. I don't care what quarterback it is. And I understand the teams that they beat and haven't been good, but the comebacks, the confidence, I think this is huge. And, I love Baker, but going up against the Bills, it could go one or two ways. It definitely could be shootouty. I'm not saying it won't be, but this is a tough matchup. And he's without some people, but he is a guy that, unless you have an option like this, I'm not considering taking him out of my lineup. But I do have enough faith in what Teixeira said, the running, the throwing. Go ahead and give me Caleb Williams. And we appreciate it, new listeners. Like I said, the subscribers, if you guys could subscribe first time, we really appreciate that. We'll answer every question. Anyone new here, we'd love to have you, and we do appreciate that. So I'm going Caleb. We have one Caleb, and we have 2 Bakers there for Kit Fisto, but I'm going to go with Caleb. These guys are going Baker. We have Travis Kelce or Dalton Schultz and Shakir or RJ Harvey. So we'll do the tight end one first. Travis Kelce or Dr. D Dalton Schultz this week, Teixeira?
Kelce out on my Viking funeral earlier this season, so I'm going to go Dalton Schultz.
Oh, wow. Dr. D over Kelce. So that's where Teixeira's going to go, Mr. Schultz. Mike, is it going to be Kelce or Schultz for you?
We're going to go Dr. D just because of Mills and how he was targeting him. And I'd say, I don't know, this was a bad, I feel bad, but yeah, that's what it is. So.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Kelce here this week. I'm going to be different than you guys. So just based off the fact that, look, we talked about Patrick Mahomes' struggles against Denver. Travis Kelce's actually done fairly decent against Denver, historically, right? I'm going to bank on that again. I just think there's a better chance for some reception volume there. Rasheed Rice is going to get the main work, no doubt about it, but it seems like they're trying to get Kelce to come on. It seems eerily similar to last year where he started out super, super slow, and then he come on later in the season. I think we're going to see that maybe again. He was tight end 2 in week 8, tight end 8 in week 9. So I do think they want to get him involved, and he knows his team better than anybody. So I'm going to lean Kelce. These guys are going to go Schultz. And then we have for a flex, Khalil Shakir or RJ Harvey. Let me just start out by saying, give me Khalil Shakir in this one, Kit. I got to go with Khalil Shakir. I don't trust RJ Harvey in the number 1 role totally. And what happens? Does Sean Payton do something goofy with this backfield now that Dobbins is out? his mind might be spinning in 3 different directions. We know the Chiefs can stuff the run. Give me Khalil Shakir. Any difference there, Mike?
No, I'm with that. I think you just got to give it a week. I think you just have to, unless it's a very big desperation play. But Shakir should be necessary. So,
Okay, so what do you think to share Khalil Shakir for you?
Absolutely. RJ Harvey is my sit of the week, and I'm going to play Shakir in the high over game.
Okay, so there you have it. Then we also have Dalton and Kelsey for tight end. Okay, so we went over that one for Kit. So we have Kelsey, 1 Kelsey, 2 Dalton Schultz. So we have Galaxy Pickers. I love that. Woody Marks or RJ Harvey. So let me just turn this one over to Mike. Woody Marks or RJ Harvey, Mike? Who are you going with?
you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
I can see the merch now.
Woody Marks to the moon, baby. Let's go.
Reach for the sky.
I think Mike Shanuti is going to get a Woody button on your board there, TJ, to play.
Guys, the love for I have for Woody Marks, I hope it doesn't diminish like my love for Damian Pierce. That's all I hope. I hope this is real this time. That's all I hope. But for this week, they do. I mean, like, you got to also look at the defenses they're playing. Not just because of my love for Woody Marks, but it's the Titans and the Harvey's playing against the Chiefs. Come on, baby. Let's go, Marks, to the moon.
All right, so you got a friend in me. Reach for the sky, Woody Marks. I'm going there as well to share. I think you agree.
In this city, Marks.
I know he agrees. He froze, but I know he agrees.
Yep.
So that's that Wisconsin internet. I'll answer for to share. He agrees. He's going with them. So I do believe we are over at the tight end pool now. Tashera, did you give your tight end sit as we await more questions coming in here?
No, but we did have a question on Discord from Brendan.
Okay, go ahead. We'll answer it real quick.
Brendan asked, full PPR, start 1. Parker Washington, Bam Knight, or Tez Johnson in the flex?
I'm going to have to go with Parker Washington here, as much as I hate to do it. I mean, I don't love it. I just think he's got the safest floor. I'm going to guess right around 8 to 10 points. Not a lot of great options, but give me Parker. I don't know how you feel, Mike.
Yeah, Parker Washington, just for now. But yeah, I just don't think. I think when we're saying DeMarcado, I think it's because Bam Knight's in the way. But if Bam Knight is playing, I think they both play like 50-50. Does that make sense? So It's just that's my reasoning of not playing Bam Knight, but why I would play DeMarcado. So.
I love it. Okay, Tashera, how do you feel? You with us on that?
Absolutely. I'll go with Parker Washington in my flex.
Okay, there we have it. So that answers Brendan's question. So we're going into the tight ends here. Tight end sit for you, Tashera. Who's it going to be?
My tight end sit of the week. Who do I have here? Let me looky. I'm going to channel my inner Bob again, and I'm going Kyle Pitts versus Carolina. I will sit him until proven otherwise.
All right, so he isn't playing Tampa Bay. That's what he's saying. Nope. So sit Kyle Pitts, even in a good matchup. Tashera ain't feeling it. So my sit's going to be one of Tashera's guys. It's not one of your guys. It's one of your guys that are on a team that you do have a decent song. It's going to be TJ Hawkinson for the Minnesota Vikings. Look, I mean, he's top double-digit fantasy points only twice this year. JJ just hasn't really looked too smooth under center. As Mike said, I think he wants to get the ball to Jordan Addison. And, I just think that this is going to be more of a Jordan Addison game against the Bears through the air. Justin Jefferson, I think that will do the damage if anyone does through the air. But before we get to Mike, we have Russell chiming in here. Hi, Russell. If we have you for the first time, we're happy to have you. Thank you for joining us. Half PPR, Chase Brown or Woody Marks? Started Travion Henderson already.
Oh, man.
What a start, though, getting Travion in there. Great job there, Russell. But here you go, Mike. We're going to turn it over here to you. This is a
encore.
Is it Woody or is it Chase?
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Unless it's Chase Brown, because he's going to eat against that pitiful Steelers defense? Actually, that's a good question. Honestly, I would go Chase Brown just because the Steelers defense can't stop a nosebleed. I mean, they couldn't stop fucking Vidal. They're not going to stop Brown from doing anything. I think Woody Marks is a guy that I would play outside of the top 12 to 15 range guys. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Chase Brown is in there, and Woody Marks is getting close to that range. He's not there yet. Now, if it's RJ Harvey, of course, play it over him. But Chase Brown, you'll feel more comfortable playing him than Woody.
So let me say this. I love Chase Brown, but do you know the game that started the Woody Marks trend that got him really a bunch of love? It was against the Tennessee Titans in week 3. You want to know what happened in that game? It was week 4. 27.9 points for Woody Marks, running back 6. Just absolutely bullied the Tennessee Titans. So, look, I mean, I love Chase Brown. I think that both of these guys could end up getting you 12 points. Like, it could just go that way, right? And I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. But what Steeler defense is going to show up? It's a mystery, right? It could be the bad one. And if it is, Chase Brown's going to have a really nice day. If it's the better one, then it could be a little more tougher sledding. I'm going to go with history repeating itself. Give me Woody Marks here against the Tennessee Titans again. I mean, history repeats itself and start sits, guys. I mean, that's what really launched Woody Marks into prominence. So I got to go Woody Marks by a hair because I just don't know what Steelers defense is going to show up. Tashera, how do you feel about this?
I'm stunned by your loyalty lines. I thought we were Team Chase Brown.
Oh, we are. But my thing is, man, when I see 28 points, I mean, in the same team coming down, the bad team,
yeah,
I got to go this. I want to win.
I respect that. I will represent Chase Utley Brown going with Chase Brown in this matchup against the Steelers. I just like the volume, opportunities, and the touchdown side is too juicy for me. I think that the Titan might be locked in on Woody Marks and just being like letting that happen again. But
Cooley.
Just keep the pens in the bin. Don't throw the pins.
And I say this. I just want to know. I just want him to know. I have a bunch of Steelers memorabilia that's somewhere in this basement. I love the Steelers with all my heart, but they're the kid that's disappointing the shit out of me right now, and I'm mad. I'm disappointed. I can't. You got to prove me wrong. I love the Steelers. I love the Steelers. Cool. He's telling me my Steelers say I don't want to hate the Steelers. I can't. It's nonsense. I want them to be good again. That's all. I love Woody.
Bob will call you a Steelers pessimist.
Big time pessimist. This team kills me inside and out. My Twitter if anybody wants to follow me on Twitter and see the explicits that I put for the Steelers, please do. It is beyond.
Yeah, drop your Twitter handle for the chat.
I can't. I will. I can't run for president anymore. They will bring those tweets up and be like, you can't have hate as president. So I love the Steelers with all my heart. It's a child that's ruining my life right now. That's all I'm going to say. All
right, and I agree. It was like Happy Gilmore with Mike. There goes the pen holder throw. Wait, he's restrained himself. But believe me, it's the same way at my house, Mike, and I think Ty might be on that same level. I mean, it gets really ugly at times, very upsetting. Hopefully we do the business. We'll see what team shows up. I do love Chase Brown. Don't think I'm going against him. I can't help the matchup. The matchup's too good for me with Woody.
And it's a toss-up. If you start, by the way, him starting Henderson, he can start either one and be okay. I'm just saying, like,
fact.
Yeah, so go with their heart.
That's right. There you go. You got one Woody, 2 Chase Browns. Here we go, Mike. Tight end sit for you. Who do you have?
So my tight end sit this week, I actually had it. Hold on. I just had it. It's actually this whole Woody Marks thing got me frazzled. I'm so sorry. It is actually the guy people are trying to start in sense of Dalton Kincaid. It's Dawson Knox. A lot of people are going to be like, is Dawson Knox a good play because Kincaid is out and Coleman now with a healthy scratch. People are feeling, oh, Knox is so necessary. I feel like it's not the same. I feel like Shakir is necessary. I feel like more James Cook is more necessary. I feel like like a little bit more of Josh Palmer down the field is more necessary. I just can't see Knox giving us what Kincaid has given us. So I'm gonna bench him a little. I'm gonna bench him just because if I had say Zach Ertz in that London game or the Spain game, I'd rather play him. I'd rather play Brendan Strange if he's healthy. Dalton Schultz, Kincaid Otten, those guys over him. So I'm gonna put Knox on the bench.
Yeah, and I have to agree. I mean, I really do. So, yes, I think that's a good sit, Mike, and that's very wise on your part because there are people like that. Like it is hit or miss. Yeah, so I have to agree with it. But yeah, so before we sign off, guys, Teixeira is going to pop the Discord link in the chat. If anyone's viewing and wants to join the Dynasty DNA Discord, we'd love to have you in there. And go ahead and join if you're a Discord user. It's a great place to be. It's a great place to check out. But while we wait, let's get into here we go. Let's get into our Dabble Fantasy start of the week. Teixeira, I will let you fire that up. Dabble Fantasy start of the week. Who do you have for us as a start of the week for Dabble Fantasy?
My Dabble Fantasy start of the week is Devon Achane, running back for the Miami Dolphins. We saw what he did last week against that Buffalo's defense. I think he's more than capable of having a 30-point ceiling again with this Commanders defense on tap. I know the game is overseas, an international game, but if there's going to be one fireworks play in that game this week, I'm fairly confident that is a smash play for Mr. Devon Achane.
Okay, so Devon Achane, I love that. We have J.R. Smiles asking T. Higgins or Jamison Williams, JMO, to get increased load with Laporta out, and that's a very good point, JR. That's a very good point. But we know that the strength, of this Eagles team could be, sometimes on the defense. It's been hit or miss, kind of like I said about the Steelers. So you got to be a little bit careful. Look, if it's me this week, I think I prefer T. Higgins just by a hair, right? Because it seems like, and Teixeira knows this very well, and I'm not knocking Jamison Williams. I just think that, when you expect him to do it, it's when he doesn't do it, right? But when you least expect it, that's when it happens, right? And I talked about this. The Steelers have to double team Jamar Chase after what we've seen that Thursday night game. I mean, they have to show him more attention. I think T. Higgins could benefit from that. I think I got to lean T. Higgins here by a hair. Teixeira, how do you feel about this? Because he does bring up a good point about, JMO maybe getting increased workload with no Sam Laporta.
Yeah, I think that T. Higgins is the safer play overall, but the ceiling play I think is going to be JMO. So depending on how your matchup is, what it's looking like, I think overall in general you got to start T. Higgins.
Okay, so do you agree with that, Mike? Do you think you'd start T. Higgins here?
Actually, I'm going to lean the other way, fellas. I think I'm going to go JMO. I think a shootout is coming in Philly. I think Goff is going to get him the football. I feel like the ceiling play of JMO is going to show up this week. I think him and St. Brown are going to go crazy, and I think the Eagles really don't want Gibbs and Monty to go crazy on him. I think that's where you can hit him. I know Quinion Mitchell is one of the better corners, and I think he's going to be on St. Brown. It's where the second receivers where they're getting killed. So I want to see JMO probably do some gadget stuff. So I'm going to lean JMO a little bit. So,
okay. So a little bit of a difference in opinion there. So while we await more questions coming in, we'll go over to my Dabble Fantasy start of the week here this week. This week, give me Caleb Williams of the Bears going up against the Vikings.
Oh boy.
We
lost some people.
The proof is in the pudding. He is the only guy right now that's finished as quarterback one at least twice. And I'll tell you what, man, down the stretch, I love what I've seen. He's been absolutely terrorizing people. Quarterback one, quarterback four, was quarterback 9 against Minnesota. I think maybe that could get better. So give me Captain Caleb Comeback Williams here in this game. I love it for Bob. I love it for Teixeira. I can't wait for the text chain tomorrow. It's always interesting with the Bears game. But hey, quarterback 9. What did I say to start the season? We just improve a little bit at a time. I'm thinking 7 to 9 is where I said he's finishing. He's right in there right now. We'll see how it goes. JR smiles. I went against Henderson, but our projection's still 50-50 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, like I said, and I think that there's a world where you could get 12 or 14 out of T. Higgins or Jameson Williams, right? Like, I understand the strategy of, Jameson Williams maybe having that higher ceiling, that boom play. So, I have no problems with maybe going that route, like Mike said. I don't think there's really a super wrong answer there. I just feel a little bit better about T. Higgins in this matchup, but we'll see what happens, right? I think you got a real shot of it. Don't worry,
Julio's going crazy on us. He's saying I'm all over the place. I just think J-Mo's going to have a better game, and in terms of ceiling, that's all. I don't think TA is going to be bad. I just think I think if I had to just choose one for upside, so.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I think you have to agree with that. But like I said, the Steelers, man, how do you let Jamar Chase do that to you again? Like, you have to try to stop him. That's got to be your focal point. It has to be. So that just leads me to maybe trusting T. Higgins a little bit more. But, Mike, we have a Dabble Fantasy start of the week coming from you. Is it going to be a bear for Teixeira? Who's it going to be?
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's not going to be a bear. Teixeira, don't worry. I'll save you. And this one seems pretty obvious, but you got it. Sometimes people need to hear the obvious. I think it's Trey McBride, obviously, for the Arizona Cardinals. Trey McBride is the only one left. He's going to be peppered with how many freaking targets now that there's no Marvin Harrison. There's no Zay Jones. You really need to do that in the sense of Trey McBride, in the sense of, like, look, the reason why I'm saying this, if you play Henderson and you have Trey McBride, you feel confident because Trey McBride could probably do the same blow-up performance as Henderson, in the sense of, like, that positional advantage, giving you that. And I know we're stating obvious. I think all three of us have named guys that everybody's going to start anyways, but at the same time, McBride just needs to hear it. McBride just needs to be the guy that they're going to just pepper and go nuts to the wall. So he's going to go crazy this weekend. So
I love Trey McBride. Mr. Reliable. I know somewhere Bob's smiling right now about Trey McBride. That's one of his guys, no doubt about it. So here we go, the Dabble Fantasy Sit of the Week. Teixeira, who do you have as a Dabble Fantasy Sit of the Week?
You really make me want to say Caleb Williams, but I'm going to keep this straight this week. I'm going to go Diablo sauce here. I'm just going to – there's smoke, there's fire. I'm going to sit A.J. Brown. Everything going on off the field, in the locker room, whatnot, like if, it's just not looking good. And I just want to avoid the situation at all costs. And I just request that everyone tread with caution if they're starting him in their lineups this week, and expect a floor game and, hope for the ceiling. But I can't even put a projection on it anymore. I don't know if he's going to get 10, 12 points maybe, or if it's just going to be 2 or 3. It's just, it's a situation that I'm trying to avoid all around. And I just want to put it out there in the air that people should name as well. I mean, he openly remarked about it on podcasts and on social media about his status on the situation, and got to respect that. And I'm just going to go with what I hear. And I don't like the quarterback play in the situation with Philadelphia and what they're doing to him. And it's just sad that we've come to this point in the season, and that's where A.J. Brown, his stocks are at. They're at an all-time low.
Yeah, it is definitely sad. And yeah, I mean, really from a fantasy asset standpoint, it's just really deflating. We have Mac G asking, should I drop Brian Thomas Jr. for Alex Pierce for the rest of the season? No, I can't do that, Mac. Like, I understand that, and Collier made a good point. If you're going to maybe get rid of Brian Thomas, trade him. Yes. And A.J. Brown too as well. Them are both guys that you maybe could try to trade if someone has some faith in, but I'm not dropping Brian Thomas for Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce is a streaky as streaky can be. I understand he can pop off for a big game here and there, but Brian Thomas, if he comes back on, he could be really, really strong for you. So, look, I mean, right now, I got to stick with Brian Thomas Jr., Mac. I think these guys agree. You guys agree with Brian Thomas over Alec Pierce for the rest of the season?
Yeah, and
I'm keeping the jacket in my closet.
That is also one of those things where if it's a dynasty or a redraft kind of thing, but both I'm keeping them. I just would trade
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Thomas more in a redraft, obviously, and just if it's a dynasty, I'm holding on to BTJ. So
I agree. So we're going to hold him back over Alec Pierce. I definitely see where you're coming from, but I just can't do that. I wouldn't feel good about it. And I think you're going to see a lot of 7-point games, 8-point games out of Alec Pierce as well. Just an opportunity of a boom bust every once in a while. So my Dabble Fantasy Sit of the Week, and it kills me to do this, but it's going to be Jordan Mason here. I mean, ever since Aaron Jones come back, it's clear who's the guy that's touching the ball. I mean, it just seems like that's the route they're going to go. I think he only touched the ball just a handful of times. I mean, he scored a total of 10.4 fantasy points across 3 games. I mean, it just hasn't been good. I mean, look, maybe if something happens to Aaron Jones again, you could see a little bit of a resurgence for Jordan Mason, but this offense just isn't explosive as we all hoped it would be either. And I think that's a problem. So I got to sit down Jordan Mason, even in a tough situation. Mac G, I'm the third owner of Brian this year. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I understand.
Nice.
You're hoping for that boom, that comeback. But I mean, just comparatively, like I got to bet on that over Alec Pierce. I got to, and I'll go down.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather go down.
In redraft, are you at the point of dropping Jordan Mason?
Not really, just because every running back's more valuable in redraft. It's a body bag game. I mean, look, if that's the only player I had to drop, sure. If I was going to have to pick something up, it's going to help me. I have no problem doing it. But I think I'm just going to hold on because given Aaron Jones's health history and things like that, it's just a little too, sketchy for me. But JR Smile says, how are we feeling about RJ Harvey? I think
right of the week, boy.
I think right now is a great time to sell RJ Harvey, whether it be redraft or dynasty, because I just don't think he's going to be able to handle this big workload. We talked about the division. It's tough to run the football in this division. I think he's better when he has a guy like J.K. Dobbins. It gives him more of an opportunity to have that blow-up game. So I'm not feeling great about RJ Harvey, JR Smile, but if I have him, I'm looking to trade him because if he comes out this game and gets 4 or 5 points, it's going to be a flat line in enthusiasm again, right? So I think that's something we got to watch for. And then we have Derek Buck asking, sit one, Rashad White, Woody Marks, Travis Etienne, half-point PPR. Mike, who are you sitting down here out of them 3 guys?
Woody Mark. No, I'm kidding.
He's out of friends.
No. We're sitting Etienne. Etienne against the Chargers defense that can pretty much do a lot on defense. They got Khalil Mack back, and they look pretty good on that 7. So I'm going that. We all love White, and my love for Woody. So I'm not gonna bench either of those guys. So get Etienne on the bench for me.
Yeah, and I have to agree. I got to sit Etienne in a tough matchup against the Chargers. I mean, it ain't like the worst matchup in the world, but I just feel better about Woody Marks and Rashad White to touch the ball more. How about you, Teixeira?
Get the brooms out. Let's go on a clean sweep.
All right.
Keep Etienne out.
There you go. JR Smile says, we'll see. I'm running him until Bucky comes back. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's tough whenever you're kind of digging for them guys, JR Smile, and hopefully he does it for you, right? Like I mean, look, there's always a possibility he could break a big one in any game, right? Like, I mean, they catch the Chiefs napping a little bit. It's totally possible, and maybe that'll help sustain you, right? We're hoping that works out for you. It's just going to be something that's a little bit tougher. We have Keenan asking, who do you think would be a better IR stash for late season playoffs or fantasy? Godwin or Reed? How do you think Godwin performs with his fibula issue? And that is a good question because, I just think if it's me, if I had to guess and maybe take a bet on one of the two, I think I got to put my chips on Jaden Reed because, look, I mean, we see it with Tampa Bay. They can make any receiver good in this offense. If Godwin isn't ready, I think that they're going to try to save him more for the playoffs than they are just for the regular season. I don't see them giving him a huge snap share, and they don't have to, right? I mean, they could play Tez Johnson, and it looks good. So, like with Green Bay, there's a vacuum there for targets. I know it is an exciting offense to be in, but like we always get them big blow up Jaden Reed games. It's always a possibility. There are opportunities for him to maybe go off. So, Yeah, I mean, look, I think I'd have to put more of my faith in Jaden Reed there. I don't know how you feel, Teixeira.
For context, if this is either redraft and or dynasty, it's Jaden Reed. He's a younger asset, and I think that he's got a more return backable injury, if that makes any sense, all that to come back from and succeed with. I mean, the fibula, that's a big old bone. And yeah, I think you laid it out perfectly is the path to success here. I think the Buccaneers are going to be more cautious with him and to gently ease him back, where I think once Jaden Reed gets the clear bill of health, that they're just going to fire him right back in there and see what he can do.
Mike, how do you feel about that? I think you like Jaden Reed.
I like Jaden Reed. I actually do have a couple of shares of Jaden Reed in an IR spot, just waiting. I think we talk a lot about this carousel of wide receivers and Dobbs and Wicks and all these different guys. So I'm good with Jaden Reed because, like the sheriff said, if this is dynasty as well, younger asset, a guy with a good kind of like a decent quarterback that we kind of believe in. So I'm sticking with Reed over Godwin. So.
Okay, so there you go. We're going to go with Jaden Reed, Derek Keenan. Hopefully that helps. I think that's just the better bet. JR Smile asks, would you go Sharbs over RJ? Look, I mean, there's my computer giving us a terrible update. It was about time. I mean, it's only been about 3 hours.
Yeah, update. TJ, Caleb Williams is a terrible play.
No, don't you worry. We get that nail polish on that ball will make it really spin.
Oh,
but let me just say right now, I mean, I got to stick with RJ Harvey here. As much as I'm saying that I'm not a big RJ Harvey lover, one thing we know for sure with Dobbins out, who's going to touch the ball the most? I just think it's got to be Harvey. Charbonnet, it could be Walker, could be Charbonnet. And like we talked, you're really relying on the 1-yard plunge touchdown. And Seattle's been more of a throw-happy offense than what we predicted. So I got to go with RJ Harvey here. I don't know how you feel, Mike. I think I got to lean that way for the ceiling. I don't know where you're at.
Yeah, give me Harvey. I mean, the unknown with Harvey is better than knowing what Sharps can give you, right? So, like, if Harvey goes out there and does well, you're happy. Sharps does well, that means he had 2 touchdowns that he just fell ass backwards in the end zone. So, I'm gonna go with the guy who might have the role and moving forward can have the role. So.
Okay, so what do you think, Teixeira? I think you were in agreement here, or are you different?
I am different. I am going to stick with my process here. I had Harvey as my sit of the week, and I will continue to stand on that side of the hill. I just think that the over-under of 48.5 in the Seahawks-Rams game, I think the opportunity for Sharps to get into the end zone at least once is a lot higher, especially if Walker is struggling and Darnold is having a tougher time through the air that Mike alluded to earlier with that pass defense. If he throws a couple of interceptions, I think they might temper it back in that offense and rely more on that rushing attack to pin the ears back and go forward with that. I don't like it. I mean, it's not something I'm very proud to choose between, but I'm out on this. Like the Chiefs Broncos over under is 44.5. So I take that for whatever you will. I like the odds of the more points being scored in the Rams Seahawks game, and I want to be a part of that in one way, form, or another. Versus what you laid out earlier, where this Broncos Chiefs game could be a 13-10, 14-10, like just kind of like a ho hum kind of a game.
Okay, so we got Derek asking, should we start Dawson Knox over Freiermuth? I'll take this one. No, absolutely not. Start Pat Freiermuth. Because let me tell you right now, one thing I know for a fact, Pat Freiermuth's best career games have always come against Cincinnati Bengals. It always has been. It always has been. I don't know what it is. I mean, I think going back to last year, he had 22 points, 18 points. Against Cincinnati this year, he had 28 points. Like, I just cannot take him out based off of them performances. Like, I mean, some point, sure, that's going to come to an end, but I think it was like some weird stat. Like, every time we've played them, I think he's had at least one touchdown. It's weird. Like, yeah, it's very strange. So, I mean, give me a guy that's just completely ate against a team like that, and I will roll with that. And let me just say, guys, I see a couple new people here. If you really are enjoying the content, please subscribe to the channel. We'd love to have you. We're thankful for the questions. And our old people, we love having you guys here. It makes for a fun Saturday night. Thank you for all the questions. Teixeira, I think that I have to stick with Freiermuth based off that history. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think with Darnell Washington on the field, it really clears up the space for Freiermuth to be able to do his thing on the field because you have to take into account Darnell Washington. I mean, he's my favorite tight end in that tight end room in Pittsburgh, but he's more of the run and pass blocking tight end there, unfortunately. And Jonnu Smith is he does his thing. And Muth I think now that I look back on it, you mentioned it, he seems to somehow just come out of nowhere like the hero we always needed and just has these big games and against the Bengals, and it's remarkable. I don't know what kind of dirt he's got on that organization, but it's working.
Mike, I think you know this game of Freiermuth against the Bengals. I think you got to go that way, right?
Yeah, in one league, I have the fortunate pleasure of playing Freiermuth because I lost Kincaid and Laporta all in the same week. So this is the week to do it. I need my Muth. So Muth does get loose against the Bengals, and I think even Aaron Rodgers said he's looking good. So I'm going to go with Muth over that. So.
Okay, you're the man, Mike. I'm with you on that. So we have Derek asking Dak or Flacco this week. No, thank you. Appreciate the question, Derek. So, okay, you got Dak Prescott going up against the Raiders. You got Flacco who's going up against the Steelers, who absolutely shredded them the last time. Mike, how do you feel about this week?
I'm going to go with Dak because I'm always going to go with the quarterback. It's crazy because they both have probably the two worst defenses, but I'm going to go with the guy with – man, I'm going Dak. I don't know how to explain it. I'm trying to say, like, oh, does he have better weapons? Not really. Does he – this – I just feel like on Monday night, especially after what happened with the Cardinals, Dak will want to come out and show something. So I'm going to go with Dak. So.
Okay, he's going to go with Dak. How do you feel about this, Teixeira?
Maybe I'm just into the hype and just into the getting my popcorn ready because I want to see the sequel because the original was just so good. But I'm going Joe Flacco here. I think that the Unk Bowl is going to be a live wire must-see cinema for us in fantasy and in the NFL. And it's a razor edge thin here. Like it's between Dak and Flacco. I think what the separator is like if this game gets out of hand for the Cowboys and the Raiders and they rely on Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue and like more of the running game because they kind of have the game in hand and Geno Smith is turning the ball over and there may be one or two defensive scores, how high of a ceiling does Dak get? Where I think with this Steelers-Bengals game that could be close back and forth in a shootout like we saw the first time around earlier, and we could see more a closer, more. I think Flacco was more realistically able to get to 28, 30 points in his matchup than I see Dak doing. I think Dak can get a couple touchdowns here, get between 20 to 24 points. Whereas, like, if it goes into overtime too, like all bets are off. I think just the Flacco is the higher ceiling, and I like the odds of where that game could go versus the Monday Night Miracle.
Okay, so yes, I have to agree because Flacco has just tortured the Steelers historically.
Really?
Oh yeah, I mean, like he's come in on a lot of spot duty and hurt us. I know that was a big reason why Tallman was throwing the hissy fit when he got traded because like it's just a simple fact that like he's played this defense so long he picks us apart. And I think that depending on what our offense does, it either be a shootout or the Bengals will have the ball more than I want them to, and I don't like that either. So. I just think that you could be headed for 18 points, back and forth here. So, I mean, I think that could be the end result, 18 points for Dak and Flacco. Wouldn't be surprised, but we'll see. We got one Dak. We got two Flaccos on that one for Derek. And Coolio says, Reed is so weird, seems really talented, but the Packers don't use him enough. I agree. We always complain about it. I don't understand that either. So we have Findy the human asking,
I love it.
RJ Harvey or Chase Brown. So this one's pretty easy for me, Findy. Give me Chase Brown in a matchup that's a lot better here than what RJ Harvey has going up against the Chiefs. And I think with Flacco there, man, it just makes him more reliable, more usable. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, give me Chase Brown. I like the usage more than trying to figure out what's going on. And again, the Chiefs defense is better than the Steelers right now, so I'm going to go with the guy who's going with a lesser task. Coolio, I know what I said. I said what I said.
Mike and Coolio were on the same page so much tonight. But let me just say this. I think Coolio's booing me for saying Flacco. I hate it. I hate to say it. I think we need to get that change. We need to get that Steelers defense, this whole new coaching staff we talked about. They need a whole replacement, man. They need a lot of help. But we're going to go Chase Brown for you, Findy. I know that Teixeira will agree with me on that for all the same reasons. But, Mike, last but not least, Dabble Fantasy Sit of the Week. Who are you going to make ride the pine there?
We're going to ride the pine with your Sit of the Week at running back, TJ. If they're wearing a Seahawks helmet, we're going to sit them down. I just can't. You guys need to hear it. I think people need to hear it. Keep doing this Kenneth Walker Charbonnet dance. I think a lot of people are still shoving Walker in their lineup thinking something will change, or shoving Charbonnet hoping for a touchdown. It's not going to happen, guys. I think, especially against the Rams defense, that's going to be stout. Like I said, they want Darnold to throw. I just need you guys to sit them down. I think that's the biggest thing. Like when we come in and we say every week, what's happening with the Seahawks? What are we doing? Guys, they're winning. They're not going to change anything if they're winning. So at that point, you got to sit them down. Try to find a better flex play. We talked about actually RJ Harvey. I know Teixeira's, that's his sit of the week. I'd rather play RJ Harvey over either of them. So we need to do that. So.
Okay, so there you have it. I have to agree, overall with Mike about these Seahawks running backs. We talk about it all the time. So we have Jenner Jameis asking 10-man, full PPR, 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 3 receiver, 1 super flex, 2-man keeper. I'm trying to trade for Puka. 2 options, Achane for Puka or Henderson and Ibuka for Puka and Kamara. So my team is Hurts, CMC, Achane, Ibuka, Adams, Pickens, Henderson, Gadsden, BTJ, Jennings, Franklin, Loveland, Dart, and JCM on my bench. So there you have it, 10-man full PPR. He's trying to trade these players, either Achane for Puka or Henderson and Ibuka for Puka and Kamara. If you wanted to make one of them 2 trades, which one would you make, Teixeira, and why?
I would just do the 1-for-1 if I had to, the Achane for Puka. Being that this is a keeper, it's in essence some version or form of the Dynasty League. So I want the rookies. I want Henderson. I want Ibuka on my team for the long haul. And as much of a beast as Devon Achane is, that offense in that situation is ass. Puka, I mean, in full context in general, I'm not trading for Puka. I think in a keeper league, I'd rather hold on to Achane being the course back in that offense and doing his thing, just because if Puka's to be held true and accountable for his comments earlier on this offseason, he's only planning to play until he's 30. So in a keeper in a dynasty league, there's some context there. And also, how long is Stafford going to be there for? Because we know his connection with Stafford, how well he's been doing with him. If they bring in another quarterback after him, or knock on wood, something were to happen to Matt Stafford, what is his situation like? Is it any worse than Achane's, or it could be better? I just, in general, I think I'm staying away from the Puka situation if possible. But if I had to do one, TJ, I would do the 1-for-1 straight up with Achane. I want to keep those rookies, like I said.
I agree, Teixeira, and I agree with what you said. Like, to me, Jenner, like, I don't think you have to make this trade. Like, I look at your roster, I'm very pleased with what you have. I mean, Henderson's a great 3 guy that you can plug in the flex. I mean, like Teixeira said, I mean, Puka's a guy too, health, reliability. Like, that's something you got to consider. And, like, the Samoan culture a lot. Like, they are very, like, they don't beat around the bush. Like, he's telling you what he feels. Like, and that's what's so admirable about them type of guys, man. They're just, loyal, honest to the core usually. Puka's a good guy. I mean, look, if he says he's going to play to 30, that's worrisome. Devon Achane could be a league winner. And right now, I really like your lineup, your roster, especially having Ibuka and Adams and Achane and CMC, Hurts. Like, you got guys that can get points. Gadsden, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, but if I did have to make a move, I would do the 1-for-1, like Teixeira said. I wouldn't want to get into the business of moving 2 players. I just don't like that. And Kamara is a guy that he looks like he's almost toast to me. right?
Sorry, Ty.
Yeah, sorry, Ty. I know that kills him. Mike, do you agree with what we're saying in this trade context here for Jenner?
Yeah, I think if he had to do it, Achan for Puka. But Teixeira said it, like, you don't need to do this trade from what I'm seeing from his team. If he really needs to have a receiver and he feels like that will get him over the top, for sure. Kamara is not somebody I'm trading for, even in a throw-in. And like you guys are saying, like, he has enough with Henderson and CMC that if he gave away Achan and then he has Puka and Abuke, like, that core is pretty good. I'd rather have that core. You know what I mean? So I think that's pretty much where we're going. So.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem, Jenner. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Jenner.
Glad to have you.
Rooting for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we love having new people tuning in that haven't yet. Like I said, a lot of new subscribers. You guys are the best. We love talking with you all. We have Derek saying here, bench one, Tet or Tez Johnson. Okay, so Tez was a guy last week who kind of snuck up on people yet again. Kind of that boomy, busty type of guy. Look, I got to start Tet McMillan over Tez Johnson. I think that he's more of a wide receiver 3 type of a guy. I said it, like, I'm not super in love with Tet McMillan this week, but still, there's still a floor there of around that 10-ish points. And look, I mean, he's the number one on that team. The target share's got to go more. Like, if we're talking about the scales of wide receiver target justice, they're going to be leaning more towards Tet McMillan. I don't know how you feel, Teixeira.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, I needed to be talked into this because I don't know what to think about the Tez Johnson situation. Is he just a one-trick pony? Is he just a flashpoint kind of a guy? Or is this something to be taken factually and to invest in him seriously and for dynasty purposes and to, like, pull and put in your lineups to trust for your playoff runs and redraft? Like, I just don't have a beat on what it is that we're seeing here with the Tez Johnson experience. Like, I like how Mike laid it out with Anabuka. Like, those are the two guys for Baker. Those are the solid. And then you said, like, he's like a wide receiver, like the third option at best in that offense. And I'm not going to take the third option at best over the guy that's the first option in his offense. So even despite having subpar to below average quarterback play.
Okay, so I think, Mike, you go on the Tet over Tez train here?
Absolutely. I'm going to go with the guy with a little – yeah, I'm going to go with the guy with a little bit more of a outlook in the sense of, like, the floor. So I'm going to go with Tet with what's going on. And I mean, like, didn't the Panthers beat the shit out of the Falcons?
I don't know.
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, I
remember.
Did? Maybe history repeats itself. So.
Yeah, they really.
Well, if I pick them in pick'ems, you know they're going to win.
Definitely.
That's really early season. But let me just say this about Tez Johnson, right? Like, we've been picking on Troy Franklin a lot. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, if the touchdown isn't there, we were talking last week, 4 catches for 40 yards, right? And like, my thing is on that is he was an 83% snap share, 5 targets. It's got to be the touchdown. If the touchdown isn't there, you're looking at a really bare some type of a floor. And that's what we're talking about. Not saying he couldn't make it happen again, but it's touchdown or bust. And I don't trust that long term. So I just think that's, for me, I'm going to take the reliability of Tet McMillan. And Mike is right. I mean, I do remember it was like week 2 or 3, I believe, Carolina just absolutely dog walked Atlanta. So, and it's a possibility. It's a division game, but Jenner says, Brad, I really don't want to make the trade. I'm just scared of the first place guy. He's got Dak, JSN, Nico, Rice, Gibbs, Jacobs, and Warren on his team. Scary. Yeah, really scary. But let me just say this, Jenner, the one thing I know about fantasy football, playing as long as I have, it's just like the NFL. It's the saying, any given Sunday, right? Like, I mean, okay, just because you're looking at his roster on paper, thinking like, yes, it's better than mine, doesn't mean that it is. And yes, it does look maybe a little bit better on paper, but your roster is pretty dang good too, man. And I'm telling you, we still got a long way to go. I mean, from week 11 to week 14 could be an eternity. I know a lot of playoffs are going to start right around week 14. 3 weeks, a lot can happen. I mean, if someone goes down, that could change a lot for him. Like, just look at your roster, do what you're doing. It's okay to question it, right? But I just think Achane is the type of a guy that's a league winner. That volume's there. I got to go with Achane. And, yeah, like I said, we love all the questions, guys. We appreciate it. we have, and the subscribers, keep that coming. The new people, we love it. We appreciate that. And we always talk about it. We're not always going to be 100% the way right, but we play this game a lot. We're a lot more right than wrong, and it's fun talking it out with everybody because everyone has a different perspective. So Ray is asking here, start 2 in standard. Now, this is standard league now. We're talking old school. 2 in standard. We have Justin Jefferson. We have Kyron Williams and Emeka Ibuka in a standard league. So I'm going to ask you, Teixeira leans back in his chair. Teixeira, here you go. This is standard. You got to play 2. Who are you playing?
This is bringing me back to my early 2000s fantasy days. This is wow.
When you wrote the numbers down on paper. I mean,
checking the paper and everything. I'm gonna go Kyron Williams and Ibuka.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate
That's how I just.
It's not wrong.
It's the quarterback situation in Minnesota. Like, is Jefferson, because we've seen him be kind of ghosty these last couple matchups. He's been salvaged by a touchdown. I know Jordan Addison's been doing his thing over there, but like in a standard league, I got to start the running back, Kyron Williams, because, it is what it is. And then Ibuka, I think that the Bills-Bucks game is more going to be lending to a pass-happier game than the Bears and the Vikings. And it's hard. And it's kind of rough, but that's where I'd go.
I think that you're absolutely right to share, because here's my thing in a standard league. I always got to play the running back first because there's one guarantee in the standard league. The running back's going to touch the ball more. So I got to play the running back. Kyron Williams is a play. He's in play. I got to play him. And then you look at this, right? When we're talking receivers in a standard league, who's the guy that's been eating up more yards? Who's the guy that's been getting the bigger plays, the touchdowns? It's Emeka Ibuka. Right. So you got to go that direction. I mean, look, not saying Justin Jefferson couldn't pop off and do it because he's great.
Yeah.
But I'm just going on what I've seen lately. I have to play Ibuka and Kyron Williams, Mike. I don't know how you feel about it, but that's how it lays out to me. Any difference in opinion with you?
No, as a person in a standard league, which is crazy to say, but I am. You go with the touchdown guys and the running backs over wide receivers because they have more chances to do things. So I'm going to go with Kyron and then Ibuka because Jefferson really hasn't done much, and it's kind of a hard question to say, right? Are there guys you could bench for Jefferson or bench Jefferson for? And I think Ibuka is one of them. So.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's off trends right now, and the way it's trending is that way. So hope we helped you out with that one, Ray. I think that's the way we would go in a standard league. Appreciate you having you with us. We have Corbett Beats. I got a few receivers on bye this week. Should I start Christian Watson, Malik Washington, or any Cardinals receivers? So this is a tough position to be in. Malik Washington with the Miami Dolphins, and we have Christian Watson or any Cardinals receiver. So if you're going to start one out of that kind of groupage, who are you going to start here, Teixeira?
I've sneakily been intrigued by Malik Washington's scheming up in that offense, that play he's been getting, and kind of like the vulturing of Jalen Waddle in that offense. But his quarterback is ass, so I'm going to stick away from him. And I'm going to go with the guy that I put as my wide receiver star of the week in Christian Watson. I think he has the opportunity to have the bigger ceiling out of the wide receivers in Arizona, any of their options. And I think that I can trust him, surprisingly enough, at MetLife Field in a struggling offense to pull up a double-digit week than I do Malik Washington. Although I will say, though, low-key in deeper leagues and deeper stashes, just keep Malik Washington out there. If he's up on waivers, just get him for free, stash him on the other bench, or try to get him added on in a package trade deal because we all know the Tyreek Hill situation going into 2026 and beyond, and we know it's just Waddle there, and the tight ends are a mismatch, and who knows? It's just a guy to keep at the end of your bench for, break in case of emergency.
I love it. Break in case of emergency. Again, guys, subscribers are going up. We appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone new. I mean, I can't say that enough. Always appreciate that. Ray, new subscriber. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. We love to have you. And it's always fun to talk about people and their rosters. We love doing that. Like I said, we're never going to be 100% right, but we'll give you the best we can. So, okay, Mike, we're going to go back to Corbett here. We have Christian Watson, Malik Washington, or any Cardinals wide out. Are you going to play any of them out of that? Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the guy I keep talking about, Christian Watson. I think this is his boom game this week. And if there's 1 week to do it, I think it's against the Giants. The secondary is depleted. I'm just liking it. And to share, you're right. In the long haul, Malik Washington is very sneaky. I do like him a lot. I just think if you're needing a spot start this week, I like not playing those kind of in between in those international games because it's weird, right? You just don't know what's going to happen. He could go crazy. He could be done. But I'm going to go with the guy who's at stateside playing against Jameis and that defense. So I'm going to go with Watson. And I think Love is going to look for Watson. So
I love it. Go with the guy that's stateside this week, Mike said. And, honestly, like Mike always has a way of putting that. But, like, I agree. And I like what you guys said about Malik Washington, though, right? Like, we just got to wait and see. This offense is very depleted, but Christian Watson, we talk about it. Like they got to throw the ball to somebody. Green Bay needs somebody desperately, right? So I got to believe in Christian Watson one more time. This Giants secondary is terrible. My thing is, like, if it doesn't happen this week, then I'm going to really start looking other directions because it's going to happen soon. But I'm going to give him the nod one more time here, Corbett. I hope that helps. We have Nikki asking, half PPR. Flex, Brian Thomas Jr., Parker Washington, or Colson Loveland had May and Brief's place, so I'm already in a bit of a hole. Yeah, that's terrible. I know what that's like. I mean, when you get that disappointing beginning like that. Jenner, new subscriber, thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you,
guys. Jenner.
Thank you, guys.
But for Nikki here, it's very interesting. So it's half point PPR, Brian Thomas Jr., Parker Washington, Colston Loveland. So if you had to pick one to share, who's it going to be for you and why?
I wanted to go last. All right, let's rip the Band-Aid off.
You're going first.
He's going Loveland.
Shut up!
You want to go Loveland.
Damn it. Yes, you start Loveland. Here. Next, move on. Oh, that hurts.
Bezos, pitch it off and we'll get through it. That's what we've been saying all night. So Teixeira says Colston Loveland for Nikki. What do you think, Mike?
I think Loveland as well. We've been talking about this Jaguars. Can't get my jungle cats right. These Jaguars offensive weapons. We think Myers is going to be the best out of the three for now. I just need to see BTJ after that injury where he's going to stand, and Parker Washington as well. So I'm going to go Loveland just because of what he is to the offense and how necessary he is. So.
All right, yeah, absolutely. So Corbett, new subscriber. Oh, thank you, Corbett. We appreciate that. Love to have you. Like I said, any question you guys need, we're always available. Even when we're not live, guys, you want to talk comment on a YouTube video, anything. Follow us on Twitter, DynastyDNA_ whatever. Like, we're always there. We'll try to help. Like, we want to try to help as many people as we can. And it's nice to talk about it. Thank you for the question, Jenner, and we appreciate that. We don't mind helping in the bit. But for Nikki, we're going to go Loveland here because, look, I mean, being down points, that is terrible. Mm-hmm. And, like, Parker Washington's that guy, probably 10-ish type points. Brian Thomas Jr. coming off that injury. It's a very tough matchup. Like, if I'm looking for a boom, it's going to have to be with Colston Loveland. Like, I just feel like that's our best hope. I think that's our best hope. So, no, thank you, Nikki. I appreciate the sub. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, you guys have been on fire, and we're happy to do it. And we love talking about this stuff. But Burke is asking, and I know that we've had some questions here from Burke before. Laporta died, need a replacement. I have Dr. D.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I have Dr. D. Dalton Schultz. Do I trade Pickens and Dalton for Packers, not Chiefs? Roma Dunze and Cade Otton. So there you go to share Laporta being gone. Yes, Dalton Schultz. Do I trade Pickens and Dalton for Packers? I got Chiefs, Roma Dunze, and Cade Otton. So what would you do there in this instance?
You trade him for the defense?
No, I mean, like, I think he's saying, like, for Packers players, and he's saying, I got Chiefs. Ooh. Like, you got Chiefs playing.
No. I just hold firm. You throw Laporta in your IR, you eat the L, and you just keep rolling out Dalton Schultz. This is one of those trades where you don't get overreactionary to. I would not move Pickens, especially this week. He could have a huge ceiling game against the Raiders and really turn in from like a wide receiver 3 to flex option into a solid wide receiver 2, low end wide receiver 1. I don't know how long he's going to be out for. This is very fresh and raw, but I think Dalton Schultz can get you through at least this season. Looking at their matchups, I know it's kind of what you laid it out with the Houston defense. They got good green light matchups. So whether it's CJ Stroud or General Mills throwing the ball, he's looking like the second option in that offense. And I think I would just hold pat. I wouldn't do anything exciting and pour one out for Laporta.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that does suck that he went down, especially so many people relying on him on that tight end 1 position. Now, Mike, do you agree with Teixeira here? Are you going to hold Schultz and Pickens? I mean, are you going to go that route instead of making some kind of trade?
Yeah, I think that's the wording of this question was, I was trying to get my mind around it too. But yeah, we're keeping Dalton Schultz and Pickens because I think Pickens is a top 15 wide receivers with that offense. It's the rule of thumb, right? Bad defense makes good offense. With a good offense is going to go crazy. And that Dallas defense, even with Quentin Williams, didn't get any better to me in the sense of stopping the pass from other teams. I know they're playing the Raiders, but at the same time, I think Pickens is benefiting from being a number 2 CD. So I'm keeping Pickens. And Dalton Schultz is a great like you guys said, a great like Band-Aid for everything. So
okay, so I have to agree. I think I'm going to hold Pickens there and Dalton Schultz. I mean, that sucks for Burke. Like I've been there, but I mean, look, Dalton Schultz has been okay. Now, Burke, if Theo Johnson's on the waiver wire, I think that could be a very suitable replacement. I don't know if he's out there, but if you could get him, that could be a guy that's a very, very suitable replacement. So I don't mind that. We have Mac G asking, is Brian Thomas and Quentin Johnston for Pickens a good trade or too much? Now I'm going to assume that this is redraft for Mac.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think so, Mac. I think so. I mean, look, we're talking like George Pickens has done very well at times, but he's been hot or cold too. I mean, like we see Jake Ferguson, CeeDee Lamb. There's a lot of targets there in Dallas. It could be hit or miss. And we know Quentin Johnston, Brian Thomas. I just think together, I don't think it's too much. I think maybe it's more lateral, if anything, right? Like I'm giving up 2 guys that could be too lateral for George Pickens. So I think that I could do a little bit better. Like if you could get something a little bit back on top of Pickens, then I make that trade. Like if I could get maybe a depth running back, maybe you have Aaron Jones, right? Could you get Jordan Mason and George Pickens, right? So you have the handcuff. Like just try to make moves like that. I just don't like doing 2-for-1s and, taking chances like that. So just be careful. I think you guys can agree. Are you going to stick with Thomas and Quentin Johnston if you couldn't get anything else back, Mike?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just this doesn't move the needle for me at all. So, like you said, TJ, either get something in return or cancel it all together. So
I have to agree. Teixeira, I think you're in agreement.
Absolutely. I stick with our jacket holders.
Okay, awesome. So we have Jenner asking here. I have Malik Washington. I've broken him out a couple times for some reason. My league has return yards that count like passing yards. I mean, I'll tell you what, that's great. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice having Malik in that standpoint, right, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. And I put him in there. I like people like Malik Washington or Parker. We saw Parker Washington take one to the house the other day, and he got points, and the Jaguars defense everybody goes crazy. So if you get return yards, yeah, man, find those guys and put them in there. I think those are valuable. So.
100%. I know in the Scott Fish Bowl, that was last year, and I had a couple guys like that, and they made a big difference. So if you could get guys like that, that is huge. Jenner, love the show. We appreciate you tuning in. Like I said, all the new subscribers, you guys are the best. We really appreciate that. We have pleated jean shorts. You all think London is going to start. So I don't know. What is the health status on Drake London? I got to check. Let me see here real quick.
I got it for you. I am the propaganda minister here, as we all know. He's questionable with back concerns, and now an illness has popped up over the weekend. I will tend to lean that this is more 50-50 than it is 60-40 or even 70-30. I think he's going to be truly a game time decision all the way up to game time. And I think it's going to be how he feels coming out of warmups and pregame. And I will give you 3 good players if you're able to pivot from him if you have to in your matchups. I would do Khalil Shakir in place of Drake London. I would do Tet McMillan in place of Drake London. And I would do Christian Watson in place of Drake London if you can. I would err on the side of caution, and I would strongly encourage you overnight before your waivers clear in the morning, get somebody geared up and ready to go to be able to slide out in that wide receiver spot for you.
And not to mention, but let me shout out Drake London. As bad as this Atlanta dumpster fire has been, he's been wide receiver 6 all year. So, I mean,
underappreciated and undervalued.
100%. 100%. But let me say this too, and you got to be careful putting more what Teixeira said into context. His 3rd worst game of the season did come against these Carolina Panthers.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I mean, now we played 10 games, and that was just his 3rd worst. He scored 10 fantasy points. So, yeah, I have to agree with Teixeira. If I have a valid option, I think I'm going to pivot because of what's going on, and then the fact that he didn't perform super, super high the last time. That's got to be a little bit worrying. But look, if he's my best player and that's all I have and he is available, yeah, I'm going to play him and see what happens.
Yeah, because what I'm reading here was Friday was just the back, and then Saturday morning and today the illness popped. So it's a fresh illness in the last 24 hours. So,
yeah. So, I mean, it's just something that started and occurred too. Just be careful with Drake London pleaded. I mean, we'll have to see.
Michael Jordan flu game incoming?
It could be. I mean, we talk about Drake London, Mr. Reliable. But, I mean, I'll tell you what, we keep burning the oil here. What are we, 3 hours, 15 minutes? So, I talked about before we answer the next question, I appreciate all the new subscribers, the likes, we all do. But I also appreciate Mike and Teixeira. They are warriors. They are here. They are tough. That's what I said. We got the toughest, not only usually the wisest, but the
Whistle
toughest.
to Whistle edition this weekend.
That's right.
Woo!
That's right.
I'm here, baby.
So, John is asking, had Laporta was just offered to give Jamar and Mahomes for Dak, Puka, and Kittle. What do we think? I'm leaning towards doing it. So he had Sam Laporta, lost him. A lot of people were in this boat. Was just offered to give Jamar and Mahomes. So Jamar Chase and Patrick Mahomes to get back Dak Prescott, Puka, and George Kittle. So I don't know what you think of this, Teixeira. I'm going to assume this is a redraft trade, but what's your thoughts?
Is this at all tight end premium scoring? Half point to a point to one? Because the Kittle part of this is really the edge factor. I mean, it's kind of closely lateral with the Dak, Puka, Jamar, Mahomes in a vacuum as far as the matchups go for this week. Like I like it either or, but for rest of season, if it's not tight end premium, I think I'm still going to stick with the Jamar Chase and the Mahomes side of the deal and holding on to it. But if there's any bit of tight end premium scoring, like enough of significance, like at least a point, then I would entertain it. And I would trust your gut if you're feeling like doing it, pull the trigger. But a lot of context weighs in it for me. Like just straight up as it is, how I look for it, I'm going to be on the side of I'm going to hold my cards and not do the deal.
And I have to agree because tight end premium would make that difference. But I mean, I will say this is very close, like you said, Teixeira. But yeah, I think I'm going to hold Jamar Chase, Mahomes for now. Just too reliable, too strong. But let me ask you, John. I'm going to let Mike give his answer. But let me ask you, John. Maybe what tight ends are available on your waiver wire? Right? You want to share that with us because I'd like to see. Mike, do you agree? Do you agree what Teixeira had to say? Because I think he laid it out very well as far as the scoring goes. Maybe he would lean the Kittle side if it's tight end premium. But if it isn't, he's going to keep Mahomes and Jamar Chase.
I completely agree. If it's tight end premium, make this trade. But also, TJ, like you said, I would love to see what the waiver wire looks like. Because if there is a decent option, you could keep your guys, and you don't have to make this trade. Like, this is not a trade that it's like, oh my gosh, I'm blown away. I'm getting Puka and Dak. Like, no, you have Jamar and Mahomes, and it's pretty good. So I would love to see that.
Yeah, so if you're still listening, John, you could share that with us. That would be phenomenal. So would love to see that. Lost Mike for a second, but it's okay. He'll be back. I know he's probably got his stuff.
Wiz is messing with his internet.
Yeah, it's probably Wiz. So we have Pleaded asking here. I traded Pickens and Mason for London after week 7 and couldn't be happier. So, okay, yeah. So, I mean, so that definitely looked out.
Trade of the year.
Yeah.
That is like the biggest, like, upside. Like, that is like the you went from like mid to like average, like score. Like, you just went to high C. Like, that is like trade gymnastics. Like, that's awesome.
Climbing the ladder. Absolutely. So we have Marlo hopping in here asking Flex 2, DeAndre Swift versus Genty, or is that ETN? So that's, yeah, okay.
Mini?
So, yeah, so we have, I see what it is. Okay, you're going to trip me up a little bit, but I'm on top of it.
Oh, okay.
We have DeAndre Swift versus Minnesota Vikings. We have Travis Etienne versus the Los Angeles Chargers, and Kamani Vidal versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Gadsden versus Jacksonville, with an extra half-point PPR bonus for tight end. So this is tight end premium. So I
love the context. Thank you, Marlo.
Yeah, so that being said, Marlo, I am definitely playing Gadsden for one of them, being tight end premium. Now, the other one gets a little bit interesting. I think that I'm going to have to probably lean, if it was me going the other way, I think I got to lean Kamani Vidal as my second choice, because this is a team that, like we talk about, I know Teixeira says it all the time, Manungai Swift, what's going to happen? We don't know for sure. I give him a ton of credit on that. And it's still a division game. They didn't run the ball really, I think, that well last time they played Minnesota. And ETN versus the Chargers could be a little bit too, running into the teeth of a tough defense. For me. I think that I got to go with Vidal and Gadsden. Give me the Chargers. I don't know how you feel, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Chargers this week. I was thinking ETN over maybe Vidal. I mean, that's as close as it can get for me.
Yep.
So I'm just out on Swift, but Gadsden I'm with. I feel like this is a smash matchup for him. And then it's a toss up between Etienne and Vidal. I'm giving the slight edge to Vidal just because the offense is a little bit better, but that's about it. So
I think Teixeira, you agree.
Absolutely. Yep. You nailed it on the head.
And I think that the Chargers will move the ball enough. And then when they do, Vidal's in that position to do that 1 yard plunge, right? So, I mean, it definitely could happen very easily. And like I said, guys, the subscriber numbers keep going up. We appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, it's really...
You guys are amazing.
Thank you so much. So we have, let's see here. Chris, yours truly 5. Okay, so trade Marvin Harrison Jr. for Zay Flowers, or trade Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kamara for Ladd McConkey and Higgins. So,
wow.
So let me ask you this, Chris. I think, is it T. Higgins or is it Jaden Higgins? Because that's something that is important.
Yes.
But let me ask you, or let me just tell you right now, I would easily go for the Higgins and McConkey side in this deal. I would trade Marvin Harrison and Kamara. That would be a huge lift for you, getting Ladd McConkey and T. Higgins. You went from 2 guys that are kind of inconsistent, unreliable, to 2 guys that are usually very reliable, right? So give me them 2 players. I don't know how you feel, Mike.
No, 100%. If it's T. Higgins, I'm doing it 10 out of 10. So I'll do that. And if it's Jaden Higgins, the Marvin Harrison for Flowers is pretty close. So I don't know. I probably wouldn't have done it. I probably won't do either if it's Jaden Higgins. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, and just to put a little more context, so that, Chris, if that is T. Higgins and Ladd McConkey, we're definitely taking that side. Right? If it's anything different, you can drop it in the chat there. But Pleaded Gene Short says he has Tet and Jennings. So there you go. We talked about Tet for Drake London. If you have to play him, that's not a bad thing, right? At least you got reliability there. Pleaded.
I know I have my bias, but I guess Jennings is, playable again if you had to.
Right. Yeah. It just worries me with Purdy back. We'll see. That's my only concern there. But so let's go to the next one here. We have Jacob asking, pick one for the flex PPR: Cortland Sutton, Tyrone Tracy, Khalil Shakir, or Trey Tucker. So here you go, to Sheriff. You had to flex one of these. Who are you going to go with?
His hips don't lie. I'm going with Khalil Shakir.
Okay, so Shakira for Teixeira. What do you think about this, Mike? If you could pick one, who are you going to go with here? Cortland Sutton, Tyrone Tracy, Khalil Shakir, or Trey Tucker?
Hey, his hips don't lie. We're going Shakir too, so we're doing it.
Right, and I'm going to go Khalil Shakir too. But for Jacob, for just in context, like if you played Travion Henderson or you're down a bunch of points, like we talked, I don't mind risking Trey Tucker because it is a very good matchup against a bad Dallas Cowboys defense. But that's the classic thing. Like, you're really pulling for a big game when you don't need it, and he ends up getting 3 points, right? Like, I mean, I've seen that happen before, but if you're down points and you're looking for a boom play, I don't hate that. But outside of that, I think Khalil Shakir is the most reliable, no doubt there. We have Chris asking here, Purdy or Nix this week? So here we go. Bo Nix. I know that you're believing, Mike. You want to tell him a little bit about Bo Nix maybe returning here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Bo Nix just because Purdy is coming off the injury. We don't know what to expect. So I'm going to go with Bo Nix in a shootout. And I feel like he comes to form, whatever that form is. But I think I can see a good medium game with 20 points, maybe 25 points. So.
What do you think, Teixeira? Are you going to trust Bo Nix over returning Brock Purdy after all this time missed?
Oh, my gosh. This is like choosing between the last two crackers in the bottom of a box, broken and stale. I think I'm reluctantly going to go Bo Nix to get the 1 quarter. I think I'll get 1 quarter out of him versus the 4 quarters I could get out of Purdy.
Yeah, and I think I have to agree. And, honestly, too, we got to remember the San Francisco 49ers have a heck of a running game with Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, true.
I think they're going to rely on him big time on the return of Brock Purdy here. Let the playmakers try to make the work, but I think that I got to stick with that route. Chris said, or T. Higgins, not both. Okay, so let's revisit that trade. So he would trade Marvin Harrison and Kamara for either Ladd McConkey or T. Higgins, or he would trade Marvin Harrison for Flowers straight up. So look, I'm not trading Marvin Harrison for Zay Flowers straight up. It's just Zay Flowers is just like he's the third, fourth wheel in the Ravens offense that can come off and boom every once in a while. I mean, as far as it goes, like, I think that Ladd McConkey would make sense to me. Like, I mean, I think I would make that move. If I'm going to have to pick between two of them, I'm going to take Ladd McConkey. I don't know how you feel, Mike. Would you trade Marvin Harrison for Ladd McConkey in a 1-for-1 deal? Or I guess he's got to give up Kamara too. So see, that's where it gets tough. So he's got to give up Kamara, but I mean, like, it's not the end of the world. My thing is, I think I would still take Ladd McConkey by a hair, but I have to make sure, Chris, that I have a good, deep running back room. Like, if I have there to make a move, I'll make it. If I'm thin at running back, I'm not going to try to cut off my nose to spite my face and try to get deeper or get thinner at other positions. So how do you feel about that, Teixeira?
Yeah, you couldn't said it any better myself, TJ. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm right there. I think Ladd's the one I'd do.
Okay, so Ladd for you as well, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with the Ladd trade. Like you said, TJ, putting in Kamara, if you're going to go shorter, shorter at running back just to make this trade, don't do it. Sorry, I just got an alert. Falcons wide receiver Drake London, listed as questionable due to illness and back, is planning on playing against the Panthers. So there you go, whoever asked that question. So he's planning.
Thank you, Mike.
First, he got sick. Yeah, I'm getting all the updates. Calvin Ridley expected to play. Devontae Adams expected to play. And I just saw a Bam Knight one. Let me see if I can get
You guys are getting a Dynasty DNA breaking news update live.
Yeah. I'm trying to see Bam.
I see
Bam
while
Knight.
He's doing that, TJ, I see John did respond that it was not a tight end premium.
Okay, so it wasn't a tight end premium. So if it's not a tight end premium, I'm going to hold Chase and Mahomes. I just have to. I mean, and John,
I'm on the same page.
And John, if you want to list those tight ends that are on the waiver wire, we'll answer that really quickly.
It has Barner, Jonnu Smith, and Tyler Higbee, etc.
So kind of the bottom of the barrel there.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I mean, we know that is Darnell Washington hurt then? Is that for sure? Is he's hurt? Do we see that?
Mike?
Is Darnell Washington hurt, Teixeira? Is he out?
Not that I know. I didn't know he was hurt.
Okay, I thought maybe you said that earlier. So
No.
So I don't know. Like if I needed a tight end this week, John, I'll probably go with Barner and see what happens. I mean, Seattle's been kind of throwing the ball over the lot. I know he's kind of been more of the back option, but it is a good matchup, and he has posted double-digit games 5 to 6 times this year. So, like, I would probably just pick up Barner, hold Chase, hold Mahomes.
Yeah.
I think that's the route I would go. So, is that all for the injury updates, Mike?
No, breaking news. Brian Thomas Jr. not expected to play. And Bam Knight is expected to play. I think I already said Devontae Adams, Ridley, London, all playing. I don't think there's anyone that came in while we're talking. Yeah, Brian Thomas, the biggest one.
Well, that affects all of our comments from earlier tonight about DeMarcado. So Bam Knight is going to be playing?
Yeah, so I would not play any Arizona running backs, at least for me. That's
okay.
But with Brian Thomas
I'm on the same page.
Yeah, with Brian Thomas out, I would play Myers and Parker Washington confidently now.
Yeah, more confidently, and I agree with that. Yes, I think that's a good statement, Mike, to make. So for John, look, I mean, I think that I would definitely try to consider picking up A.J. Barner as far as a tight end waiver wire pickup. If I had to try to trust one of them guys, I'm going to do it. And, as far as the trade goes with, the tight ends, I'm going to hold Chase and Mahomes. I'm glad that we got to talk about that. Jacob asked, Rondé Gadsden or Dr. D, Dalton Schultz? Look, give me a Rondé Gadsden this week, going up in a great matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, there's just such, I love Dr. D as far as, he's been providing that touchdown security here and there for us. But I just think that the ceiling could be big for Gadsden in a game like this. You agree, Teixeira?
I'm leaning with Dr. D. I'm going with Dalton Schultz as my tight end star of the week. I like what Gadsden's doing. I'm a little bit leery that, I liked it to be more of a Keenan Allen, Matt Ladd McConkey type game, more of the wide receivers. So in that respect, I'm going to stick with my process here. I'm going to keep starting Dalton Schultz.
All right, Mike, you going Gadsden or Schultz?
I'm going Gadsden. I think this is a smash matchup for him. I like your thought process to share, but I really do love Gadsden in this spot. So
yeah.
Okay, so we have Ken Ma saying stuck on either playing Quinshon Judkins or Woody Marks, leaning towards Judkins because of higher floor. I mean, look, go ahead, Mike. I'll let you go ahead and answer this one.
What a conundrum. Two of my favorite running backs, and I don't know who I'd pick in that situation. But I guess I would pick. Am I really going to play Woody Marks over Q because of the defenses they're playing? That's the thing, right? I mean, TJ laid it out perfectly. What was the game that made us talk about Woody from the beginning? It was the Titans. Ravens looking a lot better. Ravens are going to come and hound that defense or that offense. So I kind of, if I'm in that position, Woody Marks might be the play. So.
Yeah, and I have to agree. I love Quinshon Judkins, but we talked about the Ravens getting on this little bit of a more hotter streak that worries me. And you look back the first time they played, I know he was more on a limited snap share, but 10 points, right, for Quinshon Judkins. So we'll see. I love Q. I think he's a great dynasty asset. I'm not going to be scared off. I think he's got a tremendous amount of talent. But this Browns team is bad. Dylan Gabriel's bad. I mean, Woody Marks, I think, that has such a chance at a big ceiling in a game like this. Give me Woody by a hair, Teixeira.
If I had a buzzer, it would be going off right now. I'm going Q is RB1 for you. I'm not afraid about the Baltimore Ravens defense. I think if there's one player in that Browns offense that could break through and really punch them in the mouth, it is our boy Judkins, and I think that I would roll with him. I'm confidently would roll with him over Woody Marks.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't believe. It's just that this team is bad. This Cleveland Browns team.
I know. I'm just on another level of glaze for Judkins.
That's never a bad thing. So you got one, Judkins, Ken Ma, and you got two Woody Marks. Again, like I said, appreciate all the new subscribers. You guys have been the best. We have Jacob saying, don't want to start Darnold this week. Should I roll with A-Rod, Brissett, McCarthy, or Geno, 6-point passing TD. So look, Aaron Rodgers to me, like I know it went very well against the Bengals the last time they played, but man, I just did not like what I seen against the Chargers. To have a lot of confidence. JJ McCarthy, I think is going to be a low, ugly scoring running the ball game against the Bears. Geno, I mean, look, no receivers. I know the Dallas defense isn't good. I gotta go with Jacoby Brissett. Like we talked about earlier. It's just like the backup quarterback commercial. Brissett, you're in. That's what I said. Go win me a fantasy game. I got you covered. So give me Jacoby Brissett. Mike, I don't know how you feel. I think I feel good about it. He's been a quarterback one every week.
Yeah, and I'm with Jacoby. He's not – I mean, the San Francisco 49ers defense is not scary, right? Their injuries make them depleted. I know they have no wide receivers. Jacoby doesn't. But, I mean, they still have Trey McBride, and I think Trey McBride gets a couple touchdowns. So, Jacoby's the start for me. I can't start Aaron, and I can't start the other two. So,
okay, so – we are on the Jacoby train, me and Mike. Teixeira, how do you feel about this one?
Fire up the smoker. I'm going with Brissett.
All right, so Brisket, we got 3 Jacoby Brissetts here. I think that's a good move, Jacob. I think that I trust him more than any of them other guys, just based off of what I've seen the past 4 or 5 weeks. And, I mean, look, I just quarterback one every time. Even if the game gets out of the
numbers don't lie.
That's it. And even if the game gets out of the Cardinals' control a little bit, you have the opportunity of maybe getting some
garbage time.
Yes. So Bob Singh asked Shakir versus Tampa Bay, Addison versus Bears, or Dobbs versus the Giants. PPR. We know Dobbs has a little bit of a something with an injury. He's expected to play. Addison, has been a big time target for JJ McCarthy, as Mike said. And Khalil Shakir against Tampa Bay. So, Teixeira, who are you going to go with?
I'm going with Khalil Shakir still. Addison's really close, but that divisional matchup and J.J. McCarthy's hot flashes and cold streaks, it's just too much variance for me. I'm going to go with the better option with the better quarterback and with Shakir. But I do like Addison as a secondary option if you don't like Shakir, and then Dobbs is at the bottom of that pile for me.
Yeah, I love Jordan Addison, but, J.J. McCarthy, I mean, I know he's targeted him. He hasn't looked great. I mean, he's been missing throws. Mike, how do you feel about this one? Khalil Shakir, Jordan Addison, or Romeo Dobbs?
I'm going to go with Shakir just because Shakir has the better quarterback than the other two. In the sense of, like, he's going to be necessary in that offense. I keep saying that. No Coleman, no Kincaid. He's just going to be the screen man for that. So I'm going to go Shakir.
Yeah, I think you have to, right? The matchup's good. The quarterback plays the best of the group. And like you said, no Keon Coleman, no Dalton Kincaid. And the thing is about Khalil Shakir, like, you're really going to get at least 12 points. Like, it just seems that way all the time. It's Mr. Reliable. You got that floor, and there's always a possibility of a ceiling. Romeo Dobbs, it's either going to be a touchdown or nothing. That seems to be his whole trend. If he gets the touchdowns, he can really boom for you. But, boy, if he doesn't, he busts. And Jordan Addison, I think Jordan Addison's clearly the best player of the 3. But until we get this Vikings offense situation figured out in general, I just don't think I could totally trust it. And it's also more, as far as division rivalry, we know how that goes. I think it could be low scoring running the football, except for Caleb, who will spin it with that nail polish on.
Jesus.
Had to get that one in there for
It's all good fun. I love
it. It is good fun. So we have Jacob asking, just bump Shakir to my wide receiver 2 spot now that BTJ's out. Should I flex Sutton, Parker Washington, Tracy, or Tucker? Look, I'm flexing Parker Washington, Jacob, because honestly, we talked about it. No BTJ, no Travis Hunter. The ball's going to go somewhere. Like, he's another guy that could get you 10 to 12 fairly easy based off volume. Mike, you said that. I think you agree.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just keep Shakir in there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Shakir there. You can't do Sutton, can't do Parker Washington. Yeah, I'm keeping Shakir. I'm just trying to think this through rationally. So Shakir it is.
Okay, so no Parker Washington. He's asking. So you're going to keep Shakir, but he's got a flex either Parker Washington, Cortland Sutton, Tyrone Tracy, or Trey Tucker.
Then give me Tucker. Sorry, I apologize. I think I'm going to go Tucker because of the upside that you need, and I'm going to go Tucker and Shakir. So
okay, so you think that Parker Washington and Shakir is a little too conservative?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Teixeira, how do you feel? Because that's an interesting point from Mike.
Yeah, I want to go for the ceiling play there, and I think that Tucker can do it. I think Washington's your solid floor, get you 6 to 7 receptions, get close to the century mark, or maybe just a touchdown. Whereas Tucker could have the century mark game with a touchdown sprinkled in with that, how bad that Dallas defense is.
Oh, I have to agree. So
just the Chargers defense scares me because they play so well, and I don't think that the Jaguars passing attack, and like how Trevor Lawrence is your sit of the week, they really break through.
I really don't think they break through either. But see, though, like I don't mind playing Parker Washington, but you guys are right. Like it could just be 12-12 and you get 24 points. It ain't the worst. It ain't the best. So I do like what you're saying. It makes sense. So look, if you want to go the Tucker route, I have no problems. Parker Washington, if you want to play a little more safe, I have no problem. So we have Jacob. One last one, fellas. Appreciate you. No, appreciate you, Jacob. Like I said, got a ton of new subscribers tonight. You guys have been awesome. We really appreciate that. In another league, would you flex Jacoby Myers, Cortland Sutton, or Woody Marks? Mike, here you go.
Mike?
Who are you flexing?
Cue the music. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
We have to get a button.
Woody Marks is gonna play, and he's gonna do what the Titans always do and lose. Woody Marks, let's go.
The Titans are always going to do what they do and lose. I like it, Mike. Woody Marks. Yes, I
can't
agree.
help that.
He's absolutely killed the Titans before, and he's going to see a ton of volume. He should. Yes, give me Woody Marks as well. Mike always loves dropping that. We will get the theme song on, so that way we can play it during shows. And you know what I say? To infinity and beyond for Woody Marks. So we're going Woody Marks, Jacob. We're going Woody Marks. It's the B squad for life. I love it.
I love it.
Start 2. Myers, Adams, Pearsall, McMillan, Washington. Full PPR. QB is Allen, running back Achane, Rico, Harvey, Bucky Judkins, tight end Bannon, and Jawan Johnson. So start 2 is full PPR. We got these guys to choose from: Jacoby Myers, Devontae Adams, Pearsall, McMillan, Washington. So let me start out by saying I am definitely going Devontae Adams, and I'm probably going to lean Tet McMillan as my other one for it's the B squad. So them are the two I'm going to. Teixeira, who are you going
right
with?
there with you.
Okay, so Teixeira's in with us.
Clean
Mike,
sweep.
clean sweep. Mike says we're doing it. We're going Adams and McMillan B squad. Hopefully that helps. We really hope it does. We have Jason asking, which 2 guys should I put on my bench for stash? Nick Chubb, Isaiah Pacheco, Bayshall Tootin, Blake Corum, Isaiah Davis, Emmanuel Wilson, Ramondre Stevenson. I have Jenny Warren, Cook, Rico. I start every week anyway. So 2 guys should you bench for stash. So let me say this. If it's me, Jason, I'm definitely stashing Isaiah Davis and Ramondre Stevenson, right? These other guys, I think, are a little bit more of a long shotty type deal. Pacheco and that whole deal has not looked good. I like Bayshall Tootin from a dynasty standpoint. Now, I'm assuming this is redraft. So if it is redraft, I just don't think it's going to be this year. Blake Corum's nothing special. Nick Chubb, nothing special. And I just think Isaiah Davis, man, he sees looks. He's very valuable behind Breece Hall. And Ramondre Stevenson, I don't care. I mean, when he comes back, I think he's still going to have a role. I'm not saying he's going to supplant what Travion's doing, but I think Mike Vrabel will like having 2 backs. I just think that's just the way he is. So them are the 2 I'm stashing for Jason. Mike, I don't know how you feel.
I'm with the Stevenson pick. I do. I do love Corum, though. And the reason why I love Corum is because he has been getting some run recently. And not saying that Kyron is going to be out of the job or anything right now. I'm just saying Corum has just been running pretty well. And if, God forbid, something happens to Kyron Williams, I think he is one of the better backups to come in and do work in a good offense. So,
okay, Teixeira. So Mike is going Stevenson, and he is going. Who was the other one you were going? I forget. No,
Blake Corum.
Blake Corum. See, we've just been through so many questions. I lose my train of thought. It's good to jog
Hey,
my
I
memory.
love it.
So, okay, so that's who he's going. Who are you going to go to, Shara?
I'm going with Isaiah Davis. And this is for context for redraft and dynasty for me. I have both the same in either format. I'm going Isaiah Davis is the first one. He's sold himself to be a little bit more consistent as far as these backups go outside of Stevenson because he's just been a starter for the most part this season. But my other guy, I defended him on Whistle to Whistle in the rankings. I'm going Bayshal Tootin. If anything were to happen to ETN, he's the next man up. And I love his pass catching ability. I love his X factory just his explosiveness. I think that he's got that factor in his game more so than a Corum or a Pacheco or Emmanuel Wilson, those other guys. So this is personally me, and the numbers don't lie. Stevenson's been a starter. He's done well when he's back or whatever, but I want Travion Henderson to bloom, and I want Stevenson to go away and be done. And in that aspect, I'm going to stick with my guy Tootin and go with Davis because the upside in case if Brees checks out.
You just got to be careful to share because they might pull a Joe Dirt.
I know.
Mike Vrabel might be like, it's not what you want, it's what the consumer wants. No, you got to be careful when you do that. So, you got to be.
I was so happy Thursday night. I was like watching a child grow up right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, I'm happy for Travion too. I do think though there'll be value. So you got three different options there: two Isaiah Davises, one Ramondre Stevenson, or two Ramondre Stevenson. Mike said Ramondre as well. So you got a couple options there, Jason, and then also Blake Corum. Mike said so. A couple options. Mm-hmm. Start one. Bo Nix maybe throws more with no J.K. Rogers, Purdy first game back. We talked about this a lot, Jason. I don't even have to ask these guys. I know it's Bo Nix for Mike and Teixeira. That's who I'm going to go as well. I think you almost have to. I think you're in the right there doing that. Maybe start stack with.
I'm going either Brissett or Winston over Bo Nix this week.
Oh,
okay. So
that's how far out of this Denver, whatever the hell is going on.
So you're going to go Brissett or Winston. Teixeira, you're going wild on us here. So, okay.
It's Teixeira after dark.
So me and Mike, I think we'll stick with Bo Nix. I think Brissett would be my second choice. I'm just hoping that he bounces back. We'll see. I know you have Pearsall. You said that with Brock Purdy.
Oh.
I just don't think I could do that stack. And I mean, Winston with Wandale, I would rather do that if I was going to stack.
Yep.
But I think I'm going to stick with Bo, and I know Mike's going to do that as well. But I know Teixeira is going to go with either Brissett or Winston.
I'm going to lean Winston over Brissett. He's got Theo Johnson.
That's right.
So the stack with Winston and Theo.
Everybody loves Theo Johnson, man.
Theo. That's what you got to say. Like that. So start three. Rachaad White, Khalil Shakir, no Kincaid, and no Coleman. Sticky Ricky came back. Tet already starting Rico in bad matchup. Wandale, no Slayton, but already starting Theo Johnson. Okay, so you got to start three. He gave us real good specifics here. Jason did. Look, I mean, definitely Rachaad White, Khalil Shakir, too, that I'm starting, Jason, for sure. Now, given your situation on these other guys, I think I'm going to lean Wandale Robinson because, I mean, playing Theo Johnson, you're hoping for a touchdown pretty much anyway, right? Like, I'm not saying he couldn't get it, but like, them are the only two options the Giants have. You know, I mean, as far as the matchup goes with Carolina, I do think it's going to be more of a running game. We talked about that. But I think I'm going to go with Wandale, Rachaad White, Khalil Shakir. I don't know how you feel about that, Teixeira.
Yeah, the fact that you laid it out perfectly with the whole Falcons Carolina game, and like I think it just kind of like go the under in that route and more run emphasis. So I got Rachaad White, Khalil Shakir, and Wandale is the three I'd go with. I'm not afraid because you're starting Theo already. Just live in the flames of the Jameis Winston experience. Like if you're going to dip your toe in the pool, just jump right into the deep end, right off the diving board, head first.
So, okay. So could it be a clean sweep? I know Mike's been singing the praises of Jameis's fantasy production.
Yeah, it's a clean sweep for me. I really do love Wandale Robinson with Winston. If this was any other week, I probably wouldn't say that, but with Winston, I'm with that. So let's go all three: Shakir, White, and Robinson.
Okay, that's an agreement. There you go, Jason. White, Shakir, Robinson, we're all on board. He asked, my QB is Dak this week, but I use Jones weekly. Also, Joe Burrow. Should I drop Joe Burrow after I paid $3 for him for Jerry Jeudy or Ridley? My receivers are Chase, London, Nico, Sutton, Terry, extra wide receiver for safety. Nah, I don't think so. Like,
don't get cute with it.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think I want any parts of Jerry Jeudy or Calvin Ridley. Just taking the chance of dropping Joe Burrow, who could maybe be really good if he's available week 16 or 17. I just couldn't see White doing that. So Coolio's out. Cheers, boys. Have fun, Coolio. We appreciate
Good night, Coolio.
We appreciate chatting with you.
Love messing with you.
He is the best. He is the best. He keeps the chat lively. Chris, yours truly. And like I said, guys, thank you for all the new subscribers. We really appreciate that. Chris, yours truly 5. I have Bowers and Fannin. Should I drop Watson and pick up Loveland? Well, let me just say this. Like, it depends on how thin you are at wide receiver, Chris. Like, if you have a lot of needs at wide receiver, I think I'd be careful. I really like having Bowers and Fannin. I know it's been hit or miss, but both very capable, good players. So, listen, I mean, if I had the room and had better wide receiver help, I don't mind dropping them to get Loveland, but I have to have good wide receiver help deep enough. I think you can at least agree with that, Teixeira, right?
Pinch me, TJ. I think I would go Bowers and Watson, and I would drop Fannin for Loveland at this point in the season. If this is redraft, Dynasty I lean the other way. I want Fannin over Loveland, but this is redraft. I like the better quarterback situation play with Loveland and the Chicago offense than I do the passing attack of Gabriel to Fannin. And you got Bowers there, so you already got the positional advantage. You're just shoring up with depth. And I don't like the idea of dropping Watson in a game that he could explode like we talked about earlier tonight. He's my star of the week for wide receiver, and he's just out of necessity and opportunity, and he's good for a big play, any given play. So I just really don't feel comfortable dropping him in a redraft league this week to pick up Loveland. I'd rather, with your tight end depth, drop Fannin.
Right, and I don't hate it, right? All I'm saying is if he does have good wide receivers, because some people have 3, 4, 5 good ones.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. But you're right to share. Like, if I was forced to drop a tight end, Fannin for Loveland, I don't hate. Mike, I don't know how you feel about this situation.
I'm agreeing with Teixeira. If you need to feel like you have better upside with Loveland, you can drop Fannin. I don't want to drop Watson or Bowers, but at the same time, it's all about contacts. If this is like Dynasty, I wouldn't do it. But look, at redraft, you feel like Loveland is a little bit better than Fannin, go for it. But I wouldn't do it for Watson. So.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like I said, it all about context. Like you said, how deep you are at certain positions. I don't mind doing it if you feel like you're confident and deep enough. But Teixeira is right. Like, if you are weak at receiver, I don't mind dropping Fannin for Loveland, like taking that risk. I don't think it's a huge risk anyway. It's more lateral, if anything. That's the way I feel at this point. Abreu asks, Cleveland, Dallas, Chicago, KC, or Buffalo D? Pick one. So we have Buffalo playing Tampa Bay. We have Kansas City playing Denver, Chicago and Minnesota, Dallas and the Raiders, Cleveland, and who's Cleveland playing this week? I think it's the only one I don't know off my head.
They're playing the Baltimore Ravens in Cleveland.
So for me, I don't know how you guys feel, but give me the Kansas City Chiefs. I think this is going to be low scoring and with chance with some turnovers. I think you guys are in agreement with that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can make an argument if you want to roll the dice with the Monday Night Miracle of Dallas against the Raiders and hope for a Geno Smith turnover fest. But I could also see the Raiders boat racing the Cowboys because their defense is also bipolar. KC is the safe bet for me. Good run defense, solid pass defense against a quarterback that's shaky at best and plays 1 out of 4 quarters, and a run game that's really high variance right now with giving a workload to a rookie running back.
Agreed. So we have one asking, should I start Zach Charbonnet and Parker Washington for Cortland Sutton? I got Travion, Josh Jacobs, and Jonathan Taylor, wide receivers, Tez, Hollywood Brown, Parker Washington, Deebo Samuel, Quentin Johnson, Jacoby Myers, tight end Kittle. Yeah, I would start Charbonnet and Parker Washington over Cortland Sutton at this point, Mike. I don't know how you feel.
It's a trade question, TJ. So would you trade Charbonnet and Washington for Sutton?
See, I always miss that. It's a trade.
He needs his Dan Campbell readers on.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, it's getting bad.
We're doing these 4-hour shows now, and TJ's.
Hey, buckle up, boys.
I go off into sleep land, but no, Juan, I would keep Charbonnet and Parker Washington. I would not trade for Cortland. It's not looking good for this Denver offense, really in general. But it seems like Troy Franklin's more of that touchdowny guy. Cortland Sutton's always been. I know these guys agree with me on the Charbonnet, Parker Washington side on the trade, so we don't have to revisit it. So Chris is asking, who do you want rest of the season between Higgins, McConkey, Pittman? That's a very good question.
A test of loyalty, TJ. You've been talking up both Higgins and McConkey.
So let me say this. If we're talking about rest of the season, who do I want more? I want Michael Pittman more the rest of the season. Why? Because he is the number one in this offense guaranteed. Right out. I mean, Tyler Warren's going to be that tight end guy. But he's the big X wide receiver that it's really the only super reliable guy the Colts have. I mean, Alec Pierce is hit or miss. Downs is never healthy. McConkey, it can be him or Gadsden, and we know they want to run the ball if Hampton comes back. Vidal's been doing okay anyway. Higgins, it could be hit or miss with Chase. So I think I got to lean Michael Pittman. I don't know how you feel, Mike.
Nah, I'm gonna go with my boy Lod McConkey. He's
feeling brave.
My man Ladd he's something else. When he's on, he's on. And I feel like now him and Herbert are doing the thing where they're finding each other, and I really do love Ladd. I can't get off this. So,
well, let me just say this, and I don't blame you, but I got to give you a hard time. Michael Pittman, wide receiver 8, Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 13. That's all you need to see right there.
Part of the season sucked. I can't lie. It destroyed my man. But he is now back to form, and I believe in him. We have
live on-air water bet rest of season. Who outscores the other in fantasy? Ladd McConkey or Michael Pittman Jr.? Starting now. That's fine. Yeah, totally. Let's do it. And maybe if I know Mike likes chicken wings, maybe I can get him some kind of chicken wing deal if I lose, and then we'll think of something he can get me because. I think that'd be fun because it looks like your guys' faces are so devoted to your guys that I want to put something on the line here.
I love that. And he loves Michael Pittman. I used to be a Michael Pittman guy. Now I even with Indiana Jones, I'm not really thinking too much about him. So I mean, I'm okay with a little wager. I'm okay with now to the rest of the season.
All right, there we go. Okay, we'll see what happens. That'd be a good bet. I'm glad we brought that up.
In his defense, though, Michael Pittman's on bye this week, so.
Yeah, that's right. His bye is coming. That's right.
That is next week, so we'll be fine.
Yeah. So
it'll balance out. Out.
Okay. So we have Mad Family Gaming's drop Brian Thomas Jr. So look, I mean, honestly, Mad, like it depends in context, right? Like, are you deep at receiver? If you're deep at receiver, you feel good about your receiving game, then yes, I have no problem with dropping him. If you want to need, like you say, you're really in need of a running back, right? And you're like, man, I got to get a running back. I have no problem dropping him, but I'm not dropping Brian Thomas for the sake of dropping him, right? He's too good. Like, I remember people complaining about Jonathan Taylor last year, right? And then, like, what happened? Weeks 14 to 17, fantasy playoffs. I mean, he won people leagues single-handedly, right? So you got to be careful, dropping players of this talent. Now, like, if you're really hurting for a running back and there's a guy available or whatever, okay, I don't hate it if you're strong at receiver, but that's just something to be careful about. I know Mike and Teixeira agree with me there, so that's not a problem.
I'll throw out a hypothetical for you. Say he is, in fact, thin at running back or what have you, and he's planning ahead. He's like, say he's a 6-4 team, a 5-5 team looking to try to get into the playoffs. Would you drop BTJ for Trey Benson or a running back that's looking to come up here in a couple of weeks? Take over the starting role?
I think I would just rather try to trade for somebody, right? Like, I think I'd just rather, because I don't trust this Arizona running situation. I don't care who's back there, right? Like, it just really depends. Like if the quality of player I think is worth it to me, then I would, but it's got to be the right player, right? I'm just not dropping them for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry, right? Like I just can't do that. But we got one last one here. One, I forgot to mention that I got Addison as well. Okay, well, that's no problem. Like I said, going back to your trade, Juan, Charbonnet and Washington, I'm keeping them. I don't want Cortland Sutton, but hey, it's all good to go shopping. And if you get offers, it's good to talk about them, right? Because sometimes you just want to see where everyone's at. Mad says, I need a tight end, and I have BTJ, Burrow, and Garrett Wilson at the end of my bench. Ooh, yeah, that's very rough at this point. Honestly, even Garrett Wilson's a guy I would consider maybe even dropping because, I'm not saying to do it for sure, but I just don't know if the Jets are going to rush him back. And what's the reason, right? I could see them shutting him down. I think it's like a 4 to 6 week injury. Well, 4 to 6 weeks from now, the season's pretty close to being over, right?
And this is redraft, I'm assuming, too, right?
Yeah.
I would try to trade BTJ for a under the radar type, like a Theo Johnson or
could you get like Theo Johnson and maybe like an underperforming running back like Jordan Mason, right? Something like that for Brian Thomas. That's what I would do, Mad. Like maybe shop around for a tight end that way because look, I know that it hasn't been good, but someone would still maybe take a chance on Brian Thomas for a cheap guy like a Theo Johnson, especially if they have 2 or 3 tight ends. Some teams have surpluses of certain positions, and you could take advantage of that.
A peek behind the curtain of my strategy when I'm doing things, just for context, is like when I bring up dropping players, it's my nuclear option. It's my last case scenario. I've expended trying to trade them. I'm trying to do this and that and the other things. So I just don't throw around dropping anybody willy-nilly unless if all other options have been exhausted first.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. No, thank you, Mad. Like I said, we really appreciate it. All the new people here, the new subscribers, the new commenters, we appreciate that. That's what it's all about. Nikki says, is CMC a hold in Dynasty or look to trade him? And if so, for who? Well, it really depends too, Nikki. Like, okay, are you a bad team? Are you kind of a middle of the road team that you don't believe you can win the championship? Then I'm all for trading Christian McCaffrey because we know the time is running thin, right? So if your team's a middle of the road team or a bad team, absolutely. I'm okay with trading Christian McCaffrey. Who would I be okay trading him for? Boy, it would have been great if you could have got Travion Henderson before these blow-up games, right? Like that was something that I would have did in a heartbeat. Tashera, you have an idea?
I would trade CMC for Quinshon Junkins and a plus if I could get that.
Yeah.
Or Travion Henderson, or even like one of these younger up-and-coming backs that are, my idea, might be Diablo sauce, but I'm cashing out on CMC before the end of this season. Like if I'm like get knocked out of the playoff, for Dynasty, if I get knocked off the playoffs, I'm not winning the ship or whatever, like I'm offloading CMC and trying to get a package haul for like one of these younger running backs for him while he still is available, and trying to, because I'm exhausted the last 2 seasons already of playing this whole, is this it for CMC? Is he coming back? Is he doing it? I don't have the mental fortitude to do another off season of where I understand where his value is with the team, but it's for Dynasty purposes. I am just going to lean on the side of I want to look towards the future, which is quite ironic because I like to be more of a veteran running back club. That's where I like to live with Ty, hanging out in that house. But in this scenario, between the injury history, the state of the San Francisco 49ers, and what kind of season he's having now, I don't know how much more higher value you could get in return for him in the off season if you decide later to try to move on from him.
So I got a couple ideas just real quickly. What about Ashton Jenney 1-for-1 in a rebuild, right? Like if I'm rebuilding, give me Ashton Jenney, right? What about Bucky Irvin in a rebuild? Like if I'm trading running back,
I'd do it.
Yeah, if I'm trading running back for running back, give me them guys for Nikki. But also, like, I think you could easily get 2 firsts. Like if you could get a 26 and a 26 and a 27 first, but I have to get one of them picks have to be a 27 first. If I could get a 26 first and a 27 first for Christian McCaffrey, I have no problems moving on. But either of them running backs are great trade options as well. Could I get Brian Thomas and maybe a little bit of something for Christian McCaffrey, right? A guy that's underperformed a little bit. So very many options out
Malik
there.
Neighbors?
Oh, Malik Neighbors. Yeah. If that was on the table, I know a lot of teams probably wouldn't do it, but if it's on the table,
Yeah.
absolutely. I would make moves like that. So them are some good trade options for you, for Nikki, if you have CMC. But like if I'm a contender, I'm just riding it until it comes apart, right? Like because he can be a league winner this year. You just got to be careful. But if I'm a team that's like sitting at 6 to 8, and I'm like, man, I'm just going to scrape into the playoff. I know I'm probably not going to win. Then I'll trade him. Or if I'm just a pure rebuild, for sure I'd trade him. But what a great episode, guys. Marathon episode, hit the 4-hour mark yet again. Mike, you are a warrior. Teixeira, you're a warrior. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the new subscribers. I keep saying it, guys. That is so much appreciated. The likes, the comments. We're glad to do it. Tomorrow, if you're available in the morning, we'll be going live for the Dynasty DNA morning show. And we'll get to Spartacus here before we hop off. But tomorrow we'll be going live for the Dynasty DNA morning show. Join us there live. We'd love to have you. We're still taking start-sit questions, trade questions, all that stuff live. Make sure if you haven't listened to the podcast and you are listening on Spotify, Apple Pod, Stitcher, Amazon, any of the big podcasting platforms, go over and check out Dynasty DNA Fantasy Football. We do 4 or 5 shows a week. Mike and Teixeira specifically from Whistle to Whistle. They do a great job. Ty sprinkled in there. Ty's great, funny. Mike, I mean, we got a great, funny team. Teixeira, very knowledgeable, funny as well. And we'd love to have you over there. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at DynastyDNA_. If you have Facebook, join the Dynasty DNA Fantasy Football Podcasting Network on Facebook. Teixeira's been putting a treasure trove of information out over there. You got to check that out. Before we hop off, Spartacus is asking, rest of the season, Tet or Alec Pierce? Give me Tet rest of the season. I know that I think Teixeira and Mike, that's a sweep. Give me Tet fairly easily. I don't trust the boom-bust tendencies of Alec Pierce. Tet McMillan, too reliable, Spartacus. Give me Tet. Jonathan Pence asks, what's the best defense this week? Baltimore, Chargers, Cleveland, or Atlanta? Give me, oddly enough, the Chargers this week, going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars with no wide receiving help outside of really Jacoby Myers. I just think it's going to be tough sledding. That's going to be a low-scoring game for the Jaguars, I feel. I mean, there could be some garbage time there, but I think I like the Chargers. I don't know how you guys feel for Jonathan.
I'm going Falcons. I think Falcon turnovers. I like your pick, TJ. I'm a big believer in the Falcons coming back, that the rest, and they're going to come and they're going to try to prove something against the Panthers. So,
Teixeira, any difference? You like the Chargers or you like the Falcons?
I like getting a smile out of Wiz. I'm going with the Ravens this week. The Ravens are back, Wiz. They're back. They're going to take the North, like TJ is saying, and they're going to come with a roar, and it's starting with the Browns. They're going to demolish that lowly left-handed throwing quarterback of Dylan Gabriel, maybe pick him off 1 or 2 times, give him a few sacks. And I think that the Ravens are just – there's something in the water. The purple Kool-Aid's flowing again.
So 4 options for Jonathan, all very interesting. And I really think all them options could be good. Cleveland, I don't really.
Well, yeah, all of them are going to probably score 10 or more points. Like they're going to be a flex where, like, as far as value of like scoring points, I got them all on my rankings and my thing. They're all in like the 10 to 13 point range.
I have to agree. But what a great episode. Again, guys, thank you for the comments, likes, subscribers. You guys are the best. You have any questions, you can reach us anytime. Spartacus, you guys are the best. We appreciate it. We'll always be dedicated to help you all. I know I speak for Mike and Teixeira when we say good luck in all your matchups in Week 11. If you guys want, join us tomorrow live for the Dynasty DNA morning show. But until then, we will see you all on the next episode of Stardom Sit 'em Saturday.